Did it work? Okay, I think we're live. Let's try this, make sure this works. I was having some issues going live a second ago. We're live on Twitch, I think. Are we live on YouTube? Yes. Okay. No, I didn't just wake up. I was showering earlier. Yeah, okay. Hi. I think my thing is a little smudgy. Where's my cloth here? I'm gonna have to wipe off the thing in a second. Whoopee, Queen 2, how are you guys? How do you contest DPS angles as a Genji? So, and stage for a dive? So that's the real trick. You don't. Pierre. When you are contesting DPS angles as Genji, that is your dive. That is your dive. If your angle is uncontested and you have direct access to backline, then you dive. Backline, if that's what you define as a dive. But you contesting DPS angles in the process of fighting for space and winning those duels and or forcing resources is dive. That's exactly what it is. Well, good luck, Queen. Good luck, Queen. I hope it goes well and smoothly and all that stuff. All right, time to ping Discord here. What is my favorite version of the Beach Boys album, Smile? Probably the deluxe edition. But it's been a while since I've listened. First plane trip ever into the USA too. We shall see. Good luck. Good luck, mate. Where are you going in the US, if you don't mind me asking? I don't know, Beach Boy fan. I'm making it up. I haven't listened to the Beach Boys' full discography in like 2 years. I will be perfectly transparent with you. I can tell you like K-pop. Well, hey, I already had it.
You did? Oh, you actually
Yeah,
had it.
yeah. I'm trying to eat off stream for once. Yeah.
Almost done.
Hello, Mr. Enemy Main Support. Hello, Rhea. I was disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. Disappointed. Wasted like 10 minutes of my time for nothing. To Maryland for a few days if all goes well. You guys want to hear a funny story? So yesterday I was playing some quick play or whatever. Erdu, one of the Patreons, sends me a invite to custom game. I'm like, what? It's like, we're scrimming. Enemy team needs a main support. And I'm like, okay, sure, I'm down. So fun fact about me, I've only scrimmed in Overwatch League. I've only been in Overwatch League scrims and Contender scrims as a player. And I've only done 4 or 5 maps total. I filled in for main tank, I filled in for flex support, I filled in for main support. I am 4-1 in those maps. In fact, before I coached the London Spitfire, we were playing versus British Hurricane, and I booped Hottie and Molfig off the map. Yeah, so I win my maps. That's all I'm saying. I sub in, I carry, right? But I've never actually played a scrim block all the way through. I've never actually scrimmed before. I wish I'd had the opportunity to like play in a proper scrim block before, but I just never have. Like Kind of weird, I know, but yeah. Anyway, long story short, so I get this random invite from Eridu, and I'm like, dude, I'm actually going to be able to scrim in a couple of like legitimate scrims. Like, I'm not a great main support player, but if I really sweat on Lucy or Brigitte, I could do okay at the rank. So I get in there, and they're like, oh, this enemy team, whoever they are. It wasn't Eridu, it was the other team that needed a main support. And they're like, join team voice. I'm like, okay. And I mean this, I literally could not understand what they were saying. I literally could not understand what they were saying. It was the thickest European accents that I've ever heard in my life. Now, I've coached a lot of French people, like that tells you right there. I've coached in Europe for 4 or 5 years. Like literally Europe is like, I've spent most of my successful time in Overwatch in coaching European teams and working with European players all over. South Europe, West, North Europe, whatever. Could not understand what they were saying. So I'm like, listen, I'm gonna do my thing on Lucio. We'll be good. Trust. It's fine. So they're trying to like yap to me and they're delaying this and that. So we were in there for like 5, 6, 7 minutes. And then they're like, oh, well, he's back. And then they kicked me. I'm like, all right. And then your guys are saying that he DC'd immediately afterwards and they wasted like an hour of your time. So I love to hear that. Screw those guys. He didn't even come back. I love that. Frick those guys, man. Frick those guys. They were like telling me all these things. I'm like, guys, I'm just ringing, bro. Like, I'm just ringing. Like, I'm not going to memorize your entire system or structure. I'm just going to play Lucio with you guys. Hello, Chuck. Scythe Cindy. How does one overcome the imposter syndrome of coaching others? I am Platinum Coach Masters plus I feel like an absolute fraud. Listen, mate, if you're providing value, you're providing value. That's it. That's all there is to it. I mean, you're not going to fully overcome that unless you build more confidence in your coaching, right? Hey, Poofster. If you really want to prove it to yourself, then you could grind the rank if you have the time, but yeah. You should scrim for content I'd watch. I'd like to do that sometime. I'd like to do it sometime. I'm okay at scrimmaging. I've done like try-hard pugs, which are kind of like that, but it's a lot easier for me when I'm very confident. I can't shot call and play very well at the same time for most characters. It's like I can only do that with a couple of characters. Yeah, so it was disappointing. I was like, man, we're going to be able to do something fun, but no. A scrim guide video, that was on our list of ideas to do, and we just never did it because I just don't know if the demand for it would be all that high. I think it would be like one of those slow burner videos that maybe we'll do at some point, but put you on a balding medication. As in to make me bald? Give you $1 million? Oh, okay. Is this up there with like me saying I'll give you a car? Where is this? Okay, I can't find it. Never mind. But how's everyone's afternoon or evening? Have made a guide to effective Overwatch high-level communication, for example, how to fight plan. I've done tank communication before. I do it a lot in my team coaching, but yeah, maybe we should. It's not as hard as people think it is. It's basically just understanding the importance of ult tracking, ult planning, then setup phase. That's pretty easy to do. The only challenging part is as trying to find out which ults make the most sense, but even that's not that hard. But maybe I should do a guide on that. I'll make a note. Write that down. High-level team communications guide. Basically, the tricky thing is just knowing which ultimates are good to open with, and a lot of that just depends on where you're taking fights. So just knowing the location of where the fight is happening to decide with what ult to open with. Thank you, Grandma, for the Venezuelan $1 million. I used to come a lot in Plaid as well, and then I realized I just needed to focus on myself, and yeah. What made you start coaching Overwatch? I mean, I've been coaching my whole life, basically. I was the oldest of 7 kids, and I was coaching sports and teaching math when I was like 11 or 12. And so I've just always, every job I've almost ever had, almost without exception, has been coaching or teaching of some type. And then I really liked Overwatch, so I just wanted to coach Overwatch. But yeah, maybe we should do that sometime. I'd talk with you about like I could pretty much look at any situation. Like what I would do is I would showcase the skill of like, for example, here. Let's just do this for fun. So this is a session that I just was doing on Venture. Okay, so it's just coaching Venture. Can you guys tell me if this was a high level scrim and not a ranked game, right? How would Team Blue take this fight? How would you communicate? How would you plan this fight out if you're Team Blue? Can you guys tell me? Who can tell me? Music stream win? We'll see. Cooked or cold hot? I do not like cold hot dogs. How would Team Blue take this fight? So first things first is you start with your ult track, right? So your ult track, if it's accurate, is you know that they have nano boost, which puts you at a minor disadvantage in terms of how this fight's going to go. In addition, you have to push the cart uphill. So that immediately tells you how you should be taking space, which means you should be taking space cautiously, but you don't want to be clumped up on main. So that might be taking slightly wider, more careful angles, having your backline playing a little bit further space, tank saving cooldowns a little bit more. But yeah, you need to take some space, but play more baity, kind of like, oh, we're going to try to bait you to engage and disengage, and control space on wider angles, wider flanks. So you'd send your Moira Venture on an angle, you'd probably have your Kiriko Cassidy kind of holding space around here, Doomfist holding space on main, and you're playing patiently, either looking for an opportunity for your Venture to build their ultimate, or looking to just wait for somebody to overextend. Because the nature of advantages is that people want to use their advantages as soon as you possibly can. So if you're Team Red here and you have Nano Boost, you need to try to find and get value to the Nano Boost sooner rather than later because your opportunity for advantage may pass, right? So you could bait that. You can punish that. So for Team Red, if we're planning for Team Red, how would you do that with Team Red? You'd say, well, they're going to try to bait us, right? But we have Nano Boost. We should try to set this up. So what angle can we brute force? So you don't run it down mid. You would say, let's try to take, because we have an ultimate advantage, they're going to have to be careful. Let's try to take the high ground here. And if they contest us, if they fight for it, then we use the Nano Boost. So that probably tells you right there how you use your Nano Boost, because you're not going to be able to run it on main and kill backline necessarily. It's probably going to be used kind of clearing high ground. And so you're probably going to be nanoing Sojourn or nanoing Cassidy and maybe nanoing Junker Green, but probably one of the hit scans based off of where we're going to be able to connect. If we skip back to, let's just pick a random point in time here. Could not possibly have picked a worse time. How would you guys play this fight? Let's wait for there's because it's plat. The fights never end. I have to sneeze. How would you guys play if you were Team Blue here? So you have an ultimate advantage, so you want to leverage your advantage here, but the cart's super far away. How would you do it here? Thank you. How would you do it? If you have an ultimate advantage, what does that mean that you can play for? You can play very aggressively for space. You don't have to run it down main, but they really can't contest you on this high ground here or on this low ground here. But you need to make sure that you're putting the position of the people with the ultimates in those positions. So what I would do exactly is you would make sure that your Moira is pushing up very aggressively up to this space here, because you need to set her up where she can connect with people. So I'd have my Moira and probably my Roadhog up here. I'd actually probably pop my Kiriko on the floor because it's a little bit harder for Kiriko to just force value with Kitsune Rush, right? And she can also get value from a long ways away. And then maybe you could have your Venture kind of playing on the off angle here. But you look for an opportunity for your Roadhog or Moira on this angle here to force themselves to clear this high ground while your Kiriko is pushing cart, while your Venture or Cassie's doing stuff over there. Cheers, Scythe. I appreciate you, mate. Have a good rest of your night. Get some rest. Get some rest. So if you look at the problems with the setup here, the problem is that the Moira Roadhog aren't taking space aggressively enough. Does not mean running it down main, but they could be aggressively holding the space here because there's just no real way for them to get cleared out as long as you have Whole Hog or Coalescence. So you can guarantee we win this high ground with these abilities, right? So there's not enough space control. Now I want to give credit to the Moira here. She is absolutely trying to stake space with her Coalescence. The problem is that there's not enough space being taken by the Roadhog and maybe the Moira soon enough. And also the Cassidy is really poorly positioned. He needs to be not standing in the open on a cart here. He needs to be playing back a little bit. And also the Moira gets slept. So they don't really push or distract. They allow Red to just kind of hold the high ground and shoot down there. So when you have an ultimate advantage, you may not be able to immediately kill people with your ultimates right away, but you can use the fact that you have insurance to just take really aggressive positions. Because what are you going to do? Fight them with Coalescence? You know? So a lot of it is... But if, let's say this was like high noon, you probably would not want to push up here. Instead, you want to kind of brute force your Kiriko and Cassidy here because high noon's more effective in this space, right? And there's really complicated ultimates where the ultimate changes how they position. So, like, you can look at, like, I'm trying to think of a good example of that. I guess Ana, when she has her self-nano perk, is kind of one of those where she can kind of play really aggressively when she has her nano boost in terms of how close she gets, you know? Use your advantage to take their advantage. I mean, yes, I would say use your advantage to take space, because that way, even if you're Team Red here, if let's say Team Red had an ultimate advantage, they do basically the same thing. They just control all the aggressive space and be like, come on, we dare you to do something to push us out. But that's kind of like the nature of fight planning is just because you have these ultimates, you can hold these positions. That leads you to snowball, kind of. Yeah, basically any ultimate that does you do that. Shock, think of the submate.
6v9 f8 15 into the VOD. Watch
all right, fine.
And the opposite Life Weaver's health bar on the petal. Was I robbed?
NX 6v is a 9F. 815. Watch the Tracer POV. That would be about here. Oh, close. 10 seconds off. Okay, watch the enemy, watch the Tracer's POV, and watch the opposing Life Weaver's health bar in the pedal. Was I robbed? Whoa, what? You can't go to 3. What? What? Dude, his pedal doesn't even take damage. His pedal doesn't even take damage. I thought it was like something clipped with the pedal, you know? Whoa, 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 listen. For a second there, I felt like the damage didn't even register. Yeah, just ghost bullets. That's really weird. You want another fun one? A real fun one that we did in quick play the other night? That's still in the game? 7-8 months later? This is a real favorite one for me. Check this one out. This happens all the time. Literally almost once a game. Alright, where are we at? You guys probably already know where I'm going with this. This bug has been reported too as well. Check this one out. No. So it's physically hitting both supports and not doing any damage. This is consistently happens. It's like the Reinhardt Shatter bug, but I get it almost every game. Yeah. If you've played Hazard for any period of time, you'll notice it. It happens all the time. Yeah, it's annoying. I've reported it a couple of times and they've still been able to fix it. So you can send it to me. Send it to me, Shock. Send it to me. Clip it and send it to me. And then give me the replay code as well in DMs, and I'll try to report it. But, yeah. It's annoying. But, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's get sauce, guys. Let's get sauce. So I want to look through the React content thing because there was a couple of really interesting videos that were posted in here, and we've had some really nice discussions thrown in here. If you guys know, whenever I do React content, I try to make sure that the bar is set pretty high, and that we obviously we provide my opinions. This isn't just going to be like stealing content here. And then generally, if I post it to YouTube, I'll double check with them as well. So I gotta scroll here. I don't want to do the Glassmaster one first because I've realized the Glassmaster one is just more like comedy and stuff, which is really fun. They're really entertaining videos. Highly recommend. But yeah, I want to do something more interesting. I want to look at this one. I want to look at this one. Awkward brainwashed my viewer. I want to look at this one. Now, get your popcorn out because we're going to talk. We're going to have a conversation. Lazy, dumb React content. Exclamation mark, shill. How's it going, Luke? Okay. So we're going to focus exclusively on the coaching quality here. Exclusively on the coaching quality, okay? Here is why you guys got to buckle in here because you don't know where I'm going to go with this, okay? Here is why Awkward is successful. Okay? Awkward is successful because he understands that, especially for new players, the most important thing is not necessarily complete understanding, but a familiarity with a system that works. Let me give you guys an analogy. An analogy that's very close to me. I talked about this earlier with a student actually. When you're learning how to spar or strike, you do not need to be swamped with nuances and details, and you just need to be told exactly how to punch. Exactly how to punch. It's not that those nuances don't matter. It's just that the person is going to have their flow state broken by an influx of just so much information that just doesn't matter that much. They need to get familiar with the execution of the concept first, and then they can start to learn the nuances, right? It's not that there isn't truth, that there isn't some sort of nuance. It's just you need to focus on what actually matters. Another analogy here is getting into sprinting or speed work. This is something that I do a lot. There is an obsessive herd of teenagers that are chronically asking on Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, what is the best lift to sprint faster? What is the best lift to sprint faster? What are the workouts they need to be doing? And the answer is, for most of those people, you need to go outside on a track or on a flat plane of grass and you need to sprint 1 to 3 times a week. Again and again and again. It's not that there aren't lifts that help speed. It's not that there isn't supplementary work that's been studied and shown to help, and it's probably very good. It's just that stuff just isn't super important right now. The first thing you need to do is get outside and start training. So what Awkward does very well is develop systems. You guys have probably heard the Kiriko system, right? I remember it was the take angle, point blank range, shoot, Suzu TP out, right? Take angle, shoot, Suzu TP out over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And people found a lot of success with that. Now that lacks a lot of nuance, right? Especially in Kiriko's current state, right? It often involved people getting too close to people. It often involved people not really respecting a good angle where they could both heal and damage their team. It also meant that people kind of forced the Suzu use even when they didn't really need to. But it gave something to latch onto. And whatever your opinions are about Awkward, the system worked for a lot of people. And for most DPS that he works with or supports or whatever, the damage is a basic, simple system that allows people to succeed. Now, where Awkward and I often differ is I try to focus, and Awkward does this, I'm sure as well, but I try to focus on coaching fundamentals rather than systems. So a system is a good onboarding thing, but the fundamental is the most important thing. So when I'm working with a Kiriko player, where maybe me and Awkward would differ, is Awkward would maybe teach a system, I would teach a fundamental, which in my opinion would be about you need to take an angle as Kiriko. Well, what angle, Spilo? I don't know. You tell me. You go find it. You go practice it and you go find it. The rule that has to be applied is an off angle. But where that angle is and how you behave on that off angle, you need to go experiment with it. So you kind of introduce a fundamental and then allow them to train it. But there is a lot of value in systems. There's a lot of value in rules. The problem becomes when the rule becomes law and that you're not allowed to question it and not encouraged to question it and not encouraged to experiment, the system fails. Because what ends up happening is you have people that follow the system exclusively and never explore or experiment on their own. Never. Because there is not a single player in Overwatch that has reached Grandmaster through the work of a coach. A coach is always supplemental. The player has to learn and experiment on their own. That Mercy face is hilarious. So you cannot succeed as a player without personal experimentation, personal growth, and you developing your own system. I'm not saying that Awkward's necessarily bad at that. I'm sure there are dozens of students of mine, if not more, that have gotten coaching from me, did not take the initiative, did not develop themselves, did not apply themselves, and then just went nowhere. There's not a single coach in anything in life, Overwatch, school, math, that is going to be successful for all students because the student's input is always the majority of the success with something. Always. I had the worst professor that I've ever had, teacher, ever in any class or sport I've ever had in college. I took a class called risk management. It was like calculus, high level advanced mathematics, and finance. Was a boring mess of complicated equations. And my professor was useless. She was terrible. She never answered messages until a week before she was rude. She never taught. There were only a few students in the entire classroom. She was literally less than worthless because I wasted time trying to get her help and I just ended up giving up and using YouTube. She was worthless. I passed that class with a high B. The only B that I got, and yet I was super happy with it because I bit and clawed and scratched because I wanted to succeed. Only there for research? Bro, this professor did nothing. There were 5 students in the entire classroom. 5 students. She didn't even give us a syllabus. This was a textbook. You read this many chapters, you take a midterm, that was it. Anyway, long story short, I'm saying that like I was able to succeed despite having literally the most unhelpful thing ever because I wanted to succeed at that class more than anything else. And so doesn't matter how good or how bad of a coach you are, the vast majority is outside of your hands. Good coaches can provide systems, good coaches can provide fundamentals, good coaches can provide positive reinforcements, good coaches can answer questions, but a good coach is always going to fail within a certain percentage of students. All this being said, this is why you have to be careful because there are certain students that I'm going to have some extra insight here. I'm going to give some extra insight here. And this is no shade to this Genji player whatsoever. All right. I saw something from my Discord that really prompted this discussion from me because Poke, you guys know Harmless Poke, right? Harmless Poke says, pull this up here. I'm going to move this over. Can I move this over? Is that allowed? I don't know how to do this. Okay, whatever. I'm just going to drag this over. Harmless Poke is a top 500 Genji player. Somebody that's been in my community for a long time, does a lot of coaching. Funnily enough, I worked with this player, so this Genji player, in the past, and I got them to rank up literally an entire rank in a single day. Wow, what an incredible coach. While I don't remember the details of what we talked about, I do remember that I coached them the nuances they were missing. Coach A says this, Coach B says that. The student doesn't know what's right. Turns out both are right depending on the circumstances. Fundamentals, right? Too often the advice gets boiled down to a recipe for the player to memorize rather than teaching the fundamentals of cooking, which allow the cook to adapt the recipe to the ingredients they have available or whatever analogy you want to make. Now, the question is if this player has ranked up a single rank from one thing, then why is this player once again in Diamond, right? And the answer is, because Awkward coached them down. Maybe, but more likely the player just doesn't have the skill set to succeed at higher levels. I've seen this all the time. I have worked with students many times where we go in, we evaluate, okay, I got it. All right, well then go practice that. We meet back up in a couple months. They're right back where they started. They've made no progress. They fell off. They didn't apply themselves. They didn't practice. They weren't experimenting. They weren't trying. They weren't grinding. And they're just getting coaching again. And you can't fix people like that. You cannot. That is their responsibility. And if they don't make that, in fact, that's why I actively don't like doing repeat sessions with students, at least very often, because you cannot have progressed enough in 2 weeks for me to have additional insight. You just have to go practice. So yeah, for a lot of space for the students to practice wrong, right? But if coaching is done in a way to explain fundamentals, that player has to make development on their own. You have to develop on your own. You have to put the time, you have to put the work in. And if you're in Diamond, doing a decent job isn't good enough. It's not good enough. You have to do more than that. You know what I'm saying? You have to do, like, you're fighting for the top 3% of gamers here. So yes, so new issues are certain to arise, of course, which is why I do repeat sessions on a longer time frame. How do you know if you're practicing your fundamentals correctly? Well, that's the thing, is you don't necessarily, that's why coaching exists. But once you've received coaching, even before you've received coaching, if you want to get better at Overwatch and you want to put the time in and the effort in and the experimentation and the limit testing, and you're going to learn. Like, how does anybody learn anything prior to coaching? When I climbed from, and this is something that I've personally experienced. I got coaching from IOStux when I was gold. And the only significant advice that I got from IOStux were two things. Stop being scared of ranked and play ranked every day, and prioritize cover. That's it. I remember we talked about a couple of other things. I actually don't think IOStux's feedback on how to play Zenyatta at the time aged very well in terms of the micro. I think it was not all that useful. I even got coaching from him in Diamond and Reinhardt. And when I climbed from gold to Grandmaster, I applied the fundamentals that IOStux taught me about playing the game and cover usage, and I freaking figured it out. I hit plateau after plateau after plateau, high plat, I got stuck in high diamond, I got stuck in high gold, and I figured it out. I self-VOD reviewed before there were replay codes because I wanted to get better that badly. I played every single day, 6 days or 7 days a week without fail. I played a couple hours every day. I took breaks. I warmed up. I spent free time in deathmatch, about 20, 30 minutes every single day, and I did it. And I learned a lot about micro. I learned a lot about macro accidentally, but I just did it. And I reached 4.2K and I quit and I coached. And there was nuance there and fundamentals, but most of that was self-taught and self-experienced because I just experimented enough and I wanted to win badly enough that it worked. What do you do when your student disagrees with your coaching in multiple instances? I mean, they're welcome to that opinion. Most students I have don't really come to me like that because they're paying a lot of money to hear what I have to say, but I don't necessarily even dislike it when a student disagrees with me. It means that they're actually thinking for themselves. I've had a couple of people in my YouTube comments and some of my publicly posted sessions where a student is making a lot of excuses, or I don't like when students make excuses, but I do like when students are telling me that the reasoning behind why they're doing things, because we need people that think. In fact, some of my more successful students at the professional level in Overwatch League were the ones that we had the most debate. Me and Hottie and Backbone, they're very smart players, and so we would disagree and debate all the time. Molfig as well. I don't know if you guys remember Molfig, right? Very good player, very smart player. Usually he would come around to my way of things because I think I was a little bit more studied than he was, but he was a really freaking smart player and we disagreed in some things, and so we just discuss. So I'm not saying that, like, just do it, get the Grandmaster, easy. I'm saying it takes an immense amount of effort and focus to reach that level, and if that drive or motivation because you really love the game and you really want to get to that rank isn't there, you're not going to be able to be coached. A coach is an enabler that will simplify that process, but he cannot teach you how to motivate your thing. And what Awkward does well is give systems that make the adaptation easy, but you also have to understand the fundamentals as well. So Apply, from what I know, does some pretty decent coaching, but I think it's a little bit more for content, like fun and silly and personality. And even the title here is clearly just, silly nonsense, like we're just chilling. But I am curious about what's being said here. I'm not going to delve into too deeply into the details here, but we could take a look here. So, yeah.
Break this down. You fucking suck. I think I would hate being. Who's your man? You sport sucks. I would be so miserable.
Did we missing anything important, or is this just a highlight intro?
Coach? Awkward. Man, you suck. He's been mechanics. Perfect diamond player. Perfect. I never commit my dashes and I always play great angles. I'll prove to you. I want you to be as harsh as you can. I'm not gonna be harsh. I'm Masters player easily. Let's see then.
Is this person joking? I mean, it seems like they're joking. I think what ends up happening is when people submit these codes, they play it up for content so that Apply is more likely to VOD review them. I'm convinced that Flats also does this. People that can commit their if they say that, oh, I don't belong in bronze, right? Then Flats is more likely to review their code. You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure that's the case. So I would actually be surprised if this Genji player like really thinks that, but it's probably increases his chances of getting coached, if that makes sense, or makes it a more funny experience. So let's actually, I'm going to cut this Genji player some slack and assume that this player isn't probably exactly like this, but they're kind of playing it up.
I'm head coach, you're assistant coach. Let's see what's going on with Midru.
Because even if you are paying for it, it makes it more funny. I mean, Apply is the type of person to kind of riff off of that, so.
A perfect diamond player. Bro, no one in diamond is perfect. That's why you're fucking diamond. Are you zany? First of all, drip check already ass, so that starts off slow. Let's take a look at the comps here, which is very important. I always want you guys to be looking at comps to know which way you want to play and how you want to play.
Okay, so now, again, Apply is not a professional coach, so it's fine. I'm just going to provide a little feedback here and there. Looking at comps is really kind of overrated. I would instead look at the map and find out what angles you want to play, and then whether there's a Tracer on this angle or whether there's a Genji on this angle, you should still be playing on that angle, whether there's an Ana or a Sojourn. I don't think comps don't matter, but they're kind of overrated. So
you have Ana, Lucio, Freya, Ball, Genji, an amazing comp. You have great dive, you have nano target, you're a nano target, you have nades to follow up on. Pretty easy. They have Sojourn, Tracer.
But none of this really changes exactly what you do, right?
Rhine, an even better comp to play into. This is a perfect scenario for you. Their Mercy Ana is their backline. Their Sojourn probably going to be pocketed by the Mercy a lot. If you focus the Ana, that means the Mercy needs to heal the Ana, which means the Rhine doesn't get healed. If you focus the Mercy, that means
you don't focus on anything when you're playing Genji. You just take space. Remember somebody in chat when the first questions answered today was like, choach, catch. How do I deny DPS angles or fight for angles and also dive backline? I said, you don't. You just fight here. And if there's nobody here, then you dive backline. That's it. You just take an angle and you fight. That's it.
You can be doing a lot here. You can be playing very aggressive here. If your ball is going in, I want
yes, the drip check criticism is legit. There's too many good Genji skins that choose this. It's too close.
So that was trash.
Yeah. I don't mind shooting the Rhine there, but you don't get your deflect forced immediately.
You deflected there. Listen. I'm gonna say you say you're perfect. You say you're perfect, other than mechanics. So why did you dash out there, Midru?
I mean, it's okay. I don't think if he knew if he was fully on the corner or not. So it's not the end of the world. The initial deflect burn was pretty bad.
That's away because you watched Necros, right? And you wanted to look fast, but you were fine. There's no one near you. Had no deflect and half HP. I don't think that was a good dash personally. And also, you said I'm.
This name looks familiar, Midru.
Rhine swing. I don't know about you, but I've never met a Rhine swing that goes this far in my life. Yo, Tree, big raid. Popped on his head and was like, stay in dash. What about that dash? Dash is whatever. The dash out? I don't think he needs a dash out. Maybe he didn't need. I mean, bro, he's in diamond. I doubt he needs a dash out there. And he's in heal too. He's fine. You're fine, bro. What? He doesn't need a dash out there. See? Okay, now you're giving this guy bad habits now, bro. The nade though, that is true. That is true. Fucking Sake from down south, bro, is gonna nade him across the world. Either way, L deflect. He's a perfect player, by the way, chat. Don't forget, perfect Genji player. What are we setting up for? You see your ball going in? Follow up.
It's good.
Ooh, a little slow on the follow-up there. A good slam from your ball. No follow-up. Mercy's low. We gotta be ready for that. Gotta be ready.
I think it's okay. I mean, it's okay.
So far, you're playing okay.
We could have gotten there sooner, but yeah.
Very rarely are you ever gonna have a good ball player that actually dives in general. So make sure that you're ready if you're actually doing it.
Sure. I think this fight's lost, so I would just die in robot.
Soj with rail had to dodge.
Good, thank you, Cactus.
So I'm gonna let you know, Midru, right now. I'm gonna break it down to you real fast. You aren't improving because you give yourself an excuse for everything. Every time. I'll be honest. I think you'll probably be in diamond until I die. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Mr. Perfect. So you tell me you dash this Rhine and dash out really fast, right? Right? Why can't you dash the Mercy and then dash out really fast?
I mean, it's fair. I mean, we had deflect.
Okay. Honestly, you kind of play like your soldier. Also, I just want to point out that the perfect player in this lobby has second least amount of ult charge. I mean, I'm really honest. I wouldn't even know that your team had a Genji. So what is our goal here, though, dude? Like, look at your ball, man. I don't understand what you're doing here. You're a diver. Why are you shooting Rhine Shield and
Yeah, the problem is not that we're shooting Rhine necessarily, but that we have refused to take the angle that we had up to the high ground to close the distance and take a better angle onto shooting anything. Like, we've stayed inside of our own backline, worrying more about Tracer instead of taking our own angle and doing our own sense of pressure. And so now we're stuck shooting Reinhardt. We're not taking space.
Your ball is actually very rarely, I'll admit, you get a dive tank that actually does something, right?
Because the problem is not just that we're shooting Rhine, but we're shooting Rhine inside of our own backline, so Rhine can shield off all of our pressure. Like, we could be shooting Rhine in the back, and then Kiri could be shooting him from the front, and then we could kill the Reinhardt, right? We can actually kill Reinhardt while our ball is distracting backline, but we're not, because we're not even on an angle shooting Rhine. We're just shooting Rhine in his face.
Especially when you're this low elo. But your ball is actually doing some things, so I don't know why you're not diving with him. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, keep in mind, this is content coaching, guys, so it's like we're not super nitpicky with apply right now.
Dude.
It's just more for fun.
While you're shooting our Rhine Shield,
let's crank up our Gen Z-ness.
She has no sleep. What's your excuse for this one? What's your excuse for this one? What's the deal here? I mean, your ball is carrying. Like, bro, why are you playing with your Freya? Bro,
yeah,
you are
a fair
flanker.
Question. Why are we here?
Marking Tracer.
Skibbity, yeah.
I think you should mark Tracer when you're on Tracer. Personally, I don't think you should mark.
I think you should absolutely mark Tracer on Genji, but you shouldn't go backwards. Like, the reason that way we're there for Tracer is because we didn't do anything in the first place, right? That's like saying, oh, I was there to put out the fire at my house because I haven't had a job in 25 years. You know, that's a no. Like, yes, you were home, but you've committed vast crimes by not taking any space. And then, oh, look at that, there's something to do. Yeah, eventually something's gonna happen, I guess. But come on, dude, come on. Walk forward. Take an angle. Take some space, right? Don't need to use your dash. Just walk to
Tracer
here.
That much. I don't really think you're marking Tracer earlier.
Like, we're standing inside of our own backline and waiting and waiting and waiting.
Okay, so now the marking of the Tracer's over, right? So what's going on here? So now we just stopped marking the Tracer, right? So what happens here? Or we're still marking Tracer?
We're still standing inside of our own backline.
Okay.
That's the problem here. And then we walk into a Reinhardt, get our deflect forced. I can tell you, as somebody that's played a lot of Rhine over the years, the thing that makes me the happiest are Genjis that walk into my Rhine and hammer swing, and I can force them out. I don't like Genjis that stay just outside my hammer swing and force my shield, but they walk into me? No, man.
Right.
You have to take your angle and shoot what's available. Yes. Yes.
I like that.
That's fine. That's good.
Engage. Me personally,
we got close with it. That's perfect.
I think you're trying to play like a Cass. Why not just play Brig or try to play Cass if you want to play like this? There's no reason to try to play Genji this way. There's really no reason to try to play Genji this way. And you can say you're doing the right thing, and it's not always the wrong thing. It's not like the thing you should be doing. Like, this is good now. Man,
you need to colonize that space.
You are far from perfect.
Why you say use historical terms, and the first historical term that you come up with is colonize?
Perfect, dude. Holy shit.
Yikes, dude.
My eyes, man.
I'm screenshotting that one. Now, chat, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? What are our options? What are our options? We can angle on the left here, right? Let's get our juicer epic pen here. We could take top left for an angle on Ana, which is a much juicier target, but is a little bit further away. So let me kind of demonstrate what that means. So if I'm here, I can contest Ana. That's great. But there's a little bit of a distance between myself and Ana, which is a little spooky. Okay. I can play here and contest the Rhine Sojourn off to the side, which is a lot lower value, but a lot lower risk. Honestly, either one of them is fine. Either one, your choice. But you need to move, not here.
Yeah, but he says he plays perfect besides mechanics. So why play a mechanical hero? Okay, I play completely perfect except for the things. 2 minutes into this game, you bladed it. This is like 2 to 3 minutes, no blade.
Yeah, see, this is the problem here. It's not the fact that we're shooting Rhine, but then now as the enemy team is backed up, we're now shooting Rhine on the same angle as the rest of our team. When at the very least, you should be going around to the left and shooting Rhine so that he's not allowed to use this wall as cover. This is what off angles do. It's not just about distractions. Oh, it's a distraction. It abuses. It's because this is you shooting Reinhardt right now. You're not shooting him. There's nothing. You can't see anything. You're having to snipe people across the map. This guy should not be allowed to stabilize. He should take endless damage starting right now. And so we're looking.
What are we waiting
this Ryan is stabilizing.
for? Another great slam.
So you could go, if you were doing the angle that we talked about earlier, you could have wrapped around behind and helped our ball slam, or you could just kill Ryan and never let him stabilize. Your choice.
The honest slam. What are we waiting for? We just want to shoot the Ryan.
It's not a problem shooting Ryan if you're shooting Ryan like the Genji or shooting Ryan from up here, or like the Kiriko, sorry. It would be fine. It would ensure actually the fact that our ball slam would get value because it would mean that this Ryan gets no support and dies, right? Because the ball slam is on his backline. The problem is that there's this downtime where we're not doing anything that is exclusively focused on how we're setting up. This is a fundamental. When we talk about systems, the fundamental with Genji is not a system of take off angle, shoot people, and then get out. No. Our fundamental is take short range off angle. Where? Do we go back line? Do we go front lane? Figure it out, because this isn't it. You are allowed to learn the game once you understand that fundamental.
Fine. You're the type of player that says,
Applies very much this year's? No.
Look at my damage. Look at my damage. Do you see my damage? That doesn't fucking matter. Don't you think your goal here should be getting ready for the...
See, look at that. Ryan has built his HP and his shield back again.
dive?
What have
So
you
why
been
back up
doing?
here then? If you're too far, if you're too far, why are you backing up here then? Right here, ready? You're saying it's... You don't have an Ana!
Yeah, like we're getting so far into the weeds here, right?
Their Ana is too... I think Overwatch is not the game for you. Maybe... But why can't you go here? You're shooting Ana, you're doing poke damage. So right now, you were out of LOS over here. You're probably gonna say because the Rhine. But here's you in this game, Midru. How come you're afraid of everything? Okay. So then help me find this answer then, Midru, okay? From the Ana. So help me find the answer here. What do we do then? If the Ana's too far to dive, but we're also running away from the Ana, then what do we do? Help me with the answer here then.
He's right that the Ana's too far to dive, but the Ana's too far to dive because of where we've set up. And so you can either deepen your angle and flank the Ana, or you can just take it off angle and shoot tank. It's fine. And by the way, this is not just a Genji exclusive rule. The type of angles that Genji would play are more short range, high verticality, right? But anything.
Those were your two answers.
He's not so
can't
mad.
dive Ana
This is
because
just
she's too
content.
far. I ran away because I don't want to get shot by her. So what do we do? Your HP here. We back up, I'm low. We back up, I'm low. Ever.
We're permanently stacked on our
why
back
can't you
line.
dash? This Ana's not too far, bro. You dash, you can do some damage, and then pop blade. The Ana's too far because you backed up from the Ana.
What are your thoughts on flanking as a brig? Situationally really good.
Man, I mean,
if the angle is
genuinely,
provided.
look at all this perfect gameplay. And right where this fight stops everything.
All right.
Around.
Let's look at.
I
Let's
just
move
don't understand
on.
it. And to you probably think that's a really, really good play. I don't mind that blade, honestly. I mean, you could have bladed earlier.
Hey, nice.
So you know how to hit shots, so why don't you take fights? My coach told me to don't commit dash unless to confirm a kill. I mean, I don't think that's a bad idea, but so you think you
So do you see the problem with this? The coach told me not to commit a dash until to confirm a kill. Now, here's a funny thing. I would say, oh man. I'm not going to speak for Awkward here, but I don't think Awkward necessarily means never commit dash. This is why you have to be really careful about. This is why you have to be really careful about the whole system approach, because there's obvious exceptions to the rule. And I've had students where I worked with, and they take what you say and they run away with it, and they don't think about it. They don't think about it, right? They don't think about when it's applicable and when it's not. They just kind of follow it with brain off, right? The problem is that Awkward did not teach the nuance. Okay, so that's not true. If you can't get close on your angle, you do need to commit dash to close the distance, because Genji doesn't function on medium to long ranges. Now, in this particular situation, dash was not needed to close the distance. You just need to take an angle, right? But there are absolutely situations, especially when you have deflect, where you absolutely should use dash to close the distance.
Never dash with getting a kill. I mean, I think it's a good thing. I think it's not a bad idea.
You should watch Awkward watching and responding to this video.
But it's not confirming a kill.
Is there a thing? Is that an actual thing? Wait, really? Is that really the true? Is that true? That's crazy, bro. Wait, bro. We can get so much. Wait, really? Okay. Somebody has to link this. Somebody has to link this.
I'm sure you're getting a kill.
It's a waste of time. Okay, I'll take your word for it.
I mean, you didn't even kill him with dash there.
I trust Poke.
You didn't even.
No, I trust Poke, guys. I trust Poke. We're already sunk costing in this, man.
Follow the support. Is that the plan? Because
Remember, that what I'm saying is that systems are good for onboarding, but really what matters permanently, whether you're bronze or grandmaster, are fundamentals, because there is no nuance to it. It's that you can take the nuance out of it without compressing you into a box. You can say you should always take an off angle with Genji. What type of an off angle? I don't know. Depends. Usually short range, but you got to take an angle with Genji. You got to take some space. You got to go off to the side. You got to use some verticality. What if you're shooting a Winston? Yeah, don't necessarily get in his face. Should I always stay away from Winston? Well, what if he's half? Sure. Use your judgment. Should you never use dash to close the distance? No, but it's risky. What do you think? Right? So, because yeah, I would prefer not to content farm.
Your ball is diving the Ana. You have the DPS passive. You're the player for the perfect scenario. If Adam, the Sojourn, and I'm not saying you have to, is that everyone's always too far. This Ana's too far. This Mercy's too far.
But why
is too far?
Why is everybody so far?
Everyone's always too far.
What does he say?
Because you play Genji like a widow.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah. But again, there needs to be some explanation of what needs to change positionally, you know? The ammo nerf was a buff. I mean, Poke's not necessarily wrong, you know what I'm saying? We just need to end this. See, this is the problem, right? What's the problem here, chat? When you go in for a commit your dash and you deflect, where should your deflect land you? Where should this deflect land you? What's a fundamental? What's a fundamental with Genji, ladies and gentlemen? Or just Overwatch? Cover, right? Cover. Just cover. Anywhere. Cover. Top left, a corner, back line. If you went backwards with your deflect, you would get isolated and killed. Yes, but it would take them 5 seconds longer to kill you, right? You could deflect at the high ground. That's probably optimal, but we don't even need that. We just need to deflect to cover, and so then we die slowly rather than quickly. Just do something here, right? So our fundamental here is not complicated. Just cover, please. Like, do your thing in your cover. We just stood in the open.
Because you are Mr. Perfect, right? Mr. Perfect, never make no mistake. No, the only way to go, you can't even dash a 1 HP Sojourn. So what was the excuse about this one? What's the problem with this one?
We just reacted too late to her being low. That's all. What
was the problem there? I always used to go for play this, but my coach told me not to do it. Here I miss my dash, that's all. But the thing is, don't you see why it's... Your resets, your nothings. You're being lapped by a Mercy and a Sojourn. Bro, you're the player. Or it's a lot easier. Also, it makes it to where you're so slow because you only want to finish the 1 HP of damage you do is a dash.
Chat, where's the angle?
You need to make sure
let's look at this fight right here.
Damage you do, the 1 HP of damage.
Where's the angle?
You do.
Where's the angle? How do we close distance? How do we create an angle here, chat? Where do we go? Where do we go? There's options, right? We don't even need to use our dash. I mean, we could, but we don't have to, right? Where is it? Right? Side of bridge. You go off here. Anywhere here. Literally anywhere here is fine. You could go with your team on your left and flank all the way around far on behind and start shooting the Reinhardt in the back. We could shoot tank in the back there, sure. Or you can control the Sojourn here. It's up to you. If the Sojourn wasn't here and was some reason over here, then you could take the bridge, or you could wrap all the way from behind. Take space!
It's a dash.
Okay, we're waiting. So we're so scared, right? We're so scared to just use the architecture. Like, that's why you have wall climb. That's why you have double jump. You move. Yes. Now we're good. This is optimal. You're not always going to get this, but yeah. Sure, that's fine. Force an Ana resource, force Mercy resources onto the Ana, force Ryan's attention. Go for your dash, fail. But you're fine. You have deflect now. You have full HP. You're distracting Sojourn, is she using ult or so she just finished her ultimate. You deflect it back at her. Now you can deflect, go out to corner, go out to cover. This is probably the best thing that Zanny has done this entire game. Wait, where did we go? Okay.
I mean, dude, I think your mechanics are shit because you never go for these plays, dude. Look at your mechanics here when you dash. You only going for kills on your dash has made your mechanics so bad. Like, look at you 180 here. Look at the 180 here. So you ideally want a 180 to the Ana and right clicker.
He runs on a mouse pad.
Where are we at?
I think he runs on a mouse pad there. I think you can see because he does 2 adjustments. Whenever you see 2 adjustments, it usually means they run on a mouse pad. I'm not disagreeing with apply, but yeah.
We at. And the reason I swapped from console a month ago. Okay, but don't you think the way to get your mechanics to be better is by
practicing Anthony,
your mechanics?
I don't know if it's Danny the YouTuber. I don't think so.
Or no, we don't think so. We should just mark the tracer and only dash when they're 1 HP.
Well, no, Apply's not just saying have better mechanics. He's saying that if you're playing exclusively in your own backline, then you're not going to really learn the mechanical side of things That's going to improve your mechanics faster, which I agree. Yeah. I mean, this is really good. Like this created a lot of space for our team, and to triple ultimate with just an active Kitsune, this is really good in terms of our positional stuff.
So you play on a team?
Nice. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. And for going, just transferring from console, this is good.
I thought you can't dash. I mean, here's what I'll tell you, bro. Is I think I would.
You know, I agree.
I would, honestly, but I just don't understand. Honestly, bro, I think you should stop thinking about this in general, bro. I think it seems so boring for you to play, dude. You target that harsh rule like that. It's money. I think all that rule, like, so let me ask you, what's a great angle? Tell me when it's okay. When is the exceptions to when it's okay to use dash, even if it's not to confirm a kill? To do damage? Not what dash is for?
You see that this person's looking for the rules. If I had a dime for every single time that somebody comes to me and say, when should I use dash and when should I not use dash? When is it okay to use my trap on Roadhog to commit one shot versus using it on a flank? When should I save one of my mines as Junkrat to disengage versus when should I use both? When should I use my anti-nade aggressively versus when should I use my anti-nade defensively? When is it okay to open with Sleep Dart early in a fight and then instead of saving for it mid-fight? When is it okay to use bubble for my team versus using it onto the enemy backline? Stop asking me questions! Figure it out! You learn the fundamental of what the character does generally. You have set fundamentals like use cover, establish off angles, bubble needs to be used when your team is ready to do something. And you gotta figure it out. You have to figure it out. Stop looking at me spoon-fed, Grandmaster. There is no answer, because even if there was a hard answer, even if there was a hard answer, you would still not be able to make those judgment calls fast enough in the moment. If so, then I would be number one on all heroes and all roles. That's not how learning works, bro. Figure it out. This person asking, oh, well, when should I use dash? I don't know. Figure it out. And the thing is, this person already knows. They saw opportunities to commit with dash early, and then I have deflect. It's okay. They know it. They just don't do it. People want to be spoon-fed. Tell me exactly what to do. People tell me exactly what workouts what lifts to do. Tell me exactly what I should be eating, how I should be exercising, how to talk to girls, how to learn new topics. No, shut up. There's a couple basic fundamentals, and then if you want it, you'll figure it out. There just is it's simultaneously too deep and not that deep at the same time. Figure it out. I feel like it's a lack of confidence thing too. Right, absolutely. I'm not necessarily blaming the student here by any means, but it's like a learned helplessness of like, I'm until somebody tells me what to do, I don't know what to... No, you're smart enough. Figure it out, bro. Figure it out. You know, experiment. You're gonna have to figure it out. Like, it's not that there isn't an objective answer in each given moment. It's that it's so incredibly difficult to make those decisions live on the fly that you just have to practice the skill over and over again. And I do agree with what Ply is saying here in that regard.
For them to okay, but you're not playing with anybody else. If your ball slams on it and you dash through her and it doesn't give you the... I'm not saying you need to only dash to confirm kills or only do damage, but the thing is do you see what you're doing right now? You've created 1,000 rules, 1,000 problems in your... Where's the awkward video? Link me the awkward video right now. The thing is, I rule when they're... My coach, where this is coming from. Wait, what is this?
Cooldowns supports are gonna ultimately less damage because...
Wait, why are we VOD reviewing before seeing a game?
You have to remember, Diamond or...
Wait, how is he VOD reviewing you? He didn't see you play yet.
You have to remember that.
Yeah.
And doing nothing means all of the aggressive players. How could you ever know what... I don't think that's a bad dash. What's bad about it is that you don't get the... I don't think that's a...
Why is this not a bad dash, chat?
Play.
What's good about this dash? Who can tell me what's good about this dash? We've given zero context right here. What's good about this dash? There's two things specifically, two fundamental things. Really basic, even simpler. We were far away from Ana, now we're not, okay? We were far away from Ana, now we're not. We were far away from everything, now we're not, okay? So we were close, that's what we want. The second thing is that we have our deflect and cover. So we have a way of disengaging disengage. So you have cover. We like cover. cover with Genji. It doesn't mean you have to have deflect when you dash somebody. That's a hard rule. We don't have that hard rule. We don't do hard rules here. You dash in, sure, figure it out. Yes, exactly. So you got close to Ana, and you have some form of cover or a deflect to get you out. Okay, good job. In no world should you ever die here as Genji, ever.
I don't think that's a bad dash. What's bad about it is that you don't get the kill. Actually, you might get the kill. Wait, why'd you give that up? Why'd you give that up? You could maybe kill him. Wait, is this?
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Get the kill. Actually, you might get the kill. Wait, why'd you give that up? I don't think that's a bad dash. What's bad about it is that you don't get the kill. Actually.
Oh yeah. This was a mistake. That was less than half HP on him with both cooldowns gone. That was an odd disengage there. We should have committed there for sure. Given the fact that there were no cooldowns.
Wait, why'd you give that up? Why'd you give that up? You could maybe kill him.
I agree.
Wait, is this awkward playing? Why does it look like he's playing? He looks like he's playing kind of. You like typing?
It's good. Again, good because we closed the distance on a target when there was nothing else close to us, and we had either cover or a deflect to help us get out of jail, right?
Man, bro, what the fuck?
Nice kill.
Yeah, nice kill. Wait, he said nice kill, but you didn't dash to confirm the kill there. You dashed to do damage and then finished him.
A nice spawn compound.
Okay, I mean, on the bright side, I already found out why you die very often. Yeah. Nice.
Sure.
I often.
Now, I would say here, yeah, I mean, I think dashing again here is appropriate just because he's too far away to win that duel effectively. It's a risk, but it's a calculated risk, right?
Back to fucking... Hold on. Yeah, I think it's a really good VOD from you.
Fair above your thing? Oh, yeah.
Wait, he said I figured out... Yeah, I think it's a really good VOD.
I don't like this angle. Why are we leaving this angle here? We should be fighting for this space here. This is a really congested area. We can have lots of cover. We have both of our cooldowns. So why are you backing away? Fight them.
From you.
Fair above your thing? Oh, yeah.
Wait, he said I figured out
I think it's made the Pharah there
already. After you've gotten 2 clean kills and no deaths. I'm gonna assume he's made an assumption based off of you dashing early that you should always dash to get a kill so you get a reset out. I think you're playing good right now.
It's fine.
You're playing so much more. I think that's good dash.
Sure.
Beat him.
Wait, what happened to your mechanics? Is it the replay viewer? Oh, you look so much better in this VOD.
You got pocket, you can definitely beat him.
Yeah, but the Pharah is really hard to kill though, or hit. So if I have an easy shot, I hit.
Okay, but my thing is why are you shooting the fucking Pharah then?
I mean, I think this is fine because the Pharah's where you were. I just wouldn't go out of my way to chase the Pharah, right? So so like right here, for example, this Pharah has moved away from us. Why are we still what else is here?
Other support alone. Kill other supports. Why did he tell you to not shoot the Pharah?
It's not that easy to hit.
Yeah,
This is like, wait, I just looked over at my thing and I'm like, what is... You got the whole toxic manosphere here.
then she gets healed up. And you see that you see? If you did melee here, you could
I think that was a good melee. I would melee there too.
have maybe hit her. And that's the difference. You could have maybe hit her.
I'm by far the worst haircut out of all of them.
We can wind up everybody else about shooting.
But not only shoot them
That's perfect.
instead or the other supports.
The enemies, get closer.
Yeah, see, the problem here is that we had an off angle, and then we got closer as in dropping into main instead of just wiping around. I say walking around left side and shooting the Orisa in the back. Actually, in fact, it would have been better to shoot the Orisa here than to shoot the Reaper because the Orisa was closer.
Yeah, that's perfect.
You know, now we're standing in the open, right? For you, getting closer meant walking in the middle of the open. No, you were right on the high ground, right behind that Orisa. Why? Deal with it.
Perfect.
That was really
That's
good.
a kill confirmability. That is not a kill confirmability.
Oh no, he fucked with your. That was really good.
That's a kill confirmability.
I agree with Apply here. I think this dash is okay. It's spooky because we don't have our deflect. That's my main reason, and we're not dashing towards cover either. That's, I think, the main problem with this engage here, right? However, I think this is better than poking her from the high ground. You would either not do anything or avoid the Kiriko entirely and trying to find a way to close the distance or just wait for your deflect, or you dash on her. Because there's no value out of standing and poking the Kiriko from high ground because you lose that duel, always at that range. That's not a rule, that's just a fundamental of Genji. You have a shotgun, basically, right? So you generally want to get close to targets.
That is not a kill confirmation.
Oh no.
So even though it's not a kill confirmation, ironically, it's basically just as safe as you standing on high ground because you can move to cover, threaten her, and move to cover. At least you're doing something.
He fucked with your head, dude. That was a good dash. All you had to do was commit to the kill. You
Getting a whole
dashed and
Senate
ran
to coach
away,
him?
but if you
Yeah,
dash
true.
and just kill
I don't
him,
even know
you
who
had
this
no
person
dash.
is. I'm talking more about the
fucking-
system versus fundamental thing here.
I think it's what if she TPs? Oh, she commit TP.
But we lost the fight.
Lost the fight. I had to try to do something.
They have chronic issues with coaches feeding them hard rules that contradict each other. So my workers teaching them nuance and they made them rank up instantly. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I saw your message here. This player needs to learn some fundamentals and just stop freaking trying to follow rules and just play Genji. The only fundamentals would be take off angles, use your kit, and if you're going to commit, have a disengage maybe. But like honestly, not even that. Just freaking limit test on off angles, bro. Just do it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Forerunners. So I'm not responding as much to chat here. I'm trying to... This thing is like so long as this. We're probably not going to watch all of it.
That's what I mean. You had it. You said, I'm not muted. You want to know why he did that? Because like you said, the fight was already... You saw yourself getting kills with Dash. You...
We'll move ahead.
What is the openings to their team for us at...
The funny thing is I never had to correct an answer because they always knew what to do. Exactly right. This player is way smarter than they give themselves credit for. They just need to practice executing decisively over and over and over again. And stop asking for rules. More rules. Shut up, Vicky Cheese.
The Genji player. What are we noticing about their team? Do you think we should focus? I dash here because she's a little... Oh, stop, Midget. Stop. You are thinking too much about individual fights. I didn't even fucking ask. You see, you're so big. What? I dash here. I don't care.
That's true.
I'm not talking about... This is why
Which brand of hair gel? It's not. It's called water.
You're talking about individual
It's wet.
things. No,
it's really bushy. I'm trying to get a haircut this week.
One fight isn't going to get you out of Diamond. Your habits and things you do often... So, Midru, we watched this VOD already. Something I noticed is that the Mercy follows the Pharah across the map away from their
Wait, is this the same VOD review?
And what do you think that means?
All right. We'll leave as is here. So yeah, TLDR guys is that like trying to build hard rules for yourself is like a great way of kind of entry to a character, but it can also kind of work you into a wall, right? And that's not just implied to Overwatch, it's everything. There are certain fundamentals. You might ask yourself, what's the difference between a system or a fundamental? A system is something that takes the thinking out of an action. A fundamental is what the guiding principle of why you take an action, but then leaves the execution up to you. Like, for example, a system versus a fundamental would be something as simple like driving, right? You should probably always use your blinker, right? But should you slow down when you're merging? Should you speed up when you're merging? Should you keep your speed? Should you try to fit into tight spaces? Should you wait for... I don't know. It depends on the situation with driving, but you should use your blinker, right? So fundamentals can be as simple as use cover, take off angles, even micro stuff. Like one of the things that I work with tracers with a lot is trigger discipline, right? Trying to pause your clips and realign your crosshair. I worked with a tracer player today on trigger discipline, and oh man, this is actually perfect. All right, I'm actually going to pull up a session I did today. I'm going to pull up a session I did today because I think it actually accidentally perfectly represents what I'm trying to teach here. Check this out. Check this out. So this is a session we did today. I'm getting an ad for my own video.
Just I've been stuck for a while and felt like I wanted to.
So here's what we do, is we diagnose immediately that this tracer player who's done a replay reviewer before, is always finishing their clip. Like always, just finishing the clip. Whether they hit, whether they miss, finishing the clip. So I say, okay, we need to stop doing this. I need you to pause your clip midway through. But I said something. I'll let myself yap. And actually, I'll kind of show you this. And I said, I want you to go into Vaxta for your warm-up for this rank game. And I want you to force yourself to pause your clip. Shoot half your bullets and then shoot half your bullets. Exactly half, as close as you can. Even if your crosshair is still on the target, pause anyway. Pause anyway. Pause for every clip without exception. Pause every clip without exception, right? And I'm saying this, and I'm saying this is not optimal. This is you getting comfortable with the combo, like a punching combo, until you can do this comfortably. And then I trust you to pause whenever you feel like it's appropriate and realign your crosshair. So I'm saying you have to pause your clip halfway through and realign your crosshair. You have to pause your clip even if you're not blinking. You have to pause your clip. And so what do? We practice that, and then we do something a little bit different. I say, I want you to pause your clip when you think it's appropriate. It might be once, it might be never. So you can see here, mid-clip pause, mid-clip pause, mid-clip pause, But they're doing it whenever he feels like his crosshair's off the target, right? He's sometimes he's even finishing a clip. Like right there, he did the whole clip. Why? Because he didn't miss, right? So what I'm letting him know is that this is a rule that you can follow, but there's going to be some exceptions. And so here's what we do. We jump into Paul, live coaching. We're in the middle of a rank game. And I said, I don't care about your positioning. You are forced to use your clip pause. You're forced to use your clip pause halfway through. This is the rule. This is the system. You have to pause your clip. I don't care if you're shooting Orisa. You'll see it right here, I think, where he pauses. Or maybe it's this one here. Yeah, he doesn't even fully shoot the Orisa. He's always obsessively pausing. Like even there, pause, shoot the Orisa again. It's a fortified Orisa, you can't miss, but he's pausing anyway. Why? Because it's important, but I want him to feel what it feels like. Now, I noticed pretty quickly here that he was doing a fine job of picking up the system really fast. The whole mid-clip pause thing was something that he was really bad at in live game or in his review, but as soon as I put his attention onto it, he was nailing it. So we go the first round, and he's killing it. And so here's what I say. I said, okay, you know how to mid-clip pause, apparently. Like this is a high diamond player as well, so this is not a bronze player or whatever. So I said, okay, you now, for the next match or the next round, you can pause whenever you want. I want you to be decisively, this is the fundamental. You guys ready for the fundamental? The system says you have to pause halfway. You have to mid-clip pause with Tracer. That's the rule. That's the system. The fundamental is that you should be attentive to not holding down your trigger with Tracer if you're missing your shots. The fundamental is a way of, it's how you play the character with Tracer. The rule is telling you the details of how to do it. Let me give you guys another example. If you want to get fast as a sprint, you should lift weights and you should sprint fast. That's a fundamental. Lift weights, jump, and sprint. The rule says, well, you should do these lifts, and then you should do this many reps, and then you should do jump this, and then you need to be, if you want to be successful, you should make connections. You should be social. You should work hard, play to your strengths. You should get lots of sleep, and you should have a method of self-analysis. The rule is, well, you should get 8.5 hours of sleep, and you should every month you should make a connection. That's it. That's trying to micromanage. Don't micromanage. Systems are a stepping stone to get you familiar with what you're trying to do, but you need to at some point take your hands off. So this player, I said, I don't care how much you shoot or when you shoot your full clip or when you don't. All I want you to do is pay attention to your clip. That's it. And you're accurate. That's all I want you to do. And so you can watch here, shoots his full clip. Why? Because it's an Orisa at point blank range. Shoots his full clip. Why? Pauses there for a second to align and brig. You see that? Look at this. I'm actually going to turn on the audio so you guys can actually hear the gameplay here. Focus on your clips. Do you finish or do you not? And all I'm doing is I'm not telling them what to do. I'm just reminding them. This is what we're doing. Remember what we're doing. Focus, focus, focus. You see, even the Orisa, we lost across here just a little bit. We fix it. We finish the clip. Keep watching. Wait for it. A little messy, but we didn't waste our clip. And with spoiler alert with this player too, the reason why the clip thing was so important is because this player was forgetting to blink because they were focusing on their clips. It wasn't just, oh, their aim was bad. They would force the clip instead of utilizing their blinks. So those mid-clip pauses was allowing this player to actually use their blinks. It was like that allowing them to process things faster. You saw it with Kiriko there. Keep watching. Full clip. We hit every shot. That was good. That one on the Cassie was great. Yes, yes, beautiful. And you can see how... Full clip again. Beautiful in fights from you. So they're just, all it's forcing him to do is be more deliberate with what they're doing.
Oh, I got it.
Do you see how much easier these Kiriko ones are? Check this out. Ooh. There it is. Full clip. Do you see how much easier these... So this is the fundamental here. Do you see the difference in the system? The system was saying you have to do a mid-clip pause so that you get familiar with what you're doing. This player picked it up immediately. So I say, okay, you tell me when you should pause. Yes, just yesterday or 2 days ago, Woohoorin. Exactly. Because that was a great example, Woohoorin, because with your hinder usage, you kind of already knew how hinder should be used. You just needed to put more deliberate thought into it. And that's, I think, the key thing is a fundamental is trusting you the capability of interpreting the nuance. How should you use hinder? Bronze player, I kind of need to tell them a system. But a plat or a gold or a diamond player, I think they need to explore more. They need to experiment more, right? I'm trying to see if there's another good example of the clip thing here. There's a lot of really good fights here, and we end up, I think even on the Roadhog, right? There's even some. I'm trying to think here if there's any more examples, and this is how a fundamental is applied. I want you to practice this something by putting your attention to it, but I'm gonna let you apply the details. I'm gonna let you discover the nuance because I trust you. Yeah, I've coached a lot of Roadhog players, fewer than most heroes, but yeah. I think one of the fights here towards the end, we actually clutch. Let's see. We'll watch one more here. And again, this is them, like giving them the brain space to allow them to make their own judgment calls, right? Oh yeah, this is really nice. Check this flip discipline out. And how much it frees him to move. Full clip, hits basically every shot. Misses, loses the script. Clips. Yes, you see that? Yes. Everything is more deliberate.
Yes,
oh, that was
Finish
a bad one.
strong with clips here.
Yes.
Isn't Hinder a bad example? Things like whip or nade seem like they'd be better.
Maybe, but you'd be surprised. The session with Woohoorin in chat, we realized how much nuance is with Hinder and how much more value you get out of actually being deliberate with it. Even something as simple as Hinder deserves attention and respect. Right? So I think like that's kind of like my point here. Is like a fundamental is something, a rule that must be applied by the student, and they must discover the ins and outs of when it's better, right? Again, kind of going back to that weightlifting example, you should sprint and you should lift weights if you want to be faster. That's a rule. That's the fundamental. You have to. But what lifts? How much? How much sprinting? I don't know. You'll figure it out. Experiment. Figure it out. Take some notes. I could give you some guidance here and there, but you're going to have to understand the nuances here. So the nuance with Hinder is really when you use it specifically. And this is more important versus dive tanks, but it's also important versus dive DPS. You don't throw it immediately versus Tracer. It's a bad idea most of the time. How do you use it versus Sombra? How do you use it versus Genji? When do you use it versus Winston? Versus when do you use it versus Doomfist? Versus when do you use it versus Diva? When do you use it versus Hazard? When do you use it versus Ramatra or Rhine? Can you use it around shields? Should you use it early? You get what I'm saying? So when you put attention into that, right, so if you hinder a Doomfist right when he dives you, you're trolling most of the time. Because he doesn't have a cooldown to be hindered by. It's damage, but you should just shoot him and count to 1, 2, then hinder. Right, but even versus Sombra, a lot of the time you can roll at Sombra within hinder range and even use a melee to bait her into using Translocator immediately, and then you still have your tool to punish her afterwards. It's usually used as a source of damage in most 1v1s, but that's only like 2/3 of the cast. The other third of the cast is actually a very important micro interaction. Winston's another great example. You hinder a Winston when he jumps, it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. You should focus more importantly on dodging his initial at landing damage. Focus on playing around, breaking bubble, fanning bubble, etc. And then try to hinder him about 2 or 3 seconds, about 3 or 4 seconds actually after he's jumped. So it's funny because those are all the nuances and details that most players, once they have played enough Cassidy, are actually pretty good at if they put attention to it. Wuhurin is a Masters Cassidy. Climb from Plat is now Masters 4. And Wuhurin was not very good at applying focus on Hinder. It's kind of a throwaway ability, right? And so that meant Wuhurin was not playing as well as he should have been. And so when we had our session, it was not me teaching more and more nuances as much. It was a little bit, but it was also like kind of going at each situation and be like, okay, we were VOD reviewing. Your Winston's diving you. When should you hinder? And you go, oh, we'll just hinder. I'm like, well, stop. Think about it. When should you hinder? You know? And that's kind of the skill set that if you want to be a high level player, you have to kind of second guess things. Like everything about coaching is just trying to get people to think more. Right. If you've ever played Doomfist versus Cassidy, you know how punishing a hinder can be if they do it correctly. Are you ever counting cooldowns or timing mid-game? Yes. It depends on the character, and it can really only be done for one hero. You can't really count a lot of variables at once because it's too much. Like if you're in a 1v1 versus a Tracer as a Cassidy, especially if you're a higher level player, you should be able to count blinks. It's a priority if you're a higher level player. Same thing with Winston jump cooldown, Doomfist. But if I'm being dove by Winston and Tracer, even if for a higher level player, you just really focus on one. You can't worry about it too much. Angelic, yes, I could. I think, again, you ready for this? The fundamentals of coaching are getting players to think, basic systems and structures of just making sure you're getting enough sleep, self-review. My wife she's a big BJJ. She does a lot of BJJ competitions, right? And one of the most important things that we've kind of worked on with her is consistent self-review. And you'd be surprised at how few people in that sphere actually self-review and how unbelievably valuable it is. It's the same thing. It's the same in everything. American football has had VOD review as a fundamental part of its structure for 70 years, which is why a lot of American football strategy is very high level. Yeah. New machine back there? It's just the air filter. No, yeah. But yeah, VOD review is very important. Physical health, very important. Yeah. They VOD review albums. I mean, kind of, yes and no, yeah. All right, what do you want to look at next? Hey, Gia. I did gi. I haven't done gi, and I do not enjoy gi jujitsu. She got me to come down and roll with some of her students the other day. I freaking hate gi, dude. I do not enjoy it at all. Sniper Conundrum could be interesting. Although I feel like it's probably going to be pretty obvious what's being said. One shots are hard to balance around. It's very feast or famine. Oh yeah, this is interesting. I want to... let's look at this really fast. What is this? What is this? I have this bookmarked, I remembered. Ah! Holy cow. I love Twitter video quality. I'd have to test that out later at some point in time. That might be interesting, though. Sniper 1, Glassmaster, we said we'd skip. Stadium Rink, I don't really care. The other thing about Stadium Rink, is the fact that it's not really that important because they do matchmaking based off of MMR. So you can have like certain players that are gold and other players that are like whatever rank, and their like skill levels completely different, right? So like you can have, what's the medium to highest rank in Stadium? You can have players that are significantly better in completely different ranks. So yeah. Content sessions in your own content is a lot of stuff. You sure, go for it. I don't care, bro. I don't care. I mean, might not watch it, but yeah, I mean, you're fine. I don't mind. Former cheater breaks down cheating in Overwatch and Rivals. That might be fun. Could Congress beat the NBA in a game of League of Legends? What do you guys want to do? The space one, I have zero expectations for that, so I think we skip that one. That's old. What your exact address? I got you. All right, how long is this video? If it's under 15 minutes, maybe. Ah! Oh man, but it's a high effort video, it looks like. So, oh man, it's hard to turn that down. You guys want to do a poll? All right, I'll do a poll. Okay, I'll do a poll. So we'd say Sniper Conundrum cheating video. Yeah, let's do the cheating video, or is the Sniper Conundrum? I'll do a poll on Twitch really fast. What? Cheating video, Sniper one-shot video. Yeah, but maybe there's something going on. Okay, poll on Twitch is live. YouTube, I'm sorry, I don't know how to do polls on YouTube. Hey Guru, and your thoughts on the mental side of things, the peak competition, whatever games, whatever, really been loving to work on affirmation, positive thoughts, gameplay, vision, and everything. I have a lot of stuff on that, Guru. I have a lot of stuff on that. If you want like the crash course on it, Guru, let me see if I can find the. Well, let's here you go, Guru. If you want the crash course, you want to pay me $7,000 in ad revenue. Smash Bros taught us about Overwatch is a good recent one. Smart people are bad players is an easy one. I'll focus on the psychological side of things, sports psychology. Let's see here. There's one more that I really want to highlight here, but let's see if I can find it. Come on, son of a gun, where is it? Is it that old? It might be old, Chad. I'll find it though. Trust. Holy brain rot. Maybe this one's good? Why you can't stop losing? I don't remember that one.
Damn, I wish I was there for smart people are bad players.
Yes, I got you, Rax. This one's good, Guru. There's like a lot of really good sports psychology books that I've read, and these are like the highlight tiers. The book tier list is good. And you can just kind of skim through that one and find what you want. Oh, this is a really good like fundamental one if you want. This is me working with Martina. I forget her last name, but we had like a long discussion on like sports psychology. She does it professionally for other esports. And then there's a follow-up, another one, which might be useful as well. But yeah, I think that's probably a good one to go with. But those are good to start with. Let's see if I can. I'll go like 30 more seconds to see if there's anything else here. This is a pretty good one, the Mamba mindset one. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I mean, all of these corny ones are probably somewhat useful as well, but yeah, okay. What did the poll? I completely missed the poll. I missed the poll. What was the result of the poll? Who won? What? I missed it. Cheating won? Okay. I trust Poke. What if Overwatch 2 had classes? All right, maybe we'll take a look at that. Where cheating thing. Okay. Give a man an angle, he angles for a fight. Teach a man to angle, he angles for life. That's actually so true because the angle, get it? Angle, like fishing, angler. It's funny. Okay, had to be there. Is Spyler from Michigan? I'm not from Michigan. I'm not from Michigan. Okay. Former cheater breaks down cheating in Overwatch and Rivals beating cheating part 1. All right, let's sauce this up, boys. Now, I for context, know very little about cheating. The only thing that I know about cheating is I've played versus and worked with even a couple cheaters. There was even a cheater that I played with in a contenders game that ended up getting permabanned in EU. I forget what his name was. There's a consistent theme with cheaters. Most of the time, hey Deft, most of the time cheaters are usually young dudes that don't have a lot going for them and feel the need to kind of like express some sort of mastery over something. And the cheating gives them a sense of superiority in terms of like their emotional regulation, because obviously they're not necessarily better players. I've known some cheaters that were actually really good players, but what it does is it's more of like, haha, look at how you're raging or freaking out. I have superiority over you because you don't have the emotional regulation. Like, I'm better than you in that regard. They don't do it in terms of like, I'm better than you because I'm cheating. Like, obviously that's kind of hollow. It's more along the lines of the reaction to the cheating irritates and upsets people and gives them a sense of superiority. It gives them something to go on. Most cheaters I've worked with are really pathetic human beings. And I'm not saying that in terms of like, they're, you know, like, oh, like, yeah. They're just literally like, they have nothing else going for them. So it's like pretty pathetic. Yeah, they don't take the game that seriously, exactly, but they do get a kick out of it, basically. So they get a kick out of it. They don't take it that seriously, and they live pretty pathetic, meaningless lives. So, yeah, do with that information as you will, and we will go.
Before I start anything with this video, I need to make a quick disclaimer. Yes, I used to cheat in video games many years ago. Overwatch, Rust, Tarkov, a lot.
Go to therapy. Well, the problem is that a lot of cheaters are younger dudes that just don't have like the social circle or support group or even like family friends that would even encourage or allow that. Like it would be a sign of weakness. So yeah, won't happen.
A lot of games. Not proud of it. It was not the right thing to do. But recently I was watching this J3 clip because of all these Overwatch people I used to watch. They'll show up on my feed. Yeah. Saw this video where he was somewhat skeptical about this person being a cheater. Now, he comes to the right conclusion after seeing something, which we'll look at in a minute, that this was blatant cheating. But it got me thinking that I could use some of this, this decade I have of cheating and doing the wrong thing to try and spread information about how to counter cheaters, how to do, for sure, determine if someone is cheating or not. So
yeah, some theaters think everybody cheats as well. Yeah, basically what ends up happening is a lot of people, and this is the case for not just cheating, but just any sort of like unethical behavior. A lot of unethical behavior comes from the standpoint and the assumption that everybody's activating in that unethical behavior, but I'm just doing it better, right? I mean, you see this around like the Olympic cycling stuff. You see this in business practices. You see this in gaming. Oh, well, it's not, you're playing this broken class or everyone's doing it. So like it's justified, right? So I still have a sense of spirit. So there's either they're doing it to get a kick out of you or they're doing it because they think that everybody's kind of doing it in some way, shape or form. So if I beat you doing it, I'm still better than you. You kind of get what I'm saying? So yeah.
That way, everyone in the community can be more informed about it. And I'm also going to add some tips about what to do about reporting, how to handle them in game and actually get them banned as opposed to just arguing with them. And I initially said that I was going to try and actually use some of these cheats in game, but I decided not to do that. I'm going to take some time and think about how I could do that ethically. So if you know enough people that would be willing to hop into a private lobby, and I guess I've never played Rivals, but I could install it and do it in there. That would be a good way to do it. Or I was thinking about doing it in Rust because everyone cheats in that game, and you can choose not to kill anyone, but that's a separate topic for another video. Today, I'm going to look at clips of streamers spectating cheaters. The reason I'm using my own clips is I don't have any of these games installed anymore, and I don't have access to clips. So I'm going to try and keep the sound off and use it as my own content as opposed to stealing other people's content. But yeah, let's get into the video. There's already an interesting discussion to be had about the psychology of why someone would cheat in the first place. Basically, they want the gratification of being better than other people without having to put in the work and play by the rules. And there are tons of different discussions to be had. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, so I'm not going to try and speak on it. But I'll let you know that when I did it, it wasn't even because it wasn't bad at the game. I just wanted to have some weird power over other people that, you know, it's a weird psychological thing. And when I look back on it, it becomes obvious a lot of the things these people do in the game. So make sure to pay attention to that aspect of the video, because the psychology of the cheaters will play a lot in.
And I remember kind of what I said earlier. It's like either you delusion yourself into thinking you're superior because they're using broken things as well, or the reaction, oh, they must be so mad, gives you a sense of power. I used to play in like the MMO thing, and I used to play up against cheaters, and the cheaters would get giddy out of, oh, you're so mad, you're so mad, you're so mad, and that gave them a sense of superiority, even though that they knew that they were cheating, if that makes sense.
To it, and then also the psychology of the people facing the cheaters who don't want to call them out for cheating, because if you call someone out for cheating, it's kind of like, for lack of a better term, glazing in some ways. So
yeah, and it also oftentimes if you call somebody out for cheating, you're just doing exactly what they want you to do as well.
There's that aspect to it, and then when you get into really high lobbies, it's difficult to tell because not only are the cheaters better, but they're also better players. So it's going to be hard to determine. Well, this guy just hit a 4K with 4 cracked shots. That might be possible for someone at a high skill level, so it is hard to tell. But yeah, regardless of all that, I just want to say thank you for giving this a chance. This is going to be the first video on this channel, but yeah, hope you enjoy. So this first one here, we're playing the Widowmaker. It's called Black Widow and Marvel Rivals. And so here's the blatant part of the clip. At first, also Jay says something here in the video. He says, yeah,
the problem with zimming was so dangerous because zimming is technically cheating, but you're still hitting the shots. You kind of get what I'm saying? Like you're still the one moving the mouse. So zimming is I think the reason why zimming is so prevalent is maybe due to its accessibility, but also because it feels less like cheating than other cheating things. You get what I'm saying? It's very similar to like drug abuse at the Olympic level. You still have to run that fast and swim that fast. You still have to train really hard, right? Or steroid abuse, right? It enables you to do it better, but you have to actually do the work yourself. So it fools you. It's a justification, right? You have to do the work. It's still a complete cheating advantage, but yeah.
They're not hitting all headshots. They're not hitting every shot. They might not be cheating. That is not a good way to determine if people are cheating or not, because how these aimbots work, especially the newer, better, or more expensive ones, is, first of all, it's going to allow you to target different parts of the player hitbox, not just the head. And you can either have that bound to separate buttons, do it percentage based, so it'll hit the body 50% and the head 50%. And then additionally, the way that good cheaters would do it, and it doesn't seem like the person in this video is one of those, is they'll have the aimbot itself toggled to a separate key, and you'll only use it when you know it's necessary. And the more game knowledge you have and the better you get at the game, the more powerful this is. I'll give you an example. When I used to do it, when I would play Widow, because obviously if you're going to cheat, Widow's going to be on the top of your list. But you're going to have to, I would be able to play pretty much the whole match without aimbotting. You know, I'll use ESP to your advantage, which is also cheating. I'm not defending myself. But when there's an important shot to make, whether that's, say, ulting Genji or another ulting enemy, or if you're down 1 or 2 in a fight, you can make a specific pick that you choose that seems safe to turn the tide of the fight. And that's when it becomes really dangerous. Now, in this clip, that's not happening, but let's actually watch where the blatant part is. So I'll let Jay get to the replay of what actually happened here. So look where this person is. They're 80 degrees to the right, 80 degrees east of north. And
not the most subtle thing ever.
Happened here. I can tell you exactly what happened. This person is either really new to using aimbot or just hadn't configured it, and their FOV was way too large. They then, the FOV, field of view, if you don't know, it would be the area that you determine in which the aimbot will work. So say this is your crosshair, you'd have, a good player would have the aimbot like this size. This player doesn't have it configured or has it to like an enormous size. And then they go to line up a shot on this approaching Hanzo. It's not Hanzo, but basically Hanzo. And
hey, Magister.
The opponent doesn't peek. So when the person we're spectating hits the aimbot key, the FOV is way too high, and it just flicks to this person who's flanking them, I think. And then we get the kicker, which is dead proof to me. Kicker, no pun intended. Which is dead proof to me that this was cheating. We see here the person does an automatic melee. What happened here is these aimbots will have a feature called auto melee, I guess. It's not, it's not a super fancy name, but if there's a player within range of the melee that's also within range of death from the damage of the melee, it will automatically do it. So this would be useful for like hog hooks back in the day and stuff like that. But in this case, because they accidentally headshot the flanker, it immediately triggered the auto melee, and that's exactly what happened. And then you'll see later in this clip, the person is hard scraping through walls. We already know they're cheating, but if this is already if that isn't already enough. And then we see them later just whiffing a ton of shots. So what happened is they got self-conscious about cheating. Maybe they got called. Maybe they realized they fucked up, felt bad, wanted to try and hide it. So then they just started whiffing shots. Some people will do that to reduce their accuracy stat because that's what a lot of the game bans are based on. But that's not what happened here. So this is another big one, your accuracy. For instance, if all of the shots you're hitting are headshots, insta-ban, the game has built-in systems to detect and ban that. Maybe a person reviews it, maybe they don't. Depends on the game. But a good cheater is going to have the aimbot configured where that never happens, and they're not going to be using the aimbot enough to where that happens. And then additionally,
I don't have as much here. I'm just kind of watching, so I'm not going to upload this to YouTube or whatever, but if I have anything interesting to say, I will say it. But to be honest with you guys, I'm just enjoying listening to what this guy has to say, to be honest, because I don't know as much about it. So
I think a good way to detect cheaters is, are they just firing blank shots off? That's something I used to do a lot because, you need to lower your overall accuracy in general to avoid suspicion. Because even if you're only aimbotting 10 to 20 shots a match, you're going to start to see a noticeable accuracy bump. And if you get greedy at some point and, you rage and not rage cheat, but you get mad and do a little more than you should, you need to pad your stats. So especially if it's a newer cheater who's worried about stats and they're overusing it, they're going to have to fire off blank shots. So look out for that as well. So Iman seems like he breaks it down a little bit more, but he has more game knowledge than cheat knowledge. So this is something I'm pretty qualified on. I've done this a lot on Widow, unfortunately. So sites, this is a great time to spot Widow cheaters. If someone has an in-game wall hack ability, they're going to get really brazen with the cheat, and they're going to start just dropping crit after crit. If you're in a lobby where it doesn't seem that good, and then all of a sudden this Widow pops sites and hits 6 in a row, and this thing looks sketchy, that's a pretty good sign. Okay, I mean, that potentially could just be a decent shot. Okay, well, no, that's cheating for sure. It looked like the Ash was moving into the open. So this cheater hit the key, did whatever, fired it, and hit the door. Now they get mad here and do it again. That shot, not as blatant, using silent aim, I guess. I'm not seeing too much in this video. The last one was kind of better. Because that's not necessarily a good player, maybe. A pro Widow maybe hits these. That's the thing that would make people question it, because people aren't going to go back and watch the whole VOD. They're going to watch the kill cam and be like, I was running straight down the pathway at the Widow. So if you're wondering if someone's cheating, go watch the VOD from their perspective, and it will be pretty obvious, I think. There's also a pretty big discrepancy between the player's game knowledge, reaction speed, and their aim. So that's another good indicator. Okay. I don't think... that was pretty blatant. It's dove. So that gets me into, how do you conquer cheat, or how do you beat cheaters? How do you counter them? The first thing you need to do is get everyone on your team to report them, because if they get enough reports, it's going to lead to them either getting banned or being banned much more quickly. So you need to report it. Even if you're skeptical, the game isn't going to ban them if they're not cheating, right? And even if your whole team doesn't think they're cheating and doesn't want to report, you should still do it anyway, because it's just going to put more scrutiny on their account. If they're really that good of a player, they're not going to get banned. Most likely. I've never experienced that, never seen that happen to anyone. So you don't see any... I guess it's different because they're streaming live. They're not cheating, but you don't see top 500 DPS just getting banned for cheating. Well-known, there'll be some new people that pop up, but well-known top 500.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm on the fence with this one. I've seen a lot of situations where the report system in Overwatch is completely boinked. I've also seen situations where people claimed that they got unfairly banned, and then I've submitted it, and Blizzard looked into it, and they're like, nah, these guys did this, and this. I'm like, oh, I don't know. Unreliable narrators really pollute this a lot. So, how many gifted? Just drop it in content suggestions. We'll maybe look at it.
DPS just straight get banned for cheating. And when it does happen, you hear about it, because that only time that happens is when someone who's really good, who's been doing it for a really long time, and is also really good at the game.
ID to QD had multiple content averaging. Yeah, I believe it.
Well, first of all, dive comps. I know that's definitely relevant in Marvel Rivals as well. It would be different for different games, but in Overwatch, play dive comps onto the cheater, because it's just you kill the cheater as quickly as possible. Don't say, oh, I'm a DPS, I'm gonna out-widow the cheater. You're gonna get rolled, because the Widow knows where you are all the time, so it doesn't even matter really how bad they are. You're gonna lose to the ESP. Now, that being said, you don't have to run dive. You could run heavy tank comps. You could run, not goats, obviously, because that's not in the game, but bulky heal comps and just play cart and play cover. Now, that being said, that's not going to be possible in most ranked lobbies until you get higher up, so your best bet is to play like a dive character, and if you think someone's cheating, or even if they're not cheating, if you're just getting rolled by an opponent, you ask your ask the rest of your team, ask your tanks, ask your, whatever you're not playing to help you out and switch to something to attack the cheater. And the best way to say it is not, this person is cheating, switch now. Say, would you guys mind switching or helping me kind of focus this person, because I think they're cheating, and if you think they're cheating too, maybe report them. That's going to be a better way to go about it. And I also wouldn't call them out in chat, and here's why, because the team is not going to see the chat when they review this person's report for cheating. The chat's only going to get brought up if they get a report for abuse. They're not going to admit to it in chat. You're not going to get anywhere with that. All you're going to do is let them know that you see they're cheating, and then they're going to go and either tone it down, just turn it off, or they're going to try and...
Or they get the rise out of it. They get the motivation for doing it in the first place, which I said for a certain percentage of people is the reaction and the freakouts, right?
Evade the ban some way. So the best thing to do is to not call them out. Okay, well, this is just funny. I've been seeing people in his chat pointing this out. But the grapple here is just too good. Or did I miss it? They don't even know the hold spacebar to keep your momentum through the grapple. So yeah, clearly not someone that should be hitting these shots. Yeah, see, this team is playing into it pretty well, and it looks like they actually won the match. Look at the comp. This is a pretty good comp against Widow. Now, the Sojourn is an interesting pick because you're going to get outdueled by Widow every time on that hero.
Let's go ahead and move on from the discussion in chat, please. Thank you. Keep it topical here.
Remember now, that hero really developed into the game after I played, and it was locked behind a season battle pass, so that was another thing. But you see the Tracer, Lucio. Moira's pretty good against Widow. Now, she does run slow, and she has a super easy head hitbox to me. I don't know if other people agree with that. Even playing legit. But Moira is nice because it can send the orb to harass the Widow and force her a lot of times to reposition. And then Lucio is probably the best support against Widow, if not like Kiriko, because of the small head hitbox, but that doesn't matter to the cheater. And they've got Doom. So they're playing into the cheater really well, and this is how I'd recommend you do it in your games, because if you do this and win, this cheater just got really discouraged. They just got an account banned, which probably costs at least $10. Might have lost access to the cheat. Obviously, they're going to get banned from this VOD. Just based on the accuracy alone, I would think Overwatch would be able to detect this now. They're pretty notoriously bad about it. This cheater tried desperately not to get caught. This could be a good one. I wouldn't say they're trying desperately not to get caught. They're better at cheating. And I think you'd be surprised at the people that are cheating. I really think that it's not going to be the people you think, because for the most part, I feel like people are... If you're in a higher rank, if people got there by cheating, it's not because they were blatant. It's because they also had game knowledge or cheat knowledge to the point where they could hide it. The problem is if you don't have good game knowledge and you're just hitting all these crazy shots, people are going to be suspicious because you're going to just die to stupid shit and then hit a 4K on Widow that, like, I don't know any of the pro players anymore. But I'm trying to think of old crazy Widow play, like Surefour. I don't know. If you can think of any old really good Widow players from early Overwatch League, which was peak esports, then say it in the comments, because I can't remember for the life of me.
Surefour.
Carpe. That's one I definitely remember. Bird Ring. Yeah, I mean, Bird Ring and Carpe can hit a 4K on Widow if they get a good angle, right? But you're not going to run into them unless you're top 500. So, Ashe is a great character to cheat on. I sound like I'm condoning cheating. I'm going to put a disclaimer at the beginning of the video, talking about this is not because I want to encourage cheating. This is because I want you to be able to have the perspective of someone who actually has done this and regrets it, so that you can at least be more informed about what works and what doesn't in combating them. Okay, that's pretty obvious cheating. Well, not pretty obvious, because like just body shot bandit, but it's because this Ashe's job is to kill the Widow. If the Ashe doesn't kill the Widow, they're not going to have free reign over the point. And that's what they want as the cheater, so that they can afford to miss shots and not get punished for it. So they're greeting to kill the Widow. There, I think that was fairly blatant. And I don't know what he's saying right here, but I'm assuming he's talking about... This person just doesn't have it bound to hit headshots, which I think is pretty smart.
Oh my gosh, look at the tracking. Like, you notice that the thing that makes it obvious to me is if you look at the tracking on the body, it actually doesn't waver. So natural body tracking, generally or head tracking, kind of fluctuates from different locations, from shoulders to head to stomach to legs, or from neck to head, right? It doesn't stay locked in at the same point of focus the entire time. I'll showcase what I mean right here. So check out his tracking on the hog, right? Look at how static this is. So look at where the crosshair is in relation to the hog, right? So it's the crosshairs directly under his head. Now watch how that smooth never changes. Watch. Even as the hog moves, the crosshair, with the exception of the kickback, it literally perfectly stays right on his butt, right on his belly. This is a purposeful non-headshot that's literally never wavering directly from his point of belly. It literally has a laser right on his solar plexus that's not missing. It's unnaturally smooth.
This person just
Watch.
doesn't have it bound to hit headshots, which I think is pretty smart.
Like, it's not physically possible to do that.
You can kind of tell by the way the aim. I don't know if you guys can see this, but it's pretty obvious to
there
me
you
because
go.
I've seen it so much with Ash. The way the aim kind of hover is locked. It's locked. Look at the
Yeah,
crosshair.
it's locked. Yeah.
The crosshair is moving side to side with the very subtle movements of the Roadhog. There's no way this person is tracking that. And then, yeah, they're just standing right in front of the point. I was looking to see if there was any kind of more nuanced points to make with this video. Like, this would be a tougher one to spot based off kill cams.
Oh, geez,
I could definitely see
that
why in-game
tracking.
it would be tougher to...
You could see bursts of tracking that are just completely...
That was actually a pretty good Helix rocket. The tracking was just obviously illegitimate. Where was it? Yeah, look at this here. Knows the tracer. Yeah. I mean, that's a play that a pro could make, that someone good at the game could make. Not even... That's a... You know, okay.
It's not the body shotting that's not possible like that. It's or even 100% body shotting, but there's going to be natural fluctuations with the hitbox of what you're body shotting. There's no fluctuations at all.
The Bastion is over here in turret form, right behind them, and like not even behind them, like right to the side of them. They don't even see the Bastion. I'm sure that's what Eamon's saying because his game knowledge is obviously better than mine. One of the best people in the community by far. And see, the Soldier isn't quite as bad. The Soldier's actually playing cover and using the ESP smart. Peeking the door, not peeking the wall. Do we get anything good here? Taking high ground? I mean... Okay, well, yeah. Right as they do something good where I'm like, okay, they actually have some decent game knowledge, they do something like this. So this isn't a very good cheater. This is someone who's played the game for a while, got frustrated, and started cheating. That is what this is. And they're trying...
I actually think that that's like the most legitimate thing we've seen so far because it's easier to track somebody who's moving in a predictable pattern than anybody that's even on the floor because floor movement, there's so many fluctuations.
As they do something good where I'm like...
But
okay,
when
they
you're
actually have some
jumping
decent
here, even I could do that. I don't know if I could do it quite to that, but that wouldn't necessarily prompt investigation, to be honest with you.
So this isn't a very good cheater. This is someone who's played the game for a while.
I don't do coaching tailored to neurodivergent students nominally, but I have worked with, I mean, I would say 50, 100, hundreds of neurodivergent students in that regard. But to be honest with you, I think the term neurodivergent is kind of diluted nowadays. So it depends on what you mean by that. I've worked with autistic people. I've obviously regularly worked with people either self-diagnosed or clinically diagnosed ADHD and ADD. Social anxiety disorder, fill in the blank. But there's a lot of self-diagnosis out there today, and also we live in a timeline where minor variations of neurodivergency are a lot more common with the lifestyle that we live. But in terms of more severe versions, not as often, but a couple of times, yes.
Frustrated and started cheating. That is what this is. And they're trying not to get banned because this might be a main account or something. I don't think they've been cheating long enough to...
Yes, thank you, Brax, for confirming that you are autistic by donating 100 bits. I love that so much. But Brax just teaches people how to play Brigitte. That's all there is to it. Brax is the innovator. That's what it is. Formerly diagnosed, yes.
Have been banned a bunch, but they clearly know what's going on in the game, and they're clearly trying to avoid to get banned. This cheater tried desperately not to get caught.
Do I coach the moral and evildoers? Well, I coach flanking Briggs, so yes.
This cheater is not trying desperately not to get caught. This is probably right on the gray area of someone who is good enough at cheating to where you wouldn't notice. They just have problems. They're engaging their aimbot for too long through tracking. I don't really see them peeking a lot of walls, which is... I don't know what the fuck that... Helix rocket. Okay, that's fairly blatant to me. And you're also not hitting all those shots at this range with Soldier, right? Soldier has more spread than that. Is this person using spread correction? So this is a pretty... This is a feature you won't see a lot of people using because it's weirdly blatant.
I am autistic too.
But
why else would I have asked Spillo for the 162nd day whether he could do an episode?
Listen,
of the series
all you had
like
to say that you
twice a
main
year for the
Junkrat,
game's worst
and
character?
you convinced me. You convinced me, Magister. Yeah. The coach DPS bat players. No, only DPS more players to DPS Brigitte players. Sorry.
All of the shots from that are hitting.
Thank you for the bits, Texas Top. I appreciate you, mate.
Is it just me, or if you were just, there's no recoil, 0 recoil. So here we see the recoil.
That's actually a really good point. I haven't even noticed the recoil. It's really true.
Correction.
And by that, it's like it's kind of keeping his crosshair down.
Where's the soldier's gun recoils, if I remember correctly, a lot. And even if you're a great, I mean, Kabaji, that's just someone I think of as someone I learned how to play soldier from, even before I started cheating. Kabaji is not that good at the recoil suppression.
There's the cross. Did you guys see that helix through the wall? Just random helix flicked at point in the wall. That was funny.
Like right there. I'm not talking about this because you can kind of see it. It's a little shaky. Whatever. I'm talking about the laser on this tracer right here. That is just unnatural. That's something the tracer would be able to spot in a kill cam. Okay, that was also a little sketchy.
Yeah, so we won't have to go off the topic here, but neurodivergence is like a really good catch-all term for a lot of situations. The problem, like with a lot of movements, catch-all movements, even stuff like body positivity, it can get hijacked by. It's a well-meaning and it's very useful, but it gets hijacked and then it kind of gets diluted, and then people don't take it as seriously when they should. So it is what it is.
What you're also noticing is that as soon as the player sees the person and wants the kill, they're thirsting it. They're not missing. So I don't want to play these creators' voices because I was just thinking about it. I'm not the biggest fan of reaction content, and for that reason, I feel kind of bad about doing it. So I just wanted to react to the clips. And I don't have access to just random VODs. I don't have any of these games installed anymore. So
listen, I'm not uploading it to YouTube, guys. I'm not uploading it to YouTube.
Here we might get some good stuff. Besides the headshot, that's sketchy, but then again, wouldn't be enough. I'd like to see the accuracy stats. The accuracy stats do seem like they would be a little scuffed. Let's see what Iman's saying right here, actually. Sorry, man.
Move up with me.
Like, you see what I see right there, right? Is it just me? If you're playing against a Widow, are you going to sit unscoped, looking in a general area, doing absolutely nothing when you're playing?
Move up with me.
Does make a good point. Yeah. I didn't
like, you see what I see right there, right?
I do see it. That's a very good point you just made. So that's a good way. I mean, here's Iman bringing his just immense.
Should make an Overwatch shirt with the I'm autistic. Here's 100 pins.
Game knowledge and intelligence to the table and saying,
you feel called out? Whoops.
I'm a really good. You're gonna be hard scoped on one of the doors if you're a good Widow right there. So, and this is also, I used to hate this map when I was cheating on Widow because you would get into Widow duels and positioning was so important that when you got up to top 500, like it was a real sweat fest. It was a real sweat fest. Positioning matters on this map. Even when I was not cheating on Widow, to be transparent. They know where the Widow is.
You see this as well, where like certain cheaters, like they just don't take the game very seriously as well. So they just kind of like bumble around and they think it's funny, right? I've run into a couple of cheaters in my Masters game. One of them was this kind of exact situation where they were kind of like trolling around a little bit. We called out that they were a cheater. And then we start targeting them and mocking them. Like we started going like full dive or whatever. I don't remember. It was several months ago off stream. And they like rage quit like 3 minutes into the game. They died like 3 or 4 times because we started witch hunting them and then we were like trash talking like, oh, imagine cheating. You're just garbage. Like look how, and he rage quit the game. And like that, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Like they're not taking the game very seriously. It's just kind of like, oh, I'm just kind of screwing around.
Oh, almost shoots the blading Genji, or the reflecting Genji now. Good cheats will avoid that. Well, yeah, here is the dead tell of a cheating Widow. This is exactly what I said I did. If you need to hit a clutch shot to turn the tide of a fight, look what we've got right here. Your Zarya's low. Where are they? Dead. Your Zarya's dead. The Zarya got killed by the blade. Where the hell did the Zarya go? Where is this? Okay, the Zarya guy is over there getting rolled. Way out of position. And now this Genji is blading. You get trance from your Zen. But since you're not the best player, not the most experienced cheater, you panic because it's a Genji ult and you're like, I can make a play. And you hit the shot that is...
Listen, if we're using a really lax definition of neurodivergent, I'm pretty sure every Overwatch player is neurodivergent.
Really scuffed. Because...
In fact, I'm not even convinced that Overwatch isn't actually training people to be neurodivergent. It's training you.
You just can't help it when it comes to an ult and Genji. So look out for people using ults.
If the glove fits,
and
you get what
the
I'm
player
saying.
Always seemingly hitting those shots, right? Because what that person did is said, this Genji is ulting. My team might lose this fight because they've got their tank. I'm going to turn the tide of the fight, hit the button once, the fight is won.
It's also the fact that it's cool to shoot a Genji that's blading. So it's flashy. You know what I'm saying?
And then Tire also comes down for some reason. Whatever. These people aren't playing the game optimally, but yeah. This one has been a lot less blatant than the other examples. This person is either just more experienced at the game, a little smarter. I don't know, trying a little harder. Okay, here's a time where we expect some blatant shit. His team's kind of rolling, so it doesn't even matter here. Yeah, that's gonna be. I believe that's gonna be. And here's why: because with Hanzo, the aimbot will miss a lot because it has to predict. Right here, it's a set path. The Widow has very little, if no control, as I understand it, of her path within the air. So the aimbot is able to perfectly predict where the Widow is going to be, and that's why the shot is dead on. Ooh, we've got another Widow. Now, here's where we get interesting because here's where you get your ego involved. You don't want to get big dick by the other Widow when you're cheating because you're cheating and you're like, I'm the best, I'm cheating. So we'll see the psychology of that come into play here now. This will happen to me a lot in legit games and cheating games. I just won't realize the other team is on Widow and make a stupid peek and get killed. So that's not a ton of information. If the player was...
The question is, does he lose another duel? Because if this Widow is cheating, I would say never lose another duel because that becomes an ego moment, right? So if we win the next duel, we have to win the next duel if we're cheating this, right?
Better? Maybe they could have... Okay, there's that.
Yeah, see, he's wall banging.
They're cheating. Look at this. It already comes out with the other Widow. They're going to come right back to the same peak, which is already a bad enough decision. They know the Widow's there. Look at where their crosshair.
Character mains tier list.
That
is right here.
I'm not going to answer that question. You already know.
That's what Iman's saying too.
You already know.
That's a definite cheater. So I don't think this is a you decide. This person is definitely cheating. They're just a bit better at it, right? That's all it is. And if they were any better than this, you would be hard pressed to tell. Especially in an in-game perspective where your mind is on your own gameplay and your own team and the other problems in the game. You're not sitting here micromanaging where the crosshair is the whole game, so you're not going to know that in-game. Yep, this is another example of the grapple. Like I said, the game has to predict the path the opponent is taking because it's a projectile and it has a lifespan in the air. And during the grapple is the easiest time to predict because it's set in motion by the launch and not by the player input. So the aimbot's not missing it. And that's exactly what we've seen every time. So I would conclude this player is cheating. Now, takeaways from this video. It's hard to spot good cheaters. If you're questionable about someone, you should report them. If you're questionable about someone, you should watch the VOD maybe before reporting them. If you watch the VOD, I think maybe like J3 and Iman could tell. If you watch the VOD, you're going to be able to tell if you've got good enough game knowledge. But as far as detecting them in game, I would say look for someone who always hits the shots on the ulting players, who gets a big ego and duels and starts hitting suspect shots. Someone who just has it configured wrongly if it's a bad cheater, like we saw in the very first clip, like just the FOV isn't set up right and you flick something crazy. Obvious things like hitting Sombers out of invis. If you're playing Widow, if you're getting projectiled, if a projectile character seems to be missing you a lot, but when you grapple it hits you, that might be a sign.
I think that is.
If you see someone just burning shots into the ground, and then if you see people looking through walls at all.
Jeez, this is not even.
Like, there's so many blatant examples throughout these videos, and I think it comes down to watching the VOD and reporting, and learning how to build your team comp to counter it. So yeah, I sorry I couldn't bring more of the Marvel Rivals perspective to this. Maybe I'll have to get in that game, but I wouldn't cheat in it, and I don't play games that much these days.
Okay, well, that was very interesting. That was fun. Would you like to one of cat videos? I've reacted to a few of cat videos. Which one was it? I can maybe give you my TLDR. I saw that he posted another video. Maybe we could look at another one of his videos, but I'd be, which video is it? The one on Vision? Is that the Lock Eyes and Fight one? Did we look at that one?
Are you rating cat videos?
Oh, I think we looked at this one. No, Capitology.
Oh, cat videos.
If I remember correctly, his main point here was basically like you need to control off angles, you need to control space and not back away, which was like I think fine. But I didn't like this example at all. I think his example of like they need to push the hazard was not good. I think them controlling the off angles here and just kind of AFKing was totally fine. Like you have more than enough punishment from just statically controlling space. It's fine. I would want to get into a call with Capitology to kind of discuss his takes. Maybe he just wasn't explaining it, but from like my perspective, I did not agree with this video very much. And I did not agree as much with, well, yeah, we'll start there. I did once shoot Ajaxen out of stealth as Sombra. That is true. With the light flashes in my camera? What do you mean? The light flashes in my camera? I don't know. Probably like with like here or here? It's my smile. I don't know. Ralph is good. Ralph has some spicy takes. We just did some stuff with Ralph not too long ago. You guys want to look at the Chronic video from Cap? We can maybe look at the Chronic video. I haven't seen this. Yeah, Capitology's got some good stuff. Some stuff that obviously I'm sub, so I like checking out what he's got to say. Or do you guys want to do the? Do you guys want to do this, or do you guys want to do the ability tier list, or not the ability tier list? The 10. We're gonna do the 10 most poorly designed ability. If you're willing to take a look, all right. Maybe. Oh, I don't want to look at Greed's videos as much. I think Greed has some good points, but I've kind of passed on Greed for the time being. All right, let's do some ability stuff. Let's look at what Poke has to say, and then we'll look at the ability stuff. What is this clip? Oh, I do see what you're saying. I don't know. It must be like a camera issue. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm gonna turn on the light though, just in case. Nikki OW videos. It sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't know. I get it. Okay, let's sauce it up. Let's make our list of Overwatch hero tier list. And let's do our list of the worst designed abilities in Overwatch. I'll kind of define my terms here for a second. There's a very specific reason as well why I said abilities, not cooldowns. Now, what we're not going to do is we're not going to include passives, whether individual or role. The reason why I said abilities, not cooldowns, is because I want to include things that don't have a cooldown but are a button you have to press, if that makes sense. So let me define what I mean by poorly designed based off of my definition, which is what you guys are here for. Worst designed abilities in Overwatch. Yeah, I'll change stream title really fast. Now, I'm going to be a little different maybe with things. Where's my stream title? Design abilities in Overwatch 2. And let's do, again, we're saying abilities, not cooldowns. We're going to not just simply lampoon heroes that I don't like as a whole. Try Snake, thank you for the sub. And to be honest with you guys, this is going to take a lot of thinking. So I'm actually going to pull up, well, let's start. Let's just start. Let's suck city, garbage, questionable. And then we'll delete this one, and we'll delete this one. Okay, Bastion probably we skip. I think Bastion as a hero is not great, but I don't think Turret is the worst. It has capability. My definition is going to be an ability that can only do one thing or only really has one significant purpose. One significant purpose. Notice what I'm saying. It's not that you physically can't do anything else with it. It's that most of them are going to do the same thing with it. Doesn't have a lot of choice. Provides a disproportionate amount of value for the amount of effort that it puts in, and is extremely frustrating to play versus. So it's easy to get value out of, doesn't have a lot of choice with how you use it, and is frustrating to play against. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Okay. Bastion's Fine. Kind of. We'll say turret. We'll say turret. We'll say turret. Hinder. I think Hinder is one of the least flexible abilities in all of Overwatch in terms of what it does. Based off the nature that it's a soft CC as opposed to a hard CC, but ironically that makes it less flexible in how it's useful. I don't think that there is a tier list. I don't think I can do that. Maybe I could just do like Epic Pin. Yeah, let's do that. So, stop. We'll say Hinder. What would be a good color? Probably blue. This is just Epic Pin. Okay, Diva? Okay, so one other thing as well, I'm gonna attack the implementation partly, but only partly. Like, for example, right now, I don't think Matrix is completely unredeemable, at least in terms of 6v6. I do think it's really kind of crappy in 5v5, but I think Diva's biggest problem with Matrix is more its implementation and duration, and less so the ability itself. I do know that it's a really difficult ability to balance around, but I think if there were more downsides or drawbacks or more balance done around Matrix, I don't think it'd be trash. I get the concerns. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll do one more tier. We'll just do this. We'll do this. We'll do this instead then. You guys get me? I get it, but also like, I don't know. Genji's fine. Genji's fine. Definitely sus. Maybe even garbage. Honestly, screw it. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna frick the police. I don't give a frick. It's going up. There's no downsides. Shut up, Hurlo. If you only made questionable, you're lucky. Like, Storm Arrow has no downsides. You have faster fire rate, more DPS, no strafing downside. You use it versus shields. You use it versus DPS and duels. There's basically, you just use it off a cooldown. The only nuance with Storm Arrow is, do you save it to win a 1v1? Or do you just use it? Faster projectile speed now? Yeah, it just there isn't any choice. You just, outside of just, do I want to use it now or not? It's terrible. It's terribly executed. It's terribly designed. The whole point of the hero fantasy of the character is a bow character, and he just, I don't know, he just is. Like, you guys gotta, okay, listen, remember, this is not the most offensive cooldowns necessarily, because you guys don't play versus Hanzos very often. It's just poor design. It's poor design. There is no upside for its downside. You just kind of use it. There's no thought. Remember, the three definitions. Very limited in terms of the scope of its use. Very easy to get value of, disproportionate to the effort put in. And very frustrating to play versus. Oh yeah, sorry, designed, my bad. Junkrat. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty obvious. Like, trap sucks. Trap sucks. Very little nuance in how it's used. Not fun. Not cool. It just sucks. Trap sucks. It's just not fun for the Junkrat player that much. It's silly, but it just, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. The mines are annoying. Well, that's because the mines are scaled awkwardly. The problem with mines is the fact of their boop distance. It's more of a scaling problem. Lucio's fine. May. I think you could argue about wall HP. I don't think primary fire should count. I don't think secondary fire should count. And I don't think ultimates should count either. I'm going to kind of bar ultimates from this equation as well. So I guess no ultimates, no primary fire, no secondary fire, no passives, no nothing. I don't think ice block's that offensive. It's not. I don't think ice wall's that offensive. May has her own set of issues, but they're not specifically around the execution of her abilities necessarily. They're more to do with her perks and her primary fire and her ultimate. The execution of GA has a lot of issues, but I don't think it's a problem. But yeah, Rez is definitely our first contender for the top. It's disproportionate in value to effort. It has very little choice in how it's being used, and is basically only used one way. Sucks. One of the worst abilities, maybe the worst ability in Overwatch. And as always, it's the best part about it is it's not even fun for the person using it. So it's just an exceptional storm of crap. Ryan's fine. Hook. Hook is very fun to use. Hook does not take a disproportionate amount of value to get out of. It's hard to use. But Hook is very frustrating to play versus. The question is how many ways can you use Hook? I would say Vape for sure. We'll do this. Maybe questionable with Hook, and then garbage with Vape. The only reason maybe why it's not Suck City, but I think I'm going to anyway, is because it has speed. No, because you're not, because you're very rarely you're going to find yourself using it to rotate with Hog. That was the idea, but because it's so strong in certain aspects that you're never going to do that anyway. So never mind. I'm going to say Suck City for Vape. Very easy to use. No downsides. There's no nuance in how it's used. It's frustrating to play against. It's not particularly fun to use. And there's no complex thought put into it almost at all. What rank do you think your average is an average? It's I would say low diamond, her loaf, in my experience. Low diamond would be my best guess. Slightly above, low diamond. When we did polls, we did the most hated hero list in my Discord. The average rank in Overwatch is about mid gold, and the average rank for the people filling out the form was low diamond. Yeah. Which I have to be careful with because I'll say a lot of things and I forget that I don't have a lot of the representation of bronze, silver, gold players might not be there. And I would say, let's say Hook and questionable. Hook at least is harder to get value out of and is fun for their user. And in theory, there's some nuance there about who you should hook in terms of risk versus reward. Like it's easy to hook tank, but a lot more rewarding to hook backline. Yeah, but obviously very, very, very frustrating. Okay. Pharah. I don't think Pharah cracks it. I think Pharah's fine. I think Pharah's fine right now. There's a lot of annoying things about Pharah, but I think Pharah's okay. Reaper's fine. I think Ryan's fine.
Hook would be a better ability as implemented for a DPS because then it'd be a choice in matchup thing.
Yeah. I'm not exactly providing solutions here. That's not what we're doing today. So we've done solutions for a lot of these things for it. But yeah, Soldier Heal is definitely one of the worst cooldowns design in the game. Heal Station sucks. Now the Heal Station isn't offensive in terms of, but it's very, very, very simple in how it's used. It's often wasted. It's an absurdly long cooldown. It doesn't, it's used on a character. So this is maybe another parameter that I guess we should throw in there, which we won't run to very rarely, where an ability just doesn't make sense in its implementation at all. Like, it just doesn't make sense at all. Heal Station on a highly mobile character that doesn't do enough healing to keep you alive when you are being dove or pressured doesn't make any sense, especially when your mobility synergizes with grabbing health packs and the passive heal in the game. Oh, Hog Trap. Frick, dude. Dude, Hog is a mess. You know what? I'll move Soldier down 1. I'll move Soldier down 1 because at least it's not offensive, right? But heal is one of those things that as a concept, oh gosh, this is tough. This is tough. Because I said we weren't going to judge its implementation, and yet here I am judging implementation. Okay, I'm going to move it down to... I'm going to move it down to... Oh, gosh. We'll say it in here. The implementation... Okay, here's the weird thing. Soldier's Healing Station is probably the worst implemented cooldown in the entirety of Overwatch in terms of like how it actually flows with the character's kit, or it's one of the worst. Because even stuff like this makes the character's gameplay loop flow, but it's just really toxically poorly designed, right? Heal Station just is clunky. It's just horrifically, unbelievably clunky. But it's not offensive, you know. It's not offensive. Yeah. Let's do that. I agree with you. Yeah, let's do that. Good call. Let's do it. Matrix poorly implemented in terms of its quantity. Heal is poorly implemented in terms of how it actually executes. Yeah, good call. I like this. Yeah, we'll have to reevaluate Magister. This isn't permanent. We're going to go back and move stuff around here. I guess I should elaborate really quick on Trap. Again, it's annoying to play versus. It's not particularly exciting or fun for the Hog. There's not a lot of nuance in how it's used, which is part of the reason why they needed to remove the perk, because even compared to Junkrat Trap, it was simpler to use. And it provides a disproportionate amount of value for the effort that puts in. The reason Trap was initiated was because they wanted an extra step for Roadhog's one-shot, and then ended up reverting that anyway. So it's pointless. It's just more CC, and also more vape charge, because, yeah, sure, why not? Symmetra. I'm going to put turrets here. I think turrets have a lot of potential. I think they're a lot better than they used to be, but they still have a long way to go. I think there needs to be more choices with how you use turret. I don't really love the slow effect as much. At least the stackable slow. I don't think it's necessary. You shouldn't really, yeah. So yeah. Again, I'm going to kind of lightly touch on these things. So yeah. I'm going to say turret for Torb as well. But it's gotten better, like Symmetra. It's gotten better. Actually, what I should do, chat. Here's what I should do. How do I move stuff? Because I'm going to put something that's going to overwrite this. How do I do this? The problem with turrets is that there isn't a lot of way to utilize. Basically, here's the problem with turret, okay? The problem with turret implementation right now is it's basically carried by the tier 2 perk in terms of how you actually utilize it. Right? There's not enough choice without that perk and how to use turret. You need the turret perk to be a base part of his kit. And otherwise the character just shouldn't have turret, is basically. And not in Overwatch 2. Overload. I'll put in garbage. Yeah, I'll put in garbage. No, we're not doing ultimates here. Yeah, we're not doing ultimates. We'll put it over here to the right. Here. I know you guys can't see it, but Torb Overload. The reason why Torb Overload is basically, it's just Storm Arrow, but with overhealth, right? So the only advantage that it has over Storm Arrow is the fact that it is a better defensive tool than Storm Arrow, generally because of the overhealth that you get. But the fact that it has a much longer duration means that it could be a lot more offensive to play into, if that makes sense. But I guess... Maybe I should put it in a questionable then, because I guess in theory it's not quite as bad as Storm because there is that defensive upside. So there is a bit of an opportunity cost. Yeah, I'm gonna put Torb Overload in questionable. No, I'm gonna put it in garbage. I'm putting it in garbage. It's not quite as bad as Storm Arrow, but it's still garbage, so it's fine. And then let's move Hook over as well. Here, I'll move my face cam here in a second so you guys don't have to stare or not be able to see. Here. Here. Where will I be out of the way? There. Or here. Leave it, but take your shirt off. No. Okay. Tracer's fine. I think I'm trying to think, like, I don't like mine, period, but I'm not sure. I haven't thought enough about it. Do you have a standing desk? It's too woke for him. Yes, that's right. No. I used to have a standing desk, but the fricker broke, so I don't have a standing desk anymore. I don't know. What would you guys... I just don't like mine, but I have nothing to offer in terms of feedback. You know what I'm saying? It's... Maybe we should just put it in poorly implemented if we're just not sure. I think maybe that's the good rule here. Poorly implemented, but because I don't really have like a clear definition of why I don't like it, besides the fact that it just... I don't know. I'll put it here. Yeah. I mean, Widow sucks, but I don't think abilities are the big problem with Widow, to be honest. I could see the value of having like a self-defense tool that you have to strategize around. I just don't feel like mine is it. I would have to think about it a lot more. Winston's fine. Zarya's fine, I guess. Like, it's fine. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. This is going to be spice, dude. I'm not going to make anybody happy with Discord Orb. I see it from both sides of the equation. I play a lot of tank, and I have played a lot of tank, and tank was my main role getting into Overwatch. I understand the complaints about Discord Orb, and I think it's really cancer to play into. It's way too easy to apply and just keep it. But then I also played a lot of Zenyatta, and it's freaking obnoxious to have some random cooldown when you're trying to duel a Tracer on the flank. You know? And it's very unfluid. But I don't know what my solution is here. I don't think removing a damage application cooldown is bad or good because it is something that you have to strategically place, you know? But maybe just Discord Orb has just historically always been too strong. Maybe just having 25 or 30% or whatever debuffs just can't exist in Overwatch. Yeah, in 66, the downside of being more vulnerable just isn't there anymore, you know? I don't necessarily agree. You guys are talking about 5v5, bro. Zen is way stronger in 6v6. Zen is way stronger in 6v6. I know, like, oh, you can't Discord. You can just Discord the one tank, but I think that is way overblown. I think that's way overblown. I think Discording one tank, especially now, is something you can actually play around. 6v6, bro, it doesn't freaking matter. It actually doesn't matter. Because if you're playing, unless you have like the perfect off-tank combo, bro, Discord Orb is even more offensive. Zen is just as a whole stronger. I'm not saying that Discord Orb is more oppressive in 66, but Zen as a whole is more oppressive, which then means Discord Orb is more oppressive. Discord being additive with blocks damage reduction is huge, right? So it just punches through mitigation abilities, right? I'm going to say this. I'm going to put Zen, Discord Orb, and poorly implemented. I think having a debuff that you have to selectively place is very useful. I think people chronically cry about it too much, but I do think it is a little bit too easy to get like the base level of value out of it. And if you're going to have an ability that doesn't have a cooldown, so there's no opportunity cost for it, I mean, it's a short cooldown, right? Like 2 or 3 seconds before you can apply it again. Then there needs to be, the decision of how to use it needs to be harder. It needs to be harder to use Discord Orb. And not in terms of the placement. I disagree with people that say that. But in terms of the decision of what you do. It is not easy. And it is hard to use if you're talking about the ceiling. But okay, this is where we get to the definitions of skill floor, skill ceiling. The skill floor of Discord Orb is just spamming out in the first thing that you see. Usually tank. That's too easy to get value of. But yeah, so I don't have a solution there. I think maybe having a skill based off the target's HP was a suggestion. That's an interesting idea. Maybe just nerfing the debuff overall and then scaling his damage up appropriately. So just the damage, I mean, they've continually done that, but maybe they need to try it again. I don't know. Maybe there needs to be a set duration on Discord Orb, right? So it can be infinitely cycled on a target, but in other words, you can, not infinitely cycled, but you can keep it on a target, but it falls off after 4 seconds, and there's an internal cooldown before you can apply it again. So kind of a rework of how it's applied right now. I don't know if that'd be good or not, but yeah. Discord, wherever you're shooting at? Not always, no. Not always, no. Usually, but not always. Okay. Anna. If we're talking perks, yes, there's issues with both sleep and nade. But I've tried to avoid letting perk opinions sneak into here. I don't think sleep's questionable, guys. I don't think sleep is questionable. I think every honest tank in the game, with the exception of maybe Wrecking Ball, but even then, has like ways of dealing with Sleep Dart. And if you don't have a way of dealing with Sleep Dart, your tank is the problem, not Ana. Nade bounce and the slow after sleep, I don't like. But we're not bringing perks into the equation here, so I'm going to kind of leave as is. Sleep duration's already nerfed on tanks, and to be honest, if you're a Ryan or a Diva or a Winston or a Sigma or Orisa or Zarya, whatever, getting slept, sorry, dude. Skill issue, you know? It's a long cooldown, there's an opportunity cost, and you already have a reduced duration. Yeah, I'm leaving on out of it. If we included perks, definitely, but no, I'm leaving on out of it. I disagree, VG man. I think if you're using sleep and nade on the enemy tank, that only works if they're running a certain tank. If they're running more of the crit, I think that like mostly a skill issue. And if you miss those cooldowns, you're significantly weaker than most other supports. It's like the same people that say that like if you force Kiriko off of an angle and put her on main, she's still just as effective or more effective than other supports. It's just not true. If you don't land sleep nade, you are just weaker. Yeah. Sombra. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. It just, you guys ready for it? You guys ready for the sauce? You guys ready for the sauce? You guys ready for the sauce? Which one is it gonna be? Which of these ones is not like the other? Which of these ones that doesn't belong? No, dun 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 dun. You ready for it? Hack! Sorry, it's just hack. It's hack. Now, what that means, I'm not saying that stealth never mattered. I do think that stealth matters. I do. I really do. And especially its old implementation. And everything was cumulative, right? And I'll probably put stealth somewhere in here as well. In terms of like questionable, probably. But I just don't think you denying people's their abilities for any sort of duration will ever be well received. Ever. The point of hack is not whether it's strong or not. The point of hack is, I'll check that one out in a second, Anderson. That might actually be great. Is the fact that it annoys everybody. Everybody hates hack. Nobody likes hack. Nobody likes hack. Sombra might like it, but nobody likes hack. It's offensive. It's also not a skill shot. The only skillful part of hack is if you are in an extended duel, knowing when there are windows of vulnerability to hack. And that's in of itself only relevant in certain 1v1s. Stuff like hacking Genji out of deflect, hacking Lucio out of a reload, and so on. Most of the time, whether you get a hack or not is just, is my target even aware of my existence, and or are they just going to miss shots? If you ever watch like a lower mid-ranked Sombra player in duels, a lot of them get away with hacks just because the enemy team missed shots. There isn't really any choice involved. It's just a complete dice roll. How is hack different from sleep dart where you also can't use your abilities? I'll let you think about that one for a second. Chat, why is hack different from sleep dart? There's a couple of key differences here. A couple of key differences, right? So sleep dart, first off, lasts way longer, right? For most targets. It's a skill shot. It's a 14-second cooldown. It can be applied on any target at any time while enabled by stealth, right? So, you know. I don't like the argument. I know where people are like, oh, well, it's a soft CC. That it's disingenuous because even though it's accurate, that's not why people don't like hack. It's the fact that it's any form of CC, significant or not, that is applied on demand on a relatively low cooldown on anybody that's available. And one that doesn't take any sort of real effort to apply. It's the same reason why we dislike any of these CCs that don't really apply effort to apply. People don't like CC. It's not even necessarily like the key thing too as well is it's not even necessarily that it's like good in terms of its OP. It's not really OP, at least not in Sombra's current state. It's just obnoxious. And it's the fact of the way that the playstyle is functioned enables one or the other. Now, the key thing is like which came first, the chicken or the egg? You know, does invisibility enable hack? Does hack enable invisibility? I don't really know. But I've always preferred anything that enables repositioning because that feels more skillful to apply. So if I were to choose the temporary stealth that she has now with her translocator versus hack, I'm going to prefer stealth and translocator because that's something that as the individual skill of the Sombra improves, you're able to flex that character skill a lot higher. And you saw it a little bit when I was playing on Ralph's 66 Pugs with support Sombra. I'm not the best Sombra of all time, but I am masters with the character, and it is really a lot of things that you could do with Translocator and Stealth to juke and be unpredictable with how you position. So you can utilize a lot more skill expression with how you utilize your Stealth and how you use your Translocator. Hack has never really had that. There are circumstances in each 1v1. Do I open with Hack versus do I open with Virus? But more often than not, getting the Hack off just isn't all that skillful. There isn't a lot of choice to it. It sometimes it happens and sometimes it not. So Sombra is actually a very high skill character, right? It just doesn't feel always like you either have the capability of stopping the Hack, and when you do, it's just not great. So I don't like Hack. I've never liked Hack. You could reduce Hack duration to half a second and it would still be annoying. You can reduce Hack to 0.1 seconds and just be an interrupt and it would still be annoying. It's just Hack and it has to go. And it's one of those hero fantasy things that is actively toxic and preventing other aspects of the character from doing well. When you have a hero fantasy that, Mercy should resurrect because you're actively sabotaging any other interpretation of that hero fantasy because nobody wants that hero fantasy to be healthy. It's not that Sombra can't exist as a character. She just needs to find another way to be a hacker. Why does hacking have to mean taking away your abilities? It's not the only thing that she could do.
Two things. One, and two, Stefano said 15, 20 minutes will be home just for...
Okay, let's just stick with the original plan then.
What was the original?
30 minutes.
Going like 30 minutes?
6, yeah.
That's 6, okay.
So that when the hero fantasy gate keeps people from thinking of Sombra as anything other than I'm going to hack you, then you're gonna have issues. So, yeah. So if there are people that like Sombra in the hack state or in her previous state and want to keep her that way, okay. But enjoy your 95% ban rate. You want to play Sombra or you don't. So, I'm not, this isn't an opinion of mine. This is just fact. This is the state of where people's opinion of her is. That is a fact. So you're going to either find an expression. I'm not saying that it's all deserved. I think Sombra is definitely a little bit overhated. People are very hive mind with their hate of her. There's nuance in this discussion. But yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot of discussion here. Can somebody link me that? What was that tier list maker? Anderson, do you have that tier list maker? Oh, bless you. Oh, wow. Oh, gosh, this is going to be hurt. Oh, my gosh. Okay, we're going to have to recreate this. Okay. Are we going to have to start from scratch? Oh no. Okay. These are an ultimates as well. Oh no. Okay. No. Okay. This is alphabetical. It's okay. Suck city. Okay, including Freya, that's okay. This is great. This is great. We can make this work. Let's just go as we go. Regenerative burst. Garbage. It's not unredeemable. It's a burst AoE heal that's basically used for solo targets. It's just garbage. It's garbage. The only reason it's not more offensive is, well, honestly, no, it's the fact that there's actually a window of timing of when you have to use it. Do you want to use it for yourself? Do you want to use it for your team? Or do you want to greed it to below 50% HP and risk dying? We'll keep it in garbage. Immortality field, I'll say poorly implemented. I think the idea... Oh, gosh, that's going to be spicy. Oh gosh, I don't. How do you do this? Because I'm like letting my bias creep in here because I'm like, oh, immortality field could be implemented better because I have all these ideas for a damage reduction field and it's like projected and you can use it on yourself or you can use it on a tank at a specific point in time. But the problem is that this is not damage reduction field. This is immortality field. So I'm changing the very nature of the ability. I'm gonna put it in garbage. In fact, I'll put it in Suck City. It's trash. It's not unredeemable in terms of what you could rework it to do entirely, but it would fundamentally change with how the ability looks, functions, and even the projectile of how it works. Oh yeah, I put deflect in garbage. That's right. Thank you for that one. I think it's worse than regenerative burst. It's infinitely more inconsistent and actually even more limited with how it can be used. I'm not, yeah, so damage reduction field has potential, but immortality field does not. Bastion, this is Bastion turret, right? 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 Oh, it's the passive. We're not doing passives. We're not doing passives. Okay, okay, okay. Is this Inspire? I think Inspire's range is too big, but I don't really have a problem with Inspire overall. I don't really think it's that big of a deal anymore. In 66 probably, but not in 5v5 as much. I would say just probably the range shouldn't really eclipse Lucio's range, to be honest. Immortality field is 10 times more fair, skillful, and balanced than Suzu. I mean, there's definite downsides for it, right? I think when I'm talking about immortality field being garbage, I'm not talking about playing into immortality field exclusively. I'm saying using immortality field. It's just weak. It's just poor. It doesn't work in 5v5, you know? Inspire is technically a passive. Okay, then we'll skip passive then. That simplifies my life a lot. Garbage. I mean, you're not going to like it, but yeah. You're not going to like it, but yeah, it's true. Trust me, I say this as a Doomfist advocate. As a Doomfist advocate, Quake, if you're here, I'm sure you agree as well. It is the empowered punch gameplay loop of Doomfist keeps the character in the garbage position. It is the hero fantasy, not really, but it's the developer's hero fantasy for Doomfist, at least at the start, that has kept him in garbage tier for 3 years. It's just terrible. It's just terrible. It's inconsistent in terms of what it works versus. It enables some of the most obnoxious moments that you have ever played into as a Doomfist and versus Doomfist. It punishes you for bad teammates directly, not just by, oh, they didn't shoot him, but by doing something that is directly unintuitive to gameplay fundamentals. Don't shoot the Doomfist. What? Right? It's not as obvious as deflect where you're given immediate feedback because it gives you feedback of you're doing damage. It sounds and feels good. And it even hurts the Doomfist. But it's just not worth. It's terrible. Terrible, 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 terrible. Okay, this one's saucy. I'm going to throw this one in here because I think its damage is so hilariously low right now that it's completely lost all sense of identity as a weaving part of the character's damage. It's a joke. Doomfist Slam is a joke. Is this Echo? I think Echo is mostly okay. I think Echo's mostly okay. There's still some conversations to be had, but yeah. What the frick is this stuff? This must be, oh, this is Genji's passives. We talked about Storm Arrow already. Outbursts on Idiari. Poorly implemented. It's one of the weakest mobility cooldowns in the game, and it actually limits her so much.
It's not poorly designed BC of range. It's poorly designed because it doesn't reward Brig for doing.
I mean, I
anything
wouldn't
other
know
than
if
being
I'd
a
say
passive
that necessarily,
deterrent.
but I get what you're saying. Is he standing up to cover the baldness? Do you see that? I'll do what I did the other day, and I'll just do this the entire time. Okay. I'm not beating the allegations, I guess. Okay. Pylon. Get off me, slop. Yeah, exactly. It's Dark Souls enjoyer. Yeah, Pylon's just terrible. Just terrible. It's not irredeemable in the same way the immortality field is not irredeemable. You could fundamentally change how long it lasts, what it does, how long it reaches, who it prioritizes, the amount of healing it does, where you can place it, when you can place it. Roll slop game. Press pin images of buffers, but do not scroll that much between. Oh, bless you. Thank you. But yeah, it's just the worst. It's the worst. It's not the most offensive ability ever. Keep in mind that when we're doing this, we're not just saying most offensive abilities. We're talking about the worst design abilities. Pylon is pretty offensive, but it's not as offensive as some of these. Like even Immortality Field, it's not that offensive. Like this is not supposed to be I dislike this ability. It just doesn't do us any favors. And it also kind of gatekeeps EDRA's abilities in other aspects. Could you make a tier below poorly implemented? Wait, really? Wait, how does this work? Not that bad. Quit whining. Thoughts? Wait, where did my thing go? Okay, there you go. I gotta get this right. Hang on. Ah, no. Can you guys even see that? This is getting so cluttered, bro. Let me remove the black screen thing here for a second. There. Check Discord, Baldy. Why? Why am I being sent this picture and said, in honor of Spylo? That ain't me, bruh. What the frick are you talking about, bro? Frick you guys. All right. Oh yeah, quit whining, not that bad. What should we do? We can make a whole tier list of this. We can make a whole tier list of this. Wait. People whine about Bash? Yeah, still. I guess it depends on the rally bash, which I don't like the rally bash that much. Okay, fine. You bullied me out of it. And nobody really complains about bash and grenade anymore either, so. Okay, let's keep going here. Oh, they do complain about it? All right, good to know. Oh man, dude, where do you put Suzu, man? And Swift Step. I don't mind Kiriko having mobility.
Can I nominate one for this list? Rally questionable.
We're trying to avoid doing ults though. I'll say garbage with the asterisk that it's more poorly implementation. But see, the problem with putting Suzu in poor implementation is that basically all of these just need number tweaks. You know what I'm saying? Like EDR's outburst, like how far it goes, how much damage it does. Mine's boop distance, matrix duration, slam damage, stuff like that. But Suzu needs more reworks than that. Suzu needs stuff like it does too many things. It does those things too well. It's probably on too long of a cooldown. It's like got the classic problem of being way too powerful and way too infrequently available. Its range shouldn't be as big as it currently is, so it shouldn't be able to fully cleanse a Junker Queen ultimate. So I'm gonna put it in garbage. But it's like Immortality Field. Like it's not irredeemable as a concept. It just isn't well done at all. And I actually think Kiriko is Suck City with Swift Step. I actually think it is. I'm not saying it's completely irredeemable, but I actually think it's by far the most toxic part of her kit. Here's why. When you take the risk out of repositioning or your defensive cooldown, you make a really toxic gameplay loop where the character has to be balanced around being so bad on main but it doesn't matter because the value of forcing Kiriko out of an angle is not getting the kill. It's the lack of value that she gets on main. It's, forcing Kiriko out is just as good as killing her. No, it's not. And I'm not just saying that because, she's just as valuable in main. I'm not. I'm saying it doesn't feel fun to force a Kiriko out of main. There's certain game mechanics where there needs to be some sort of risk involved with taking space. Even if you have 3 blinks as a tracer, or Wrecking Ball has a grapple, or Doomfist has 2 abilities. Like there has to be some risk out of the duel. And there's just way too little risk. There's way too little skill involved in the Swift Step. There's just not enough risk involved in that. And so what ends up happening is forcing a Kiriko out of an angle is very valuable, but it doesn't feel valuable. And that's just a bad gameplay loop. And then the problem is exacerbated because it's not skillful for the Kiriko to do, so it's just not very fun for the Kiriko to do. Using Tracer Blinks or Doomfist cooldowns to get in and out, or managing your resources with Hazard, or Winston bubble and jump cooldown timing, even Diva, as weird as Matrix and boosters is, like having to manage your resources, it's just infinitely more thought-provoking. Even Mercy with Guardian Angel, like thinking how you have to move to disengage from an angle is something that is very skillful part of Mercy. I'm not saying Mercy's harder than Kiriko, but the particular repositioning side of Kiriko, kind of. Floor-wise, certainly. There has to be some sort of risk, right? And there just isn't with Swift Step, really. Not consistently. Now, perks exacerbate that. We're ignoring perks for this, but obviously perks make this hilariously even worse. So it's just a problem. It's a real problem when your character's value is not getting forced out of an angle, right? And forcing, like, it's not good. It also makes it bad for the Kiriko, because if you sit back and heal bot as Kiriko, or you take an angle and you get forced out of the angle, you are screwed. That is really, really bad, and there's not immediate negative reinforcement. I'm not saying that you should always die for every mistake that you make in Overwatch, but you should be really careful for having characters that don't die. It's like the Orisa or Roadhog, or even sometimes Wrecking Ball mistake, where you don't get clear feedback on what you're doing wrong. And this is even worse because, it's so unobvious because Kiriko is like sneakily hard to play. But yeah. Yeah, again, Kiriko is freaking hard to play, but this gameplay loop is rough. It's the same thing with Sombra in many ways. Weaver. I'm going to say Petal's poorly implemented. Let me explain why. It's basically exclusively used as a you can't get me here. I wonder if there's more to be experimented with reducing its cooldown or its HP even lower to where like basically it's instantly broken, but you have it more available more often. You can use for yourself or for teammates. Life Weaver is just kind of a mess. So I'm going to put Petal in questionable because it's too often used as the I'm safe from the low ground people. You know what I'm saying? I know you guys are going to want me to put Life Grip in garbage, but I think that it requires less work to redeem than most of the abilities in this list. Life Weaver will still be Life Weaver, but you guys heard me talk about like the reduced cooldown and high HP targets and so on. There would be more choice with that ability instantly than anything that we've seen up here. There would be fewer changes to make it into a weird high risk, but whatever. Do I think Swift Step's that unredeemable? I mean, yeah, well, you make a good point. The difference between Life Grip and Swift Step is because I see an easier way of getting... I was going to say an easier way of getting immediate offensive output out of Life Grip in terms of the dynamics. Like you can Life Grip people to different positions. Like that's immediately useful. Whereas Swift Step is just kind of an uninspiring mobility cooldown. You know, like what would you do the Swift Step to make it more interesting besides, you know, maybe the duration or the distance is reduced or you have to do it in open space. Like, I don't know what you would do with Swift Step besides making it less cancer to play into, but I don't think you can really introduce a whole lot more choice. I honestly don't know. This is not an easy list to make. This is really hard. I could probably make the same list on different days and come up with different results. Yeah, maybe. The current implementation of Swift Step and Life Grip is really not good. This is rough. Yeah, so I hope I'm not offending anybody. I feel like if nothing else, this is more of a thought-provoking list, you know. Poor implementation is just really hard to judge because so many of these abilities are redeemable with better implementation, you know. But I think Life Grip deserves at the top, I think, right now, to be honest, because it's one of the easiest, not the easiest, but there's not a lot of, in its current implementation, there is very little nuance with how it is used. And there's nothing the enemy team can do about it at all. Whereas technically, Suzu does have more choices. We're not gonna be able to finish this today, chat. We're gonna have to go back. I mean, obviously, Res is garbage. We've talked about it already. I think Fade has potential. I hate defensive cooldowns, man. Like or mobility raw cooldowns that just move you. I'm not sure how I'm phrasing that correctly because you could argue even stuff like Amp, but Amp is like has team value. It also amplifies your movement speed or your healing. You look at something like Brig Bash, there's damage capability to that, right? You look at something like Winston Jump, you have landing damage, Dash has damage. Then you have stuff like Moira Fade and Swift Step, which is just strictly mobility, right? I don't hate Moira Fade, but whenever I look at Moira Fade, I'm always, man, I wish you could get rewarded for fading through somebody. Like, I'm trying to think of all the mobility cooldowns in this game that I like Brig Bash, like Lucio Amp, Dash, Tracer Blink, Winston Jump, Doomfist Slam. What are some other good mobility cooldowns, chat? I'm trying to think. Ryan Penn. Yeah, sure. There just feels like there's just more choice. I mean, you don't think about the choice, but then you really, if you start to like think of it, compare it to like Genji Dash or something, or even like Brig Bash, you go, oh wow, there is a lot to think about here. With Moira, it's basically just a repositioning tool and one with zero downsides. I'm not saying Moira's OP. I'm just saying that decision-making process is inherently like pretty streamlined. It's only what angle do you want to go to, whether you're disengaging or engaging. Yeah. I mean, even Reaper TP has a reload. You get what I'm saying? So there is, and not the perk we're trying not to count, but technically a perk that gives you more lifesteal after fade. So there's like, or I guess you said teleport. So like, but teleport has a reload too, right? So, and there's a cast time. So there's downsides, but there's also upsides to it. Juno Flight is a tricky one, but Juno Flight is very slow. So it's much more, it's like a mobility cooldown that's strictly used for mobility, but it's not very snappy, you know? So I don't want to remove this from Moira by any means. I think, I wouldn't even say poorly implemented. Let's say could use some work. It seems too harsh to call Moira Fade poorly implemented. It flows, the coding out of it is really cool. I just would like if there was some other way that you could use it. You know me, guys, I'm obsessed with this stuff. Would it be broken if Moira Fade did like what if it did an anti-heal? You know, a 10, 15, 20% anti-heal for 3 seconds or something. Like, oh, before you go, oh, it'd just be broken on tanks. You know, well, you just used your Fade, right? Where would you I don't know. Like, what if it was a small damage component? What if you could fade through teammates and give them a small heal, right? Like, there's all sorts of things. But I don't think it's needed necessarily. I don't think this is desperately needing work. Like, if we're talking about Moira, it's definitely going to be Orb, right? Like, Orb is just blech. It just is bleh. I'm not saying there's no thought at all into Orb, but there's a lot. Yeah, it's not great. You know what? I'll put Orb in garbage because there's technically a little bit more thought with Orb than there are with some of the other cooldowns up there. But I'm honestly not sure, dude. No. Choice is there, but no. Yeah, it just isn't there. They're not unredeemable. We could make something happen out of orbs, but just right now, they're just not it. Yeah, you do have to think about it often because it comes out frequently. Yeah. Orb worse than Suzu? Not in terms of how offensive it is necessarily, but remember, this isn't just about how offensive it is. Like, how offensive really is Orb? Not that bad. Is Trap really that offensive with Junkrat most of the time? Not really. Regenerative Burst, it's really annoying, but it's less to do with how offensive the ability is, although that's part of it. I don't know, guys. All of these quote-unquote problems deserve their own long, well-thought-out experimentation. They deserve way more attention than I can give them. So I am the definitive critic here, where I have definitely I've tried to be better than that. I've tried to put a lot of thought into a lot of things, but I can't put a lot of thought into everything. I'm just trying to make us think about the game a little bit more critically from my own perspective and maybe provide some helpful feedback, hopefully. Yeah, I agree, Gogo. I think some of the stadium powers would be really interesting in the game. Not just from a power creep perspective, because you'd have to be careful about that, but just, yeah. I think Fortify's garbage, y'all. I think Fortify's garbage. I think it's gotten worse. I think it's really gotten worse. I think there's nuance. Well, actually, no. It's terrible. Never mind. It's terrible. It was garbage, and now it's Suck City. Because it used to be that there was an inherent tie-in with how it functioned with your weapon overheat mechanic, and then they just kind of just removed that. So you pretty much just only used it one way.
More like 80 years, am I right?
Yo, Sherman. Holy crap, dude. Thanks for the almost 7 years. 6 years and 8 months. You think garbage is worse than Suck City? Garbage town. But yeah, Fortify's gotten worse. Fortify's gotten worse. I think Orissa's mechanic should have been very tight, limited mobility, which you know me, right? But more importantly, I think they really should have leaned into her weapon dynamics. The whole overheat mechanic and how it could increase your weapon spread, but increase the damage. But then if you overheat it entirely, it explode. Dude, it could explode. You could freaking explode your weapon, do 50 self damage to yourself and nearby enemies, and then you can't fire for 2 or 3 seconds. But if you're able to kind of keep it at a hot level, it does a lot of damage, right? But it's very inaccurate range. But if you keep it cool, it does more damage at range, right? And then you use your Fortify to manage your heat, you know? I've talked about this stuff a lot. Like, I think that they could really lean into that overheat mechanic, and they just did nothing with it. So, and all they did is they just didn't have the development resources to really do anything with it. So then they just slapped it down so that it wouldn't be too OP of an ability, which I don't think it was a bad decision if it's a short-term plan. Like, they've sacrificed Orissa's development just to keep her out of from being too cringe, which I don't really hate. I understand. Like, I understand they have a lot of things, but it is objectively just in a really bad spot right now. It just does one thing. It just allows you to just shoot. And it even slows you now. So it's even less used for offensive output because you're just not allowed to do offensive things with Fortify as often as you used to. You know? We did that in combination with like the javelin spin being verticality, right? But then you could reduce Fortify's defensive capabilities. Like, you could even keep Fortify as a defensive tool, but one that manages your guns overheat. So there would be a lot of motivation to Fortify at lower heat to keep you accurate at range. But that meant that you would spend your most important defensive cooldown. So there's a lot you could do with the character, but they just haven't had the development resources to do it. And so now Fortify not only slows you, but also doesn't really help your gun overheat unless you have the perk. And it's not the best perk either. So it just is. Thank you, Bliss Ballfart. I appreciate that. That's awesome to hear. Good to hear, mate. I even think Javelin Spin could do some work. I think Javelin Spin could accelerate the cooldown mechanic of the weapon as well as the verticality, but we'll leave Javelin Spin for now. It's fine. You hadn't heard about that one? This is the interaction I've been praying for. Thank you, Gavin, for being here for this. I've had great conversations with Blizz Ballfart for like a year now. I'm so glad that you're here, Gavin, to see this. Well, that's my point, Dino. It's the fact that Orisa was so oppressive and Fortify was so oppressive in a vacuum that they had to nerf the more interesting aspects. It's like when I say stuff like you can get a reduced cooldown on Life Grip, or you should make Petal, like have a double Petal with Life Weaver, and everyone freaks because all they can think about is having that with the current strength of Petal or Suzu or Teleport or whatever would be broken, and they're right. They're right. Absolutely would be broken, right? So having Fortify give you current movement speed and heat reduction on your weapon and have the defensive capability that it has right now would be unbelievably stupid, right? So what happens with a lot of development is they will take dynamics out of a kit as a short-term solution to nerf the character quick and easy while they have more resources or have more time to put devote on other things, like I said. It just sucks for the long term, right? So it's like something that, like, I understand why they did that. I just don't like it for the long term. You know what I'm saying? Right. And because the overheat mechanic was just ignored, you just never used it for that function. It was more of a, conceptually, you could use Fortify to keep your gun cool, but nobody ever really did that. But instead of having the time and resources to devote to fixing that problem, they just removed it entirely. You gotta get what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that was a bad decision. Again, they clearly are very busy developing right now. But it is, from this tier list, objectively true. So, and I think there's also something to be said for having, I'm going to pause the list right there, guys. We'll come back to this on Tuesday, I think. But there is something to be said for an ability just doing too much, but yeah. Okay, we ready, Pepper?
Yeah, I'm ready. Is Savannah ready?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll message him. I'm closing this door though.
You got your face. Okay, yeah, she's gonna close the door. Listen, if anybody can save Arissa, it's Blizz Ballfart. Amon Bull, can you message me, please? I will put... Gavin doesn't have any control of that stuff, but I can drop it in the content creator Discord as feedback, and maybe. Yes, Gavin Winter, Blizz Ballfart, dedicated to their communities. And we love that. Masters 2 lobby, by the way. All right, I'll take a quick look at this, and then I got to get everything set up in my end.
What are you doing?
I mean, to be fair, that's hard to see. I mean, I don't hate that. That's hard to see. Nice clip, by the way. That was a good clip. Okay, that was unironically decent.
That was one of the silliest things I've ever seen in my life.
That wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure if I fell off the map.
That wasn't that bad. Okay, chat. Podcast time. I'm the last living American male without a podcast. This isn't a real pod. This is more of just like a, well, you'll have to say. You'll have to wait and see. Hang on a second. Ah, it's not plugged in all the way in. Yo, let me get my, I can't hear you.
Okay, hang on.
There you go. Let me get my face cam situated. I'm gonna have to do this like Safada, do you have face cam, or are we just gonna have to look at your beautiful profile picture? Oh, look at that. Hang on. All right, let me get this all
Safana
set
looks so
up.
comfortable.
Man spreading the podcast.
I don't think I can hear you guys. Hang on.
Can you hear me?
I mean, I can hear you, but I can't hear you like through this call.
I'm getting some wind from Stefano.
Yes. Behold my wind.
It's better.
It's better now. Hang on. You don't have face cam up yet, but I have to disable it first. Hang on. And I gotta change stream title, and then I gotta do all this jazz. Give me a sec. Okay, hang on. Turn on camera. There. That should be good. Okay, there we go. Gosh, that hair is great. And then I will do this. And then I'll change display capture to window capture. And then here. Can you guys test audio really fast? Just say something each really fast.
Yes, I am a big fan of words and I like to talk.
I can't hear you.
that there's something wrong with
I
your
can only
audio.
hear you through stream. I'm like,
There's something wrong with your audio then. I can hear Stefano.
Oh. You know what I like?
let me check.
I like a good old can of Orange Monster. Orange Monster. Drink some of that. They get you going for several hours. This is sponsored.
I heard you for a second.
Are there in that, do you reckon?
There's a bunch of good things in here, such as niacinamide. Niacinamide.
That's good. You can pronounce it.
Niacinamide.
Oh gosh.
Pyridoxine.
My ears are struggling.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but your audio
Hi.
quality is way worse.
I don't understand. Like, it's
Like,
hooking up, and it's like.
I'm gonna have to mute you. I'm gonna have to mute you. Your mic is like ringing like crazy. That's fine. We can wait. We can wait.
Sorry.
Cat. I summon thee.
I gotta add commands anyway. Stefano, therapist, Overwatch coach, professional pool player, billiards master. What should be your third thing? Your therapist, Overwatch coach, professional what?
I'm a cat wrangler.
Cat
I'm a
wrangler.
cat whisperer.
Cat wrangler, okay. There. If you want, I can come over and try to figure it out, Pepper, if you want. What's the video with sports scientists? Just look up sports psychology on my YouTube. You should be able to find it. I shot her. But her mic works, so. Yeah, this is a new face cam for her and a new mic because she hadn't had it sorted out. She used that old crappy mic, you know, so it's like two variables at the same time. Do you bicycle? Oh, that's right. Wait, do you have the no, you said you did the exercise bike the other day.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
That wasn't an exercise bike. I just really went 17 miles.
Oh, you did? Oh.
Yeah.
Was it on that bicycle? I didn't know you bicycled.
No, that's my Lamborghini.
Oh.
And I don't say that as like some sort of douche that's like, that's literally an old like vintage Lamborghini bike from when they used to make bikes.
Wait, that's an actual Lamborghini. That's an actual Lamborghini bicycle.
Yeah, it's an actual Lamborghini bike, yeah. They used to make bikes back in like the 70s.
That's funny.
But it's like that's like a mechanical bike. Hello?
You hear me?
Yeah,
yes.
I can. Say something one more time.
I don't know. I really don't know what. Hi.
Wait, are you hearing me or are you hearing me through stream?
Can you hear me? I can't hear you guys.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm going to need to come over and fix
I don't
things.
understand.
I'll be right back. Be right back, chat.
Or I'll hang out with chat.
I really don't. Sorry.
Gavin Winter confirms your opinion doesn't matter, only if you're a Microsoft CEO. What's up, Harmless Poke? How goes the climb? GM2, all right. Still hot.
Okay. Okay, so it's not working. So, Stefano, I cannot hear you.
You can't hear me?
This should work here. Say something for me, Stefano.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, can you hear me just fine?
I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, it was Discord settings. It's fine now.
Okay, I was like, dude, it was totally fine. I was like, I'm not gonna be the person that messes this up. And I messed it up. I had one job. We're so back. I'm sorry, guys.
Master Overwatch, are you the guy who's always asking for Junkrat Hero Misery? Or maybe I shouldn't acknowledge it. It only gives you more power.
All right, I think we're good.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Just Discord settings. That's all. Okay.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
Nothing. Stefano was saying that he bought a Lamborghini.
Oh, excellent. I just want to see the cat again.
His Overwatch coaching is going really well, so.
Oh,
that's a cute kitty. It's a cute kitty.
So cute.
All right, so
what did I miss? What did I miss?
Nothing. So,
okay.
Pepper, you were the one that kind of set this up, and you've got the script and all the topics you wanted to talk about. So I'm gonna let you run point here, but I will start by like introducing everybody to everybody here. Pepper, introduce yourself.
Hi.
I have a Twitch command for you, but that ain't gonna
It's okay. I'm Pepper. I'm Mrs. Spilo, for those of you who don't know. And both Spilo and I have, throughout a relationship, done a lot of competitive endeavors, Overwatch obviously being one of them. And, well, he has, not me so much. But one of the topics that's always interested both of us is competition and succeeding in competition. And even like as we've kind of dabbled in different things on and off that aren't necessarily we're doing them together, we've always had this topic about like, what does it mean to be successful at what you're doing, and how do you reach success in whatever it is. So for me, I have a minor in psychology, and that's how I can deal with Spilo. Side note. But I do competitive jujitsu. I'm a kids jujitsu instructor, and I've lived with Spilo long enough to have seen a lot of the behind the scenes of Overwatch League and competitive Overwatch. So for me, Spilo and I have had all these conversations about the overlap between my competing and competitive Overwatch and just all this competition stuff in general. So I brought it up to Spilo. I was like, man, I feel like I can't be the only person that as a really bad Overwatch player, but a very competitive person has questions about, am I doing what I need to do to feel successful, where I am never going to be a, an Overwatch, like a professional Overwatch player. And I would go so far as to say I'm not even going to ever be like a 1% professional jiu-jitsu athlete, but I want to feel successful at what I'm doing. So how does that work? Which I guess kind of leads into Stefano and his cat, because Stefano, I'll let you kind of
pressing keys on the keyboard. Yeah.
I'll let you kind of share about your background and your list of accomplishments that brings you into this conversation. But the first person I thought of when I was like, man, I want to kind of dig into this was
Oprah Winfrey.
you. Oprah Winfrey, and then Stefano after that. And I was like...
Yeah, she wasn't available for it, so yeah, it's unfortunate.
So I was like, man, I feel like this would be the guy to talk about this stuff. So yeah, Stefano, give us your list of accolades.
I know some stuff. Yeah, so like
some stuff.
Yeah, I'm big into psychology. I study psychology pretty much every day. I went to school for it, got a bachelor's, then go for master's in therapy. I'm still completing the master's, or in therapy, in counseling psychology, but it's basically just therapy. And yeah, what I do is I do individual therapy with adults, with minors, various different types of individuals. And all different types of mental health disorders and things like that, but also like things like sports psychology and group therapy and stuff like that. So like, for example, like one thing that you'll see from like top organizations and even esports is that they typically will be assigned like a sports psychologist that works with them. It's the same thing in like football. It's the same thing in, whatever. And so I know a lot of things about that kind of stuff, and I follow like the literature and things. And then one of the main ways that I make money outside of that is that I like to do coaching. So I do individual coaching for Overwatch, and I do team coaching. I was an amateur pool player, so like I was in a pool league association, would do tournaments in like Las Vegas and stuff like that, and I would also coach that game. And there's a lot of similarities. I mean, when it comes to coaching, there's just similarities you see in everything, but one thing that I found from doing it a lot is like that psychology and understanding humans, there's a lot of overlap there between how you coach things and how you talk to people and how you do therapy, and understanding people, I think, is the key. And so I don't know that much. I don't know everything, but I know some stuff. And so, yeah, so I'm here to... Yeah.
And I'm Spilo and I have bad hair. That's all. That's all.
I was saying we all know who Spilo is. We don't need to talk about Spilo. No, but
I'm wearing a mushroom shirt as well, so.
That's my shirt.
Yeah, well, it fits, so.
That's literally my shirt. No, so I guess to start things off, to kind of give some backstory, last spring, after having a lot of unintentional time off due to injuries and stuff like that, I decided to get back into doing competitive jiu-jitsu. And I never really thought about what it means to like feel successful outside of winning, because I was actually reading Atomic Habits, which Spilo's been getting on me to read for like months and months and months. And I came across a quote that said, winners and losers both want the same thing. And I was like, oh, like, it just never occurred to me that, like you think about like, oh, well, if I want to be successful, I have to win, which means I need to want to win, and that's how I'm going to win. And that's going to be success. But it's like, wait a second, everybody wants to win. Like if you said, oh, do you want $1 million? Most people would be like, yeah, of course I do, you know? So I kind of went through this like awakening almost where, you know, I started getting back into competing last summer or spring, and I was like, yeah, I really want to win. Yeah, okay, as long as I want to win and I like try really hard and I do everything I physically can, like, you know, yeah, then I'm gonna win, and that's how I'm gonna be successful. But then I kind of started to think about it more, and I'm like, man, well, this puts a lot of pressure on me because, you know, if the whole like reason I'm gonna feel successful is because I'm winning, there's so much out of my control when it comes to winning, you know? And for Overwatch, it's like you queue up and you get a map you're not good at, or you queue up and you get some guy that's like can only play Widowmaker and they won't swap.
Right.
It's
Not
like
even well at that either, so.
Shut up. Shut up. So it's like, you know, all these things are outside of your control when it comes to just focusing on winning. So I guess my first question for you would be, you have somebody that's playing Overwatch like me, who is at best like mid-gold, and they're just not like, I don't say it's not that they're talented enough. You know, I think if I put in more time, like if I was doing as much Overwatch as Spilo, I could do more. But for the time I want to put in, it's going to be very frustrating for me to go, well, I'm not going to be successful unless I hit Diamond or Masters or whatever. I'm not going to be successful unless I do that. But clearly it's not like, it would take more of like a miracle than like my game plan working out for me to hit Diamond or Masters with the amount of time I'm playing. And there's a lot of players, I hear Spilo talking to them all the time where they're like, I want to hit this rank. And he's like, how much are you playing? You know, and I think that can be, sorry if you were one of those people, guys.
No,
like,
I mean, there's like, yeah, there's a lot of dudes. I'll see the thing where it's like, oh yeah, like, I'm thinking about, you know, being GM or getting to like the Overwatch CS level, and it's like, wait, you have 300 hours in the game, okay, and you play this often. It's like, oh, I mean, yeah, I
well, right.
maybe underestimating a bit of the. But
Well,
there's
and
something. I think that's what is what you're getting at. Is there's something there where it's like that like for some reason there is a very large majority of people who play this game and do other things where it's like there's something there that's like success. I don't want to play this unless I consider myself successful or I make these external validations like matter. And for some reason, like most people will just jump straight to the top because that's the only way that they can see themselves. Like they wouldn't feel good if they were like Diamond or Masters or something like that. They jump immediately to the highest prize or something like that.
A lot of identity with people kind of drives actions, and a lot of most people that come to me, obviously it's a bit of selection bias, see themselves as winners. And the problem with that is that they will refuse to participate in something unless they're doing it exceptionally well based off of their own parameters, which obviously leads to two outcomes. One, they avoid any sort of commentary that might paint them in a bad light. Like they'll avoid negative situations on their path because that would show them how bad they actually are, and they avoid those. But it also means that they're not comfortable just playing for the sake of play. Like having hobbies that are just fun and it's okay to be bad at because it's not something that I'm applying myself to. It's like everyone wants to kind of be, I'm successful at literally everything that I do. And because of that, I don't do things unless I'm successful at them, right? Which not only creates this weird caricature of who they are, but also denies them a lot of avenues that they might just legitimately enjoy as well.
Yeah, that's like why one of the first questions that comes across in like an individual session when I'm meeting a new person, and they say, well, I say like, okay, what kind of goals do you have? And they're like, I want to be Diamond. I don't just take that lightly, right? Like, it's not like, oh, okay, you just picked it. No, it's like, why? What's wrong with being gold forever? Like, what makes you want to be Diamond? Like, why does that matter to you? Like, why is like, if you're playing like if you just think of an average dude, it's like if you're playing a game just to have fun, what is it about having balanced games in gold that like feel engaging that's not enough for you, that it has to be plat or has to be diamond, has to be different than that? The game is going to be like whatever you end up in, it's going to be a balanced ratio either way. So there's something there that's like that immediately is motivating them, and figuring that out to start with helps you understand them way more. But another thing though that this immediately started making me think of is, you guys ever heard of like the smart kid, like I guess like paradox thing? I don't know. It's like
you describe it. I think I know where you're going with this. Finish.
Yeah. So one thing that I do when it comes to like working with children and their parents in session is sometimes I will discourage parents from hamming up too much because like sometimes parents will be like, oh, my kid's so smart, they're a genius, you know. And there's kind of the smart kid thing that happens to children, especially a lot of kids that play video games, right? They're smart, they pick up new things a lot, they're very active. A lot of times even like things like ADHD are present. It just makes them really quick. Their mind's processing really fast. They learn a lot. They love learning new things. But the thing is, that kid, the basic idea is, imagine a kid who goes through their life being told, you know, hey, you're a smart kid. Um, you're smart. All of his family members saying smart. You just don't apply yourself or stuff like. They'll hear things like that, and they grow up thinking they're smart. Let me ask you guys: when you have a classroom of children or a group of kids doing whatever activity, what kind of things would you see about them that make them that would stand out, and other people would associate that with that kid being smart? What kind of things would that kid do?
Probably alertness. Like being alert to questions, asking questions.
Yeah, say more about that.
I think the easiest answer would be like, oh, just success at whatever they do. But I think kind of what Pepper's saying is probably the more accurate answer, which is just genuine curiosity. Just curiosity.
It's close. Yeah. So they're related. Yeah. So quick questions, right? Fast. Success. How do we measure success at like a test or something like that? Or how do we measure success at some sort of activity? Typically, it's the kid who does it the fastest. It's the kid who turns in the test first. It's the kid who comes up with the answer for the student really quick. That's the smart kid, right? Well, the thing is, for that kid, they do this over and over throughout their life. And the pattern you typically see is that starts to become part of their identity. I am the smart kid. I am the kid who figures things out. I am the kid who always has the answer fast, and things come naturally to me. And that's what makes me feel smart, because other people see things coming natural to me and me figuring them out quickly, and they go, oh, he's smart. Look how quickly, he does that thing. And so the problem is they go through their life, kind of reinforcing that as their identity, getting that evidence and doing those things. And then when they encounter things in their life, like, as they become an adult or something like that, they start to encounter things in their life that aren't so easy, that do require just work. They might require like a lot of hard work or dedication or something like that. Something that just is impossible for you to just instantly be good at. What you find with those individuals is they actually shy away from doing them. Can you guys guess why?
Because they're not used to that process, maybe.
Right. They're not used to the process.
Well,
but
it's
also because
failure, right? Yeah. Like if you fail, you look stupid, and then I'm the smart kid. I'm not the stupid kid.
Yeah, it destroys their entire identity. Like
their identity. Yeah.
So for somebody who wasn't reinforced that way their whole life, they can do things and fail, and that's okay with them. Like they can. Yeah. But for the smart kid, if that happens, it can destroy who they are, what they value about themselves, and what everybody in their life has always said is the valuable thing about them. So then they end up not engaging with those things. Anyway, so that's I hope you guys get that's the general idea of how that kind of pathway goes. They tend to struggle with that kind of shit.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, what really led me to wanting to have this discussion about success was that I had some experiences where it was very like the traditional, like stepping stones to be successful, where it's like you have to work harder than everybody else, put in more time than everybody else, be the fastest person, like you said, the fastest to get stuff done. It was just like a lot of volume, which was where it started to tie into talking about Overwatch, because I have seen and heard of, especially the inaugural season of Overwatch League, where some of these teams were like, we got to put in time. We got to scrim more than everybody else. And some of those teams were the worst teams.
The Shanghai Dragons, yeah.
The Shanghai Dragons, yeah. So, and what was happening for me is, I'm a very like, I don't want to use the word like OCD, but I have my notebook. I'm just like Spilo then. I'm just like Spilo. I don't have Spilo's OCD, but I have my notebook. I write everything down. I don't need any like outside motivation. Like if I want to do something, I'm like, okay, this is how I'm going to do it. And so many weeks it's going to take, and we're going to do this and that. And so, for a person like me that has all these plans, I guess the Overwatch equivalent would be like, I have to hit this rank at this interval, and I have to do this much time on Vaxta to get warmed up and all this stuff. I had it all planned out, and it was burning me out. And I got to the end of the season, and like you're talking about, like that identity, I'd be like, hey, I came in first at this tournament. I should be like, yeah, okay. But instead it was kind of like, okay, well, what's the point now? Because like am I really successful because I won this tournament? Because there's always another tournament. There's always another step. There's always another rank to get to. So should I sit here and be like, yeah, this is good? Or should I be like, no, you gotta get back to work. We're not done. We got more work to do. But it's like, oh man, especially like, you know, jiu-jitsu, it's like, I'm tired. I'm hungry. I want to go to bed. I'm worn out. And what was happening was I was having this realization where I was like, man, I don't think this is sustainable. But I was being told, hey, in order to be successful, like, you do not stop. And it wasn't even necessarily like my single experience. Like, this is very common in the jiu-jitsu world, much like Overwatch, where people are on social media and they're like, yeah, I trained for 9 hours today. They did not train for 9 hours. You know, they taught for 4 and trained for 3, and then we're doing private lessons for whatever else the remainder is. But the idea is, I want everybody to see that I am working more than everybody else. And that is what's going to make me successful. That's why I'm going to win. And that's why I can do more than everybody else. Like you said, not necessarily the fastest, but like quantity, like look how much I can do. And I started talking to Spilo about it, and I'll kind of let you talk about this, Spilo, but like in Overwatch, whether it's the Overwatch teams or competitive, there are a lot of people that think like volume is what's going to lead you to be successful. I need to play more ranked. And especially where it's not, well, for me, it's exhausting. Like, for a lot of people, it's like, I can play ranked for 6 hours at a time. I know Spilo can. I've seen him do it. But it's like, I can play for 6 hours. It doesn't matter how well I'm doing or if I'm practicing anything, but look, I'm playing for 6 hours. It's going to help me climb. I'm going to be so good. And clearly that's not the case, you know, or we'd have the majority of the player base would be in GM. So
right,
what would you say? What would you say? Because I don't think it matters how much like people like know that like deep in their mind, like I'm not going to hit GM just because I play 8 hours a day. Like, why is it one that people hit their head against this wall? They're just like, I just need to do more. And two, like, what would you say is the alternative? And I know you guys both obviously kind of have probably said this to people before, but because it's like, for me, I experienced a lot of, if you're not like feeling like you're suffering and like the grind set, then you're not going to be successful. And like I said, Overwatch is full of that. I mean, I don't know if it was you telling me or like reading about it, but like these teams where the players are like not getting much done by the final scrim block, but it's like, we have to scrim more than anybody else. Like we have to outwork everybody. And it's like, what are we doing? It seems so useless.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think kind of like what you said is sort of like suffering is associated with progress rather, but just because if it's hard, then it has to be worth doing. No pain, no gain. I mean, like that's like a legitimate thing. And as always, there's always like more than a grain of truth in it. Like it like to achieve great success in anything, if that is your motivation, like let's say you do want to really, really become top OWCS, whatever, you're gonna have to make some sacrifices. Like you absolutely have to. Like I can look back at my time to Overwatch League and I can definitely point at a lot of moments where I made sacrifices that I should not have made, that I could have done just as good of a job, if not better, if I'd been smarter with my time. But there are also moments where I said, if I were to have made Overwatch League, I had to make that sacrifice. Like I had to kind of change my priorities such that that was the case. And there's just no way of getting around that. And I think if you get to the top of your field in literally anything that you do have to make sacrifices right now. Like I sit too much. I stand as much as I can. I exercise a lot, but to do what I'm doing right now, I kind of have to sit more than I'd like, right? Like I think I'm a lot more balanced than I have been in the past, and that's great. But I do have to make some compromises, and I think that's unavoidable. But the problem is that people assume suffering and compromise is everything, and they see that as the occasional end result of accomplishing greatness, and then they glorify the suffering rather than that being the consequence of actually accomplishing things.
Because
so wouldn't it be nice?
Right.
Wouldn't it be nice if suffering wasn't even like it wasn't correlated or related to like
exactly
success at all?
Exactly. It's like how like people like I'm going to throw it under the bus, but like the whole like CrossFit craze back in the day. You remember this, Pepper, right? Where it's like
yes.
The way CrossFit athletes, right? It's like the way that a lot of quote unquote little CrossFitters trained was a very this sucks, so this has to be great for me as a wannabe athlete, but no athlete trains like that. Like no athlete trains like that. But because it was legitimate. Like I did a CrossFit off and on. I'd visit Pepper and I'd do a CrossFit workout, and they freaking suck. They're hard. They're no joke. But that's not how you become an athlete, right? That's not how you become an athlete. That's how you get really good at doing Olympic lifts really fast and running around. But that's not going to make you an athlete. But it was the no pain, no gain mindset. And so therefore it feels as if it has to be the most efficient way of doing something. And even taking the second to question it is, oh, you just don't have it. You just don't want it badly enough. Oh, yeah, you're not working 80 hours a week. I remember people would be like, oh, you're working a 40-hour job. I remember my first part-time job. Ha, 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 ha.
Right.
It's like
America.
It's like a something measuring contest. You get what I'm saying? So like, it's like, okay, congrats. You suffered more than I did. No. And this
it's like, I don't know why suffering is like that resource or some sort of commodity, like,
it's because
culturally
it's
throughout
strength.
all over the place.
It's because it's mental strength. But without fail, all of these people are mentally lazy, without exception. I'm not saying that they're lazy people necessarily, but they don't know how to engage properly. They've never actually given their full all. Stefano, have you live coached people before?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've done that. And if you've ever been in their ear and are like, what are you doing? Where's your angle? Where's your angle? Where's your angle? Where's your angle? I've done that with some students before who just mindlessly grind. And without fail, they'll finish the session and they're like, oh.
yeah, they're actually tired. Like,
and I'm like, yeah, do you see why? Do you see why I'm telling you to play? Depending on the player, anywhere from 1 to 4 hours a day. You can't possibly do more than that. You can't possibly give that level of effort for more than that. And if you've been playing longer than that, you haven't been working hard enough. So that's where you can always flip it on your head. When people say, "Oh, you're not working hard enough," I'm like, no, you're not working hard enough. You don't really know what true work is. You've never really given that effort. I had with this all the time in contenders, where these hard stuck contenders coaches or tier 3 coaches would be like, Spilo, how are you doing this, man? Like, I'm like working these tier 3 teams and I'm coaching like 14 hours a day. And I'm like, bro, you're not coaching 14 hours a day, bro. They're working with like literally 3 different teams. Like they'll be working with an NA team, an EU team, and a couple some like tier 3, like, I don't know, Thailand team or something, right? And they're like, I'm doing VOD reviews for all of them. I'm like, no, you're not. You're not doing VOD reviews for all of them. You're saying words and giving generic. You're not developing. You're not progressing. You're not giving your team the individual attention that those players deserve. You're not developing yourself. You're not getting enough sleep. You're not doing it. You're not progressing. And so it's like, it's so easy to do that, right? And the reason why people do that is because for 2 reasons. 1, it feels as if they're doing something, and 2, it doesn't require any sort of self-reflection. My dad used to always say that thinking is work. Thinking sucks. Thinking is hard, right? And so many people are just willing to kind of like go through the motions of like this dopamine of like, I am suffering, therefore it must be good. But it is not good, man. Like it is, you have to be so self-reflective and conscious of what you're doing and getting the biggest bang for your buck. And so many people don't do that, man.
Yeah, the suffering train is rather enticing, isn't it? Because it's like it's culturally valued to suffer.
It is.
It seems, and it's not unique to
it's
like
universal
the US
too.
Anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, it's literally universal. East,
it's
West,
all,
Korean, Western, European. Everyone thinks that they're the. I guess there was like a brief period of time where like in American contenders where it was like culturally cool to not scrum and just show up, but those guys are grinding like 8 to 9 hours of ranked a day, even. So it's like everyone's doing it.
It's like a temptation too, because so you gain value typically for yourself, because you've seen everybody value suffering. So when you add suffering to yourself, you gain some sort of mental value there a little bit, where it's like I'm doing that thing, and then other people might you can perceive other people as valuing it. The other thing is that you can correlate almost everybody at the top percent of anything. Like one example I always give is like somebody like Michael Jordan. That guy suffered. That guy. You don't want to be that guy. But people will pursue that, and they see the hysterics and the highlights of it. But that guy was like a miserable dude, and he was very miserable to be around because he was basically disordered by how much he included suffering into his life to achieve the highest thing. He was addicted to it. The guy would die if he did not succeed. So he would practice for 10 hours, like that kind of. But so you get that value from the culture thing, and then there's also like you can correlate it with like the top 1% of the stuff. So it's like, look at all these people, look at all the best players in Overwatch, how many hours they have, how much they work for things. So it's easy to draw that connection of like, even though it's correlated, but there's also bronze players with 7,000 hours or whatever,
Yeah.
And then the other enticing part of it is that it has, like you were talking about, it's like such a strong feeling of emotional and physiological feedback from doing it. So you will know You know, so it can replace those other actions because you can feel that experience of suffering. It can replace the ability of that of ever experiencing that mental exhaustion that's required to, you know, engage with something long enough with your attention and spend that resource. You can just like add a bunch of suffering on it. It might simulate that same experience where it's like, I am doing something here. Whether or not that's actually valid, it's just, yeah, it's kind of like a cursed little tempting fruit of suffering that you can take.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's interesting what you said too, Spile, about like the dopamine of suffering, because, or
I
to
use
tie in
that
with-
loosely. I don't know if that's like physiologically true
No,
or not,
yeah,
but like
not
you
even
get
if
what I'm
it's
saying.
it's culturally, like Stefano was saying, it feels good to know we're a part of the pack, like what other people are doing, especially with social media and stuff. Like we see people doing something and we go, oh, that looks like if I do that, then I will feel good about myself.
Dude, it's embarrassing not to sometimes. I don't know if you guys ever... I can even catch myself where I'm like, I'll have like days, like Wednesdays are usually my lighter work day. I usually have like 2 sessions. I have to do 2 or 3 hours of like... Sometimes I'll only work like 4 or 5 hours on a Wednesday. And I'm always like, man, I'm so lazy. Like, dude, I'm like, but I make all my best ideas, you know, all my best ideas, you know, like all my best coaching sessions happen on Wednesday, you know? So it's like,
yeah, that's what's fucked about the whole, like what I'm saying about the suffering commodity thing is like now you're in trouble, because now if you like ever like relax or something like that, you feel bad. You're gonna feel like bad. If people see you relaxing or enjoying yourself, you'll feel anxious.
Yeah.
And that's what was happening to me is, you know, what was happening is, it all kind of stemmed from like I wanted to get back into competing, but I really wanted to get my purple belt. And I was like, man, like I just need to, you know, do well at this competition. So I had a goal, you know, and I think that is a big thing for being successful. Like you said, like I want to hit diamond, I want to hit masters, I want to get my purple belt. I have a goal.
Can I interject really fast?
Yeah.
I think the goals are important because they dictate what processes you should get towards the goal. Because if you think about, right, it's like if I have a certain goal, then I need to kind of shift what I want to do depending on what I'm aiming for. Like for you aiming for a purple belt, you got to ask, okay, then how does a purple belt need to train, right? If a plat player wants to get to diamond versus a plat player wants to stay in plat, that dictates. But if a plat player is going for grandmaster, you got to ask, okay, long term, I was going to have to shift what I do. Because I think as long as goals shift your processes, they're relevant. That's the way that I look at things.
No,
Sorry for interrupting.
For sure. No, I was just saying like that was kind of like my goal, and so I knew what I had to do to be successful was like, man, like I have to go to this tournament and I have to beat everybody, because if I beat everybody there, then I've proven that I'm better than the people with the skill. I'm ready for the Overwatch, you know, the jiu-jitsu equivalent of I'm ranking up in Overwatch. And it didn't happen. So I was like, okay, like I need to
Well, you mentioned anxiety about not suffering.
Yeah, well, so because in my mind I started thinking like I'm not working hard enough. I'm not working hard enough.
Very briefly, like don't name names, but about like the culture as well, because I think that's really important too. Because that stuff scales so quickly.
Basically, you know, it had started with, you know, like I want to compete, and that was pretty much it. It was like, oh, you want to compete, cool, and it kind of like I said, I finished that first tournament. I was thinking like, man, like I told my friends like, yeah, I'm like gonna get my purple belt. This is gonna be awesome, and nothing happened. And so I was like, well, maybe, you know, it's not a fluke, but like I have to do it twice. I have to like really prove like, look, I did it twice. I beat everybody. And I did. I beat everybody the first one. The second one, I beat everyone in the second one. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is great. Like clearly I'm ready to rank up. Like, and it didn't happen. And so now I'm starting to feel like, okay, well I have to do like one of the big ones. You know, I'm doing like local tournaments. So I'm going to do like the IBJJF, which is like the International Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Federation. And like, that's going to be it, you know? And so I, you know, was training all summer, and like, it was just like more. Like we would, you know, train on the weekends for like 2 hours, and it was like, turn the heat up to 90 degrees, and it was like hot, and like people are puking, and I'm like,
You're min-maxing, okay.
Yeah. It's like, man, I have to like, if you're not like feeling like you're going to go in a coma, like you didn't give everything you had, and you're not going to win if you don't like push yourself to the edge of death. And so I'm like, yeah, like, I'm training so hard, man. I'm going to win. And so I go to this IBJJF in Charlotte, and I got third in gi, and I got first in no gi. And I was like, I did it. I succeeded. I'm successful.
This was a big tournament too.
Purple belt. I was so excited. And I came back and I told Spilo, I was like, this is it. Like, I thought like it was this, but no, it was this. Like now I feel good. And it still didn't happen. And I was like, that's why I started to feel anxious about myself, was like, dude, I can't put in any more work. Like there's nothing, like I'm working as hard as I can. So I'm like, what am I doing wrong here? Like I'm working as hard as I can. I've proven myself. I've beaten people at this skill level, and I'm being told inadvertently, you're not ready to, reach that goal that you set for yourself. And what was interesting was, I finally, like, jujitsu is kind of like, it's not like you can't be like, oh, what do I need to do to rank up? You can ask people and be like, what do I need to do? And your coach will be like, yeah, do this, whatever. Or they'll just kind of be like, oh yeah, you're getting close or whatever. But I was specifically told, ready for this? I was told, oh, you're not putting enough mat time. You're not putting enough time. And I was like,
damn,
my body's broken. Like, you can ask Spilo, like, by the end of last fall, I was like,
there was a major
apart.
Cold War happening between me and her BJJ coach. We were not on. There was like some tension there for sure. Because I'm hearing this, and I'm like,
yeah.
Well,
and it was just
it
tough.
must really hurt. Like emotionally, that must really hurt. Because like you mentioned anxiety, but like I can imagine. I don't know. I can try to picture that kind of situation of really feeling proud or accomplished about something, and then continuing to do that only for it to be taken away from you every time. I feel like that must have hurt.
Well, and the thing about it was it really messed with my whole like perception of being successful. It really did, because in my mind, it's like I set a goal, I accomplished it, I'm successful. And I'm being told by somebody that has done this longer than me, has competed more than me, no, you're not. And I was like, am I not successful because I didn't reach my goal? Or am I not successful because my goal wasn't good enough? Because I feel like I reached my goal, but either I didn't actually reach my goal, and you're telling me like, no, you have to compete a lot more at this rank. Like, it's still a fluke. It doesn't count.
Pepper has a tendency of being like successful enough and hardworking enough. She always finds these insecure competing men that want to like live vicariously through her. I'm not joking, dude. This happened with flag football as well.
Yeah.
Where there's like, oh, she's really good. She picks up stuff really well. And then somebody's like, oh, you have to do this and this and this. And they're always old school, always like inexperienced. And the best part about it is they're also super underachievers, the guys that pick her up, like for the amount of work that they put in as well. And so it's just like, yeah, it's awkward, but yeah, continue.
No, it's fine. It basically just, it started with, I told Spilo, I was like, I feel like really insecure about competing right now. Like, I feel like if I was to compete right now, I would feel like I would lose, which is really dumb because I've just proven for the last 7 months that I can beat pretty much everybody. And like, I can endure this crazy training. Like, I should feel like, man, this is the best I've ever been. And instead I was feeling like I suck. I'm not good. And then, when I told Spilo that, he's like, you need to stop going to competition training. And I was like, fair enough, because I don't want to compete right now. I feel like I'm not a success. I feel like I don't want to be successful. And that was the other thing too, is, it was looking very much like, if you don't want to be the 1%, then you will never be successful. And it was really disheartening to me. It was like, imagine like somebody's like, you should play Overwatch. And you're like, yeah, I want to play Overwatch. This is so fun. You start playing and you're like, oh, you should try ranked. And you're like, oh, ranked? Cool. There's like ranked. Yeah, but you're not good unless you hit GM. If you don't hit GM, like, you're never going to be good. Like, I'd be like, well,
yeah.
why am I playing ranked then? Like, do I just quit? And that was very much like where I was at, is I told my coach, like, hey, I'm not doing competition training. He's like, no, that's fine. Take some time. And then I was going to regular classes and I was like getting called out in front of people, like, you're not working hard enough. Your guard's getting passed too easy. You're not training enough. Like, at one point I walked in and it wasn't like I was getting yelled at, but like, I brought my notebook in and I have notes and I'm practicing stuff at home, and because I'm an overachiever, and he just goes, yeah, just, you're still not getting enough mat time, like in front of people. And so like, I finally had to message him. I was like, man, like, I don't want to compete. I don't feel like I'm good enough. Like, I don't know what else
kind of
I can
emotions
do.
came up. What kind of emotions, I wonder, came up for you, like right after that experience? Like, so like, I don't know, I imagine you're out somewhere and then maybe you're done for that day and you're on your way home or whatever.
Well, the first couple times was very much like, I felt like I got punched in the gut. Especially because this is somebody, like, it's your coach. Like, imagine, like, if Spilo was coaching you and he just tells you, like, you're never going to hit GM. And, like, you had a whole plan.
Maybe not the best example, but yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Punch in the gut, like you're like choking, like you can't breathe.
Like, it just felt like your best friend was like, you're not coming to my birthday party. Like, I felt like I disappointed my best friend. I felt like this is somebody that I've wanted to... Wait, why are you laughing at me?
I literally have a video with that title. But yeah, keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
I felt like, man, like, you know, I'm putting in all this outside work. I'm trying to get more training. I've won all these medals. I've, you know, gotten as close as I can to ranking up. And the person that you're kind of looking to for that guidance is like, no, you're still not succeeding. You haven't done it. And I was like, dude, what else do I have to do? But it, you know, really came to a head when, you know, as I was like kind of dropping these hints, like, I'm not coming to competition training. You know, he wanted me to train 6 or 7 days a week, including like three times a week training at like 6 a.m., which I was like, I'm never going to see Spilo because he works late Tuesday, Thursdays. And the 6 a.m.s was like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I was like, I'm just never going to see him. But I lost Spilo to Elden Ring instead, so I guess it's comparable.
Yeah. Bad influence. I got him addicted.
Oh, Stefano's playing Elden Ring. I have to go. No, but basically, you know, I've been like dropping all these little hints, like, hey, I can't do this, and I would always say like, but I'm gonna do this instead. It was never like, you want me to train more? Well, I'm just not going to. I'd be like, I can't train, but listen, I'm gonna meet up with my friend twice a week, and we're gonna work on the stuff that I need to work on or whatever. And it just started to get to the point where I could tell he wasn't happy with me because he was kind of getting a little like nonverbal. Like I would come into train and normally be like, oh, hey Pepper, what's up? And it kind of turned into I'd walk in and he would kind of like, look at me that I came in and was just kind of went right back to what he's doing.
You're like you know what you're like? You're like a dolphin at like a SeaWorld or something that's doing all these flips and like things through all the hoops all the people want. And then then the trainer's like some bored kid that's not even fucking looking at the, like he's just eating his popcorn and like
oh, that's nice.
Doesn't give it, yeah.
So, you know, the day that I got bad was I was
Shamu.
I was drilling with my friend and he was across the room with somebody else and he comes over and he's like, I was like, am I doing it wrong? And he's like, and he just jumps in, does the thing, and goes, I'm not kidding, like nonverbal. And I was like, oh, so I like need to do it like this? And he goes, and just walks away. And I looked at my friend and I was like, did I do something wrong? And he's like, I don't know. And so he just like, we got to the end of class, we're doing rounds, and he comes over and like we high five, fist bump, like he's gonna roll with me that round. And he submits me 5 times in 5 minutes. Just like boom, boom, boom. And I'm like, what did I do? Like that I'm like being under this abuse. And so the round ends and I'm kind of like, that was weird. And I go, oh, hey, good job, coach. And he just goes, not enough mat time, and walks away. And I was going to cry. Like, I was like, I feel like I'm going to cry. But I was like, I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry in front of him. And I got home and I think he was coaching. I don't know if you were coaching or you were streaming or whatever.
It was a Wednesday, right?
And no, it was a Tuesday or Thursday. So you were getting ready to stream probably.
Oh, okay.
And I walked in and I was like, I'm done. I was like, I'm done. Because there was nothing else I could do like at that point. Like I had tried like communicating and like trying to compromise this. And it just was not just like frustrating in terms of like communicating with another person and not going well. It like shattered my whole concept of competing and being good at a sport I really enjoyed, because I was like, well, now what do I do? Like, I'm being told by somebody that's a good, knowledgeable person in the sport. And no, it's not like, oh, that's the only way to do it, but this is somebody that I felt like we were building up to this thing, and now instead of it like even just building up and be like, oh, okay, it's not working out. It was like, doosh. And I was like,
yeah. No, I mean, yeah, everything was completely crushed, and to the point in which you were summoning, like you had the impulse to summon some tears What flavor of tears were they? Were like anger tears or like?
Um, initially it was like heartbroken. I was like, because Spy will testify, like I will do everything to the point that he's like, dude, no, you've done too much. Like,
She's
just
very
stop.
patient with people.
I will always assume
I
the
had
best
told
for
her
people, like
3 weeks, 4 weeks prior that you needed to be done, but she kept giving second chances, and I was like, "You need to be done."
he doesn't mean it. It's okay. He's having a bad day. He's having a bad week. Something's going on. Because I generally like want to assume the best about people, and like even to this day, it's like, you know, I know he has had things. We all have had things in our lives that shape the way we think about things, and it's like, okay, you know what? But here's the deal. Like, I'm an adult, and I can compete however I want, and I don't need to try and unpack whatever's going on over there as a part of me figuring out how I want to compete.
I don't think we assume
so
malice to him, and I think like the key reason why I think, you know, thank you for sharing that, is because this is not like a super uncommon occurrence. I don't think for people, you know. I mean, like,
he you know who he is? He's the dude who like something earlier really stood out where it was like, you're not that rank, like it's a fluke or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? You ever had that student who's like, oh, I got the diamond or whatever, but it's not real. Like, now they stop playing the game and stuff like that because they have to read, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
It's just interesting. It's like
it's like he wasn't. As somebody that I knew the guy fairly well, I'd talked with him several times and seen her interact with Pepper. It was more along the lines of like, I see potential in this person, and so the best way to get the potential out of this person is just abuse and my various methods. I don't think this person legitimately was thinking that they were doing the right thing, but they just were just a horrible leader, a horrible instructor, a horrible coach. And again, like I said, it's more common. Like, I won't go into the details, but like in high school and middle school, I played a lot of football, and I had coaches like this all the time. They weren't near that toxic necessarily, but old school football, for anybody that played, it's suffering, and it's running and pain and injury. And it's failure is what it is. The teams that I always worked with that ran the most and hit the most performed the worst, always, without exception. And because my sense of identity was always working harder than everybody else, like that was kind of what we grew up doing. I was chronically injured, like that's like the number one thing. If you're a kid that's injured all the time in sports, it's because look at the practice. Like practice was like, it was like freaking Marines training, bro. Like it was awful. Like it was just misery and concussions and it doesn't matter, it's fine, run through it, puking and everything. And I would get slower. I would be injured. I had shin splints. I knocked teeth out. I don't even want to, so many concussions. It was just unbelievable. I had busted fingers. I had sprained knees, sprained ankles, sprained shoulders. That was just the culture. That's just what you did, right? And so what ended up happening is that most of the players just never really gave full out, and so they were never reaching up to the coach's standard. And then there were players like me who were always going full out, but I was always injured because of that. And so it's like there's like this standard that like it's good as a coach to never be satisfied. It's good as a player to never be satisfied. We glorify this constant in dissatisfaction with whatever position that I'm in right now, and never celebrating any success, never saying, okay, that's enough. That was good work. Let's stop right there. It's always more and more and more and more and more. And like that is so baked into culture, old school culture.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit, but it is a thing. It's like that's just how suffering is of high value. Feeling good about yourself, people don't like that. If you feel good about
and the best part
people
about it
will want to stop you.
Is we would underperform in a game, right? And this is with multiple different coaches and multiple different times in my life, like at least 3 different coaches. We would underperform in a game due to a poor execution or whatever else, and the solution was punishment, was pain. It was not to practice the execution of what we were doing wrong, to deliberately and even ruthlessly, fine, practice it until it's done right, but it was just suffering. It was corporal punishment. It wasn't addressing the behavior and fixing what was wrong. It was just punishment, because if we're suffering, that must mean that we're getting better. And they could say whatever they want. They'll say, you know, oh, it's conditioning or whatever else. You know, they'll always come up with an excuse for it. Same thing with Brandon, right? But it's not even like, and the funny thing about it is that when you condition, they never put any effort into what's the best way to condition for football or for jiu-jitsu. I remember we had this conversation with jiu-jitsu. It'd be like doing, what was it, like however many long rounds, how many times in a row? I'm like, that's never how you compete jiu-jitsu, so why are you training for that?
Why would you train like that?
Right, why are we doing...
Spilo had a... Yeah,
we
Spilo had a good...
No, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you
I was like,
finish
Spilo had a good way of describing it by saying, like, you don't want to be training like a loser. You know, it's like in jiu-jitsu, even like at black belt, you have a 10-minute round. And typically what you'll do at like Worlds or Pans, like the biggest tournaments in the world for jiu-jitsu as a black belt. So you're at the top. You have a 10-minute match. You will at most have 2 10-minute matches in a day. So 20 minutes of jiu-jitsu, and let's say it's very evenly matched and you're scrambling, 20 minutes of hard cardio, which most jiu-jitsu isn't. It's like you have takedowns, and there's a lot of like isometric kind of stuff, gripping and like pushing and pulling, pushing my microphone. But like there's a lot of like tension, but it's not like your heart rate needs to be at 195 beats per minute. Like you gotta, so when Spilo's like, man, to train like some of the stuff, and same thing with football or, you know, whatever, the Overwatch thing, like I gotta scrim for 8 hours, and how am I gonna be locked in like I'm gonna be for, I mean, I don't know what the longest match time could be at this point with like the different
like
formats,
2 hours,
but
probably.
But it's like, why, like, how bad do you think you're gonna be that you have to survive this kind of training for this sort of competition? Or, you know, again, the suffering. It's like you become more obsessed about how bad can the process be, and I can say, look, I did it, than like winning.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah. Well,
What
I think
happened?
I think that a lot of people fall into that because it's like it's that almost becomes the substitution for, you know, the accolades. People value that suffering so much. The other thing I think about.
Sorry. I was just thinking. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just realizing the reason why I feel like that's so easy is because you can suck and you can lose every game, but you can still go, oh, but I trained like a winner, right? Because that's the thing. It's like you risk losing, right? Like you might not get the plat. You might lose your match. That's just life, bro. But there's like that fail safe of like, I don't feel like a failure because at least I trained 3 hours a day. Yeah, congrats. You get your participation trophy. You threw up.
Congratulations. You played yourself.
There's literally people that Beth's friends with on Instagram. Like, there's some of her friends of her friends that these dudes that like, yeah, I got up at 5 a.m. and I was throwing up the night before. And it's like, dude, you're terrible at jujitsu. You're terrible at jujitsu. You're slow. You're out of shape. You can't roll. Like, not your friends. Like, that sounds rude. But like people within your circle, let's just say, right? It's the same thing with Overwatch. It's like, dude, you're not good at what you do. Congrats, you suffered, but you suck.
You can
like,
make it look like you're good.
Is that really worth it? I mean, it's the same thing with the football too. You know, it's like people like they always talk about how much they suffer, and I'm like, well, you suck at this sport. Like, why are you patting yourself in the back?
Well, and I think that coach, this coach you guys are talking about, kind of it's sort of the it makes me think of what we were talking about earlier, when it's like you were talking about live coaching and like actually getting somebody to engage versus how they normally play, for which they could play for like 6 hours straight or whatever, and just kind of like I guess lazy of the brain, like their mind is turned off, but their body is just functioning and engaging and suffering. And I think that just like the median or the mean of like all Overwatch players probably will go through a process something like that. Even people who are trying to improve, I think the mean of coaches, like 80% of pretty much everything is kind of similar. And so when it comes to this guy, it's like, well, maybe I don't know how to actually coach, but I can do the like one bare minimum thing is if I just force people to play, you know, a ton, or force people to train a ton, they'll get some sort of value out of it, and it makes me feel like a good coach. So I'll just keep doing that and never actually learn to develop my ability. Like never learn how to coach an individual. I just know how to like
throw them on the treadmill.
I think that
and lose weight. It's like The Biggest Loser kind of a thing, you know. It's like the TV show. It's like if you starve them and throw them on a treadmill, yeah, they're gonna lose weight. You know what I'm saying? But are you gonna make that stick? I think the last part for that as well, which I think is pretty insightful for Pepper's coach, was he was also very seriously training as a competitor, right, at the black belt level. And to give him credit, he practiced exactly what he preached. Very little sleep, getting up at the crack of dawn, training for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Just vast quantities, not enough sleep, a lot of stress, a lot of this. And the most damning thing, a part of that, is that he, and I mean this with as much respect, he was just a big failure as a competitor. I mean, shockingly, his system didn't work. I mean, the last tournament he did, he was destroyed. I mean, was it 69-0, right? Like literally, like you don't get point. I'm not even joking.
Pepper.
Yeah.
Pepper. What?
Yeah. So literally like destroyed, like legitimately destroyed. So like you don't. I've never heard of a score like that in jiu-jitsu. Now that happens. Like we all have miserable failures, but this guy has consistently been underperforming since then. He doesn't take care of himself. He doesn't rest. He doesn't. I don't know what the quality of his training is like, but it's like you can always see this. Like the people that always preach that, with the exception of like the Michael Jordans, right? Most people that commit themselves to that just kind of fail. You don't even have to look at what they say.
You say
You have to
exception
look
to the
at
Michael
results.
Jordans. If you say exception to Michael Jordans, that's the thing. Is that but there's only like one of him, and if
Right.
you're not him. If you're not that one
Yeah.
of him, then you're
You
just
ain't
going to be
him.
what? Can you imagine in every field how many people are needlessly, horribly suffering right now, like as we speak, just destroying their lives at the pursuit of mimicking something like that? It irritates me to pursue it.
Yeah.
Or even
But
like
that's the thing. It's like this dude that you guys are talking about, right? Like he's engaging in all that suffering and stuff, like as if he is the 1% dude. And that, nothing else will satisfy him, and all he's doing is just destroying himself and experiencing misery, and now accidentally spreading misery to others because that's all he knows.
Yeah.
Isn't that fucked?
Yeah,
No,
and
I mean-
I think there's also
Oh,
like
go
a
ahead.
real. No, I'm sorry. I was just like I think the other thing too, as well, is somebody that's done a lot of study and people that are very successful, like the most successful. Like I think a great example is like the John Woodens, right? In like in their fields, in sports, in esports, and just business. You don't have to even be a Michael Jordan to be the best at what you do. That's the thing, right? Like you do have to make certain compromises. I think that's the case, but you don't have to be. It's not just that you shouldn't want to be Michael Jordan, but you can get pretty darn close to that level in your field without necessarily having to make the sacrifices that he's making. That just is the most visible example, I think. But I'm sorry
exactly.
for
It's like the Michael Jordans are always like this, are typically always going to be like this crazy dude who has kind of all those things put together, but also just is ridiculously obsessed with the thing and suffering like crazy. And people will see that, and the most visible part of it is the part that we're attached through culturally, which is the suffering. So they just mimic that repeatedly. When if you wanted like I guess what you're saying and what I'm thinking is like if you wanted to be reasonably like in the top 50 or something like that, you could do an entirely different strategy to that and you would be fine. But it's just
think,
like this kind of mimicry.
I think back to like sheer cold, which is I think was some of the best coaching that I did, given like the amount of success that we had. And those were like I was working like 7 or 8 hour work days, which was a lot of like deliberate work and preparation for a contenders team that I was basically being paid pennies for, right? But those were good hours. Like we did good. We got good time and good stuff out of that. Now I had to make compromises during that because like 7 to 8 hours. I mean, it's not a lot. It's like an average work day. But I was also doing some private coaching on the side. But that was like, I've had any time that I worked more than that, I always noticed a dramatic output drop in output. And it was the same with all the pro players that I coached with as well. The Lannons, the Hotties, the Backbones. There's that sweet spot of like the 2 scrim blocks, the hour and a half of ranked, hour of team VOD review, maybe tops 30 minutes of self-review occasionally, and then just exercise, sleep, get off your phone, get out there, have fun, and always the highest quality of output was a win that. Always.
Beth, do you remember what you were going to say? You were going to say something earlier.
I was mansplaining.
No, yeah, thanks a lot. No, I guess just to kind of like wrap it up, you're talking about like how that made me feel was once I got over the initial like, oh gosh, I'm like so heartbroken about this just because
to the point of tears, by the way.
To the point of tears,
yeah.
that I felt like, man, I guess it's just not meant to work out. And I think like looking back on it, it was very much because like you were saying, like he was like, this is how you have to succeed. There is no other way. And if you don't want to be a part of it, then it's just not going to work. And he couldn't really express that very well. But, so I was like, I'm done training here. I don't know what I'm going to do next. But I just kind of started by being like, you know what? I miss feeling happy when I'm training. It's like, why did I start doing this? Well, because it makes me feel happy to train. It's like Overwatch. Well, why did I start playing this game? Because it's fun. And obviously, I think the big thing you have to think about is like the nuance to it. It's like, one of my good friends and very original martial arts boss, training buddy, told me even if you do the thing you love more than anything else in life, there's still going to be parts to it that you absolutely hate. And so, you know, I think it's good to know where it's like, I want to climb rank in Overwatch because it's fun and I like the game. The game is fun. Part of it is not going to be fun. But if you lose sight of the fact that it's fun, then what's the point? And so I was like, well, I wasn't having fun anymore. And even if I was having fun, I don't really think this is a healthy way to be successful. So I'm going to have to try something else. And I just started with, I'm going to try and be successful with the basis being, am I feeling like I'm enjoying like the base of what I'm trying to accomplish here? Like, do I like competing? And so that's, when I was like, I'm going to just train with my friends. I'm going to not get up super early. I'm going to train like reasonable times. I'm going to get more sleep. I'm not going to do these like massive 2-hour sessions. I'm just going to train for like an hour at a time.
So sort of reconstruct it and figure out who you actually are in this sport.
Well, and like you said, with the smart kid analogy, I think I was going through that a little bit where it's like I had been, I don't want to use the word like indoctrinated. That sounds harsh, but like I had been kind of conditioned in this headspace where it's like, this is how you're gonna be successful. You're not doing it like this. You're not successful anymore. So I was like, my whole identity was gone. I'm like, well, I guess I'm just like this little like petering jujitsu person that is not good and is just doing it for fun. Well, and it was very much like, oh man, I'm gonna compete, but I'm not training the right way. And I was like, this is gonna be a good experiment. I'm gonna get back and talk to Stefano and Spilo about how this goes when it's done. And I did. I had fun. I trained, my 2 training partners predominantly were a 13-year-old girl, who I've been teaching her for 3 years. So a 13-year-old girl and a 21-year-old that I had trained with like a handful of times, and I'd messaged her on Instagram and I said, hey, she hadn't trained for like 6 months. I was like, you want to come train with me? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, all right, cool. We're making Fight Club, I guess. And so, I predominantly trained with, on paper, not great training partners. Just nothing against them personally. It's just like, if you had said like, yeah, I'm training with a 13-year-old kid that, has trained for 3 years and I'm the person that taught them. It's not like, oh, I outsourced for great training partners. And yeah. I really asked myself, like, why, like, why are you competing? Like, what's the point here? And I started to look for reasons outside of I have to win, or I want to win, or I have to win everything, or, whatever the, like, I'm trying to keep tying it back to Overwatch, but, it's like, it's such a big thing to say, I want to get to GM or whatever. Like you said, like, what does that mean? And so I was like, you know what? Yeah, there's gonna be parts of this that aren't fun. I'm gonna have days where I don't want to train, or this hurts, or whatever. Or it's like I'm eating fish for the 10th day in a row and I want to eat something else. But I was like, it's easy to come back to like, I'm having fun when the majority of it is fun. Even the hard parts, it's like, well, okay, I don't mind getting up and training because I'm with people I like, and it's not making me feel like I'm gonna throw up every single time or whatever. And so I did. I went to this tournament in May after having trained basically on my own with my little ragtag group of training partners, and I did great. I went 4-0, and I
want to clarify too, just for Pepper's benefit, the training partners weren't optimal, but there was a lot of intentionality with how you were training. There was the same level of effort with note taking, with preparation, with VOD review, right?
I would.
It was fun. It was intense, but fun. Intense, but fun training. Right. Continue. Sorry.
I would film all my roles, and we would have one day a week. I got this literally from Overwatch. We would have one day a week where we would come in and we would watch the roles, and I would text my training partner and say, hey, where do you think we're getting stuck? Like, where do you feel like we're not progressing? We keep getting to the same spot. And we would go back and watch it, and then I would look up like, some of the like higher level guys that I've either followed or met in person, and I would go, okay, like, let's see what they're doing. And that's kind of how I did it. And I don't know, I finished and I was like, I felt just happy, but not because I won. I felt happy because I was enjoying myself. And that's what made me feel successful. If that makes any sense.
It totally does. This whole thing really resonates with me, and in terms of like Overwatch coaching as well. I think what you did is you have found a way. So you have found a way to reclaim your agency, like your control over like your feelings of like value and pride and things like that. You have been able to disassociate that from whatever it was connected to before. So like before, you were in the basically under the control of some dude, right, who was able to ascribe to you what your value is based off of these external metrics. You need to work this much in this stuff. Only if you do that will you get love and affection and value. That's the only way you can have those things. And you were able to break yourself free from that and ascribe yourself new ways based off of yourself, and learn who yourself is and what you value and come up with your own system for that and the things that are valuable to you. And then you got to test it out and see if it works. That's what Overwatch coaching is. Like people, it's breaking them from being attached to the external validation of their rank. So often it is, at least, breaking them from being attached to that external validation of I need to get diamond, I need to get this rank or whatever like that, and I can't hold this rank. I am afraid to lose games. I'm afraid to try new things in games and experiment and honestly look at myself because of that those external factors. So often it is. I think the key that you found here, which is it is literally to re-inherit that person with their own agency that they've lost somewhere from their feeling of value. And so getting a player to be able to, it's like one of the basic things that Spilo does, for example, in his VOD reviews almost every time, is he'll give a student like 1 to 2 things as like the new things that they're going to be focusing on during their games, correct? Where it's like, you have this thing, you have that thing. That changes it changes the rule set. And if you can convince the player that matters, from the rule set being win or lose the game important, that's not how my external validation is going to, that's not what I'm going to get emotion from anymore. Instead, I am going to assign my value to, am I doing this thing that is on this page? A lot of times what I'll do is I'll give students like mini games or something like that. Like, oh, you need to land, like, you got to land the big score on Ana. I'll always do it on my Ana coaching things where you have to land these big nades. And like, all you're really trying to do for some of these students is just like, you're trying to land the big nade. That's it. You're just the skeevy guy who's out there looking for the big score, and you're just trying to do that. But the thing is, if you get them in that headspace, they're not afraid of losing the game anymore or winning the game. It doesn't matter. They're willing to just go play ranked games and be the skeevy guy hunting for the big score. And if they get the big score, they're like, yeah, I got the big score. And then they get better doing those things because not only does it free them of that external trap that you were kind of a prisoner of and suffering within, it teaches them the ability to, hopefully it teaches them the ability to do that on their own, not only in Overwatch, but in other parts of their life. Being able to have control over your sense of value as to your ego as a person. That's like, and that's what therapy is.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting too. Like, I was trying to figure out in my head, like, well, why did this feel so fun? Is it just because I arbitrarily was like, I'm going to win on my terms? But I really think what it was is like, I took the time to sit down and ask myself, like, what besides winning, that's like a given, like besides I want to win, like makes you excited about competing. And I was like, if I have this one like move I've been really trying to like hit in practice, and I can successfully do that at a tournament when somebody's going full speed trying to kill me, and I can successfully hit it, even if I lose, like I'll feel pretty happy about that. I'll be like, okay, you know what? Like you said, I landed the big nade. Nade.
Can you imagine how proud of yourself you'd feel in that moment, like live landing the thing that you actually now put your own value into? That's huge.
Showing up to the jiu-jitsu tournament and just smashing a bottle on the ground. Yeah, I landed the nade, guys. I did it. And then you
should just say that next time too. You just say, I landed the nade, and they're like, everybody's like.
And it was interesting too because I have a kids program and they compete, and with kids, I really don't want to like be sharing the message of like, oh, like we're all gonna get gold medals, and it's like, no, you're not. Especially with kids jiu-jitsu is kind of like a quick play where it's like, oh, we need someone to fill this role, okay, you're gonna move up 3 weight classes, have fun. And like this poor kid's like, what, coach, why do I have to fight this giant dude? It's like, I don't know, just go
That's
with it,
amazing.
roll. But, you know, like, for example, I had the 13-year-old I train with. She signed up we had a tournament for the kids 2 weeks ago. And she signed up, and she is in, like, the gray belt division, which is, like, I think it's, like, 2 to 5 years. She's been training 3 years. And nobody signed up for her division. So they're like, do you want to bump her up? And I was like, I mean, sure, why not? So they bumped her up a weight class. I think they bumped her up, like, 15 pounds. And they bumped her up like a whole belt. So with kids, they have white belts, but then they have like 3 belts within each color because kids have low attention spans and they need constantly changing, you know, like, oh, new belt. Oh, new belt. So she's a gray belt, and they bumped her up to like the yellow belt bracket. So there's like 3 belts within the yellow belt. And I knew, like, going into it, like, the one girl she was going to go against was from Colombia, and she was, like, signed up for, like, every single division she possibly could, like, the boys' divisions, the girls' divisions, and I was
Smokes.
like... She got a mortgage, and she was just submitting everybody in, like, 30 seconds. She was just, like, throwing everybody on the ground and taking their back and choking them. And her dad, my student's dad was like, coach, like, oh, like, is she really good? And I was like, probably. And he's like, oh, I was like, don't tell Layla. I was like, doesn't matter. Like, that's something out of her control. Like, she has no control over how good this other girl is. Like, all we know is that you've agreed to compete against her. That's what's in your control. And you said yes.
Right.
So basically, we're there, and I'm standing there with my student on the edge of the mat, and she's getting ready to go on. She's like, coach, I'm nervous. And I said, okay, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? And she's
Your
like,
leg's going to snap in half.
You're going to die.
Trouble for life.
She's like, I'm going to lose. I was like, okay. I was like, you're going against somebody bigger than you and better than you and somebody who's competed more than you. I said, is anyone going to look at you funny if you lose to this girl? And she's like, no. I said, well, if you go out there and you just focus on doing your best jiu-jitsu and having fun, something surprising might happen. I was like, I don't know. I'm not saying you have to. I was like, but if you just go out there and have fun and do your best jiu-jitsu, you never know what's going to happen. There's only positives that can happen for you. I was like, just go do jiu-jitsu and have fun. And she went out there, and of course, every kid, I don't know if Gregor's watching, but every kid I teach is a guard puller. And she pulled guard on this girl really quick and swept her and came up and scored first. And she, of course, like, froze up and, like, got stuck in an armbar because she literally was, like, so, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did it. And I was like, dude, but you scored first. And she didn't think she was going to do that. She thought she was just going to get thrown on the ground and, like, get choked out. And I was like, so she was so happy. And it was so funny because she's walking around and she's got, like, the last place whatever medal. And she went to Chick-fil-A. She was texting me pictures. She was like, this was such a great day. And I was like, yeah, like, she loves jiu-jitsu and she succeeded at doing something.
She
I was like,
been like, not enough mat time.
nope, we're gonna go back and train somewhere. But it was like, okay, maybe I'm onto something here. And I think it's good to note that, for the people that want to be the very best at jiu-jitsu Overwatch, like that girl that beat her, clearly has a very serious goal in mind for competing, where she's competing against literally everybody. She competes all the time. She travels to compete, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I just think, like, to put success, like, in this tiny box that you have to, do so much, like, that just seems like, I don't know, like, is that really it? Is success so small? Is that the only thing? Like, winning?
Right. Yeah, I think you're onto something.
I don't know.
I think you're definitely onto something.
It's because it is for some people, to go win Black Belt Worlds at 19 years old is the only thing that is going to be success. But, like, you have to really ask yourself, like for me, like, why do I enjoy this? Like, because there are people that, like, they will not enjoy it unless they are, winning everything. And for better or worse, like, for better or worse, they're not going to enjoy it. Like, we've all played with those people that's, like, in Overwatch where it's like they get triggered super easily, like, because they're not winning or they're not playing as well as they want to. And, again, for better or worse, like, that's, like, the thing that catches them is like, oh, I'm not winning, I'm not having fun. I don't know. Like, is it just some people, like, they literally have no motivation besides winning, or they just haven't taken the time to find a different motivation besides winning.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it is. I think you're definitely onto it, at least from my perspective and how I approach things. And it's like I was saying earlier, it's the same thing as therapy. It's like most people that you meet, like unless you're working with severe disorders, most of the time it's like, what's going on with my life? I'm feeling miserable. I'm feeling like this. I feel anxious when people like it'll be like a couple, and one person's like, oh well, every time like I'll be on my phone, and every time they come in and see me on my phone, I want to like turn it off, or I feel guilty for doing nothing or like looking lazy or something like that. It's like, where does that shit come from? Where do those actually come from? And normally it's like always comes back to like they don't have agency over their own like good emotions. They're attached to something else, normally from their past. Their parents taught them this and forced this into their brain, and they're just living off of that without even realizing it. They're just living off of somebody else's prescription for what success is in life.
That's actually crazy you just said that, because I do think like that is something you have to unpack. I mean, obviously it was my coach, it wasn't my parent, but you know, same concept is like you're around people, not even necessarily like, you know, obviously for me, it's like this is somebody like I want to impress, is somebody that I want to make them proud of me. But just being around certain people, you pick up on that. Your parents, like even if you have a bad relationship with your parents, if they, you know, as a kid, you watch them put priorities on certain things to make them feel successful at work or successful by like going on a big vacation, then you start to feel like if I'm not doing this, I'm not successful. Because like you said, you don't develop your own like internal voice or whatever you want to call it. Like, okay, did I do a good job? You're not thinking about like, did I do a good job? You're thinking about, did I do this because this equals good job?
Exactly. Yeah, and it all happens unconsciously. And I'd say that even I think in my experience, it's especially if it's not a good relationship with the parents.
Yeah.
Like...
Well, no, in the case of the coach, it was exactly that. Very.
And he was the first person to admit that to me. Like when I had texted him and said like I'm taking a break from competition training, he was like, I had, you know, a rough time growing up, and like this is like this keeps me going. Like this is my outlet. But like you said, then it can become like the crutch. Like, is it bad to want to rank up in Overwatch? No. Is it bad if you're, you know, having all these like IRL problems that you're like, I can't deal with it, so therefore I'm going to play Overwatch 10 hours a day and I'm going to hit GM and that'll validate everything. And then because you're not dealing with those problems and you're practicing too much, you're still not hitting GM, and now everything's going to shambles and everything feels terrible in your life. It's like, man, you gotta
we're in Shambali Monastery.
Everything's going to pieces.
I don't know how you feel about this, Stefano, but one thing I've always tried to do is the more that I practice stuff, because I struggle with this as well. You get really good at something, it becomes part of your identity, and you want to hold on to it, right? Like it's the whole hard stuck. I used to be Masters players that are the worst, right? You get the sense of entitlement that this is who I am, and so then therefore I'm disappointed when I let myself down, and often those people tilt harder than anybody else. But I think like the goal should be to have like as narrow of an identity, a sharp but a narrow identity of who you are as a person. And those should be preferably things that are going to motivate you to do things like, I am a health conscious person. I'm not a person that goes to the gym every day. I'm not a person that gets 8 hours of sleep every night, every day. Because if I have that narrow of a vision of myself, then I start pursuing the end result of I have to get 8 hours of sleep, even when that may not be appropriate given the context. Or I have to go to the gym.
Yeah.
Why am I going to the gym? Because I want to be healthy. Well, what if going to the gym means that I only get 4 hours of sleep tonight? Well, I should probably prioritize my sleep. So it's about being health conscious first. I'm a good husband or a good friend, or one thing I like to say is I am a competitively minded person, but I don't like saying I'm a competitive person. I am the person that enjoys competition. That's kind of it, right? I don't have to win because that's stupid and childish. I don't have to be the best at whatever I do. I don't even have to be good at everything I do. I just enjoy competition. Another one for me personally is I enjoy learning about things. So a lot of times that results in me getting good at things because I like learning about those things. But oftentimes I just like studying things just because it's fun to study them, even if I never get better at them.
Yeah. Precision and self-exploration is like it's like kind of the gold standard for like understanding yourself and developing a real ego, like a realistic ego of who you actually are that you can be comfortable with and impressed with.
Right.
The amount of like and honestly in today's world, the amount of like distractions and shit that you can do Like there's so much stuff that like how like all those things, those self-affirming statements of like who you are, right? You've come up with those at some point because you used your brain and thought of things.
Yeah.
Those things they didn't come out of nowhere. Those were there, but they just lurk there
Right.
somewhere, and they can be mixed around with all this other options that aren't necessarily true. The thing is, how many people do you think actually sit around and have come up with those things and have thought of those things?
Right.
It's almost nobody. There is so much stuff you could do besides doing that. You don't even have to go out, like, you don't have to take a shit without looking at your phone anymore. Like, you don't have to. like you can have 90% of your life be constantly being distracted, and those things just bounce around in there, and they just try to force themselves out somewhere. I can't remember where I was going with this, but it's.
I think
the point
you're
is,
saying that
yeah,
I need
it's
to
like,
learn. I need to learn who I am by being undistracted while taking a crap. That's kind of basically what you were saying.
Yes.
That was it.
Life
That was
hack.
it.
Next time
Life
hey,
hack.
next time chat, if you guys take a crap, next time, don't use your phone. Just think about who the hell am I? What do I value?
Who am I?
It's like smurfing. It's smurfing in therapy, right? Because people think by talking. One thing that you can get people reliably to do is if you can make them talk, you can make them think. Because if you just let them on their own, they're gonna do some other stuff. They're gonna be on their.
I love
whatever.
talking.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
if they talk, they think through things.
We have walks, and so I do definitely
Well, yeah.
talk my way through things as well. But I'm definitely more of a quiet thinker. So we'll have like two types of walks. It's we're gonna walk the neighborhood. Pepper's going to literally talk for I'm not joking,
The whole
99% of the time. I'm gonna make
whole
some.
time.
Yep. And then they're gonna
The
be
whole
talks where I'm gonna be
time.
like, all right, I gotta think. And there's zero talking the entire walk, and I'm just.
He'll be like,
thinking,
okay, you
thinking
need to be
of
quiet now. I'm
I
like,
just gotta
"Fine."
I gotta think through my because I gotta process stuff. I gotta plan the next day. So it's really funny. I definitely do the same. But basically, like you said, the reflection, the mindfulness, whatever.
Yeah.
I guess
that's
mindfulness
really
would be
important.
more of like what you said is more of being aware of how I'm feeling in the moment. But either way, thinking,
Sure,
reflection, whatever.
And
yeah.
and that leads to another thing. And yeah, that's why I was saying like smurfing in therapy. It's like because people get so much what my point is that people get so much value out of just being able to do something like that. And because people think by talking, just that's like the fundamental idea of what most therapy is like for interpersonal problems is like or like some sort of like you just get them to talk, you get them to you help them along. You know, some therapists ask questions, I don't ask questions, but it's the same thing. You just kind of go through, and you just have them talk, and then they say things that they've never said before, and they come up with they hear things they hear them say things that they've never said before, and they're like, oh shit, am I really like that? Is that what I believe? And then they put that stuff together, and that's just the thing that nobody does. And so like most people just benefit a ton from that, and it's all connected. It's connected back to like that. That's the same reason it pops up in Overwatch. The same reason it pops up in like competitive martial arts or anything else. It's all it's all connected. It's all basically what it is to be a human. Those things are just connected, and I think
So
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, it's deleted from my brain forever.
Well, so here's a question. Okay, so this is actually like for me something that is happening that I would love your advice on. I have kids that want to get into competing. I have adults that want to get into competing, and particularly I have one kid that is so emotionally high strung about competing. He competed twice, and the first time it's like I think he like got super overwhelmed by like it's really loud and there's all these people, and he did great. He was crying the whole time. He cried the whole
He was
time.
crying, but he did well. But he was like
Boogers,
a
yeah.
nervous
His hand was getting raised, like he won. He's like, oh, and he's like knots coming out of everywhere, and his parents are like, what is going on? Like, what do we do? Like, and you know, so they just were like, we're not gonna make him compete, or whatever. But like all the other kids at the gym, not all the kids, but like we're having these competitions, and the kids are going, and so you know, every time we have a competition, you know, his mom's like, oh, do you want to do it? And he's like, well, I don't know. And you know, this last one, he was like, no, I'm gonna do it. Even though he was like telling the mom like I'm nervous or whatever, I just don't think I'm good enough. But the mom's like, you're gonna do great. Like, you should go do it. If you want to try it, you should go do it. And I'm not kidding. He walked into the building. We're walking into the building. He walks in and he started crying. And I was like, he was like he was gonna have a panic attack. Like he was so worked up about it. And I was like, you know, my thought was, okay, you know what we should do is have him just go against one of his teammates. Like, let's just break it into pieces. Like, hey, you're competing at a tournament against your own teammate. Like, just get used to rolling in this environment. It's a lot, okay? It's gonna be somebody you know, and it's not a real match, but like, whatever. Spylo's opinion was like, you know what? He just needs to go in there and just tell him, hey, we love you. You're gonna lose. Just lose well. Just like, you're gonna have to go against somebody.
There needed to be a celebration of the competition before and after, like regardless of the result, just showing up and putting himself out there and like excitement and like, oh, great job, this is great, what a wonderful job, no matter what the result is, right? Like celebrating it, and then also not like building it up as this big performance either, you know? It just show up and do your thing.
And I've tried to, like, with the kids, like, we have a big deal about like, hey, like the fact that you're doing this, there's adults that will never compete because it's scary. And I was like, you should be really proud of yourself if you're just doing it. Like, I don't care what happens. Like, you're doing a competition in a combat sport as a kid. That's really cool. Like, you should be really, really proud of yourself. Like, and, you know, I'll have like the last competition I got like face glitter and like little pom-pom things.
She has this whole ordeal. The kids freaking love it. It's like this big celebration.
We do like lightning bolts and like their hair.
It's like what is it? The Festival of Radon from Elden Ring. Like that's what we got going on before the thing. Before
of course, it's Elden Ring.
Before this big war, you know, and like the winners or losers, everybody's freaking celebrating before. It's great. So. Well,
and you know, for most of the kids, like it is. I don't say, oh, it's working, but like, you know, like
it's working. It's working. I'll say it for you.
The 13-year-old, you know, she had a good time. She was nervous. She went. She accomplished something. But like, there's a couple people that like are really struggling just doing it at all. Like they want to do it. Clearly, they want to do it, but they're like, oh, I'm so nervous, or you know, in this one student's case, like not really verbally saying I'm nervous, but just the emotions are there clearly. And so I guess what would be your advice? Like, you know, I know Spylo had a lot of like ranked anxiety playing. Sorry, I just outed you. I don't know if this has been common knowledge yet, but like, I remember him playing like ranked like early on when he was grinding for GM, and it was like a holy ritual, man. Like it was like, okay, we have to have quiet and
snot coming out.
Yeah, the snot. Yeah, the snot.
Crying.
Every crevice there's snot. But it was very much like, I'm playing ranked and everything had to be just so because it's ranked and like, oh, if I DC or this or that or, and you know, this is before Roll Lock too, and like I remember there was just like all that shenanigans. But what would you say to somebody that it's not even, oh, I have to be the best. They can't even get their foot in the door. They can't even get on the mats. They can't even queue up ranked without being like the major anxiety, I'm gonna fail, or worse, like I have anxiety and then things go poorly and now I'm like angry, or I'm gonna start throwing or whatever. Like what would you say to somebody like that they can't even like I said, they can't even get started?
My first instinct is like to be the corrupt detective that works in the LA underground. And what your job is to do is you gotta figure out the kid, like or the person or whatever it is. But normally it's like all about figuring out them and figuring out where those emotions come from. I take it very seriously with the people I interact with when it comes to coaching and ranked anxiety and stuff, and where those things come from. In fact, I think I was just talking to Poke about this the other day.
Yeah,
perhaps, but it was the idea of why, like, where is these emotions actually coming from? So you have the kid who's like for example, this kid who's going in there snot everywhere and crying as soon as he came in the door. I'm a big proponent of respecting agency and developing agency and autonomy. That's like huge for me. So it's very non-directive. I'm not going to try to calm him down. I'm not going to try to fix his emotions. I'm not going to try to tell him what he should feel like necessarily. But like, so for example, you talk about proud, and I think you said something like, you should feel proud or something like that. Why would a kid feel proud for winning? What makes a kid feel proud of themselves?
I feel like for me, like if I was a kid or when I was a kid, it was Yeah, I said today, I actually said today, I was like, I graduated childhood university. I'm a long time member.
Yeah.
I feel like for me, it was knowing that you had done something that your parents or friends were going to look favorably upon.
How do
Like,
you know that they
oh,
look favorably upon it?
because it's important to them.
But what do they do that, like, how would the kid know that it's important to them?
Oh, because they're like cheering or they're like, yeah, we're going to go get ice cream afterwards or
Right,
stuff like
there's
that.
rewards. It's like
Snacks.
exactly the kid goes the kid
Snot.
but the kid sees the parent go like, yeah, good job, like, or whatever like that. That's what makes them feel proud, right?
Yeah.
So you can use those types of associations to figure out everything about kids, all kinds of things about kids. They're like easy humans. They're like they because they just reflect exactly, like, almost always they just reflect exactly like the honesty of it.
Right.
So like when the kid's crying and snotting everywhere, it's like you could find a direct, you could figure out what that is. What is he afraid of? What is the thing that's scaring him? Maybe he's afraid that his parent won't be like, yeah. Maybe he's afraid that if he loses, his parent's going to be upset with him, or like there's going to be some sort of negative emotion behind there. And so all those things are kind of figuring out. And then where it comes in as a coach or somebody who looks over that kid, or like as a therapist, how I like work with a kid in a playroom, right? Like without their parent, let's say, would be
Right.
just constantly reinforcing and creating a very controlled version of that response for the kid. So I'm not telling the kid how to feel anything in our sessions or whatever. He's playing with something, and I'm like, now you're playing with that toy. It's like, and he's having fun with it. I'm like, oh, and now you're putting him here. He's doing something. He must feel a certain way or something like that. But I'm not going to put anything onto him. I'm going to match that kid, and then if he does something that he seems like he's happy of, I'm going to reinforce that by like showing that response that he can see and get information from. So I think, yeah, just being consistent in that way, and I think for kids especially, showing kind of like a bigger, more exaggerated version of your emotions and stuff that are associated with their actions.
Right.
I think,
Trust me, you think I'm exaggerated with my emotions? Like,
yeah, I think
Well, I think-
those things are, I think, the most important.
I think what's interesting too is in this particular case, was we realized we would do like leading up to a tournament, we would do like practice rounds where we would have like one of the coaches be the referee and like have somebody be the corners and just kind of like do like some visualization training, like walking up and shaking their referee's hand, all that stuff. And, we would just have everybody in the class do it. Like, even if you weren't competing, because a lot of the kids thought it was fun. They're like, oh, yay. And like, I get to make believe I'm at a tournament. This is great. And we would go through pretend tournament rounds and he would start crying. And he would also get hurt every time. And I realized he didn't want to lose in front of his parents. And so if he started to lose in a, practice round, he would be like, oh, it hurt me. And I said, can I be honest with you? I said, you're not hurt. I said, your feelings are hurt because you don't want to lose. I said, there's nothing wrong with losing. But it's hard to understand that when you're 9 years old. You're like,
right.
Yes, there is. There's something very wrong with losing. I don't want to.
So like, yeah, like I could have predicted that just from how the kid interacts. It's like he's afraid that his parents aren't going to go. Yeah, he's afraid they're going to go like some other emotion or something like that. So there's something going on there, right? And yeah, like for you, it's just like being able to show. And so, but then so like to go to your original question, it's like, okay, the kid's afraid to go into the thing. What do we do?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess what I'm thinking is I'd probably say something like, you're not feeling very brave right now. It doesn't look like you're feeling very brave right now, or something like that. And then the kid might, say like whatever the kid says, and it's like,
it's not.
yeah, it's like, yeah, you're feeling like something really, you're feeling like something bad's gonna happen, and you look so worried, and just processing those emotions, it might take some time, and if you have the time, just going through those, and normally the kid will sort of balance out and start coming up with some sort of thing on their own. But that's how they develop that shit. Is like,
Right.
It's time sensitive. Sometimes you have to be a parent. Sometimes you have to be like, no, just fucking go.
Get on there.
Yeah.
And there are some kids like that. Like I had one girl, she did her first competition back in March, and she was like, I want to do it. I want to do it. And then they get there, and she started crying. The mom was like, you'll be fine. And she just put her in there, and she loved it. And she's obsessed with it. And it was like, so I think there's a little bit of like, you have to know the kid too.
Yeah.
Like as the
So
parent,
At every turn, you're looking to foster the autonomy, because that's how they develop it on their own, and it's good for the kid, and it will help him in the next time that he gets in this. For his whole life, it'll help him. But at the
Right.
same time, yeah, it's also at some point you have to also be a little bit of the parent, take some risks, because you're not going to ruin this kid's life. Like he's going to be fine.
And so what's
but you
interesting-
foster that, and then you give him the thing, and then you deal with it afterwards the same way. You do the
Yeah.
same type of things. And when he does a good job, you go, yeah, you exaggerated praise and yeah, wow. And when he's sad, you look sad with him so that he understands sad and what that is, and like you can disconnect that from frustration and other things.
And whether it's this particular student or whatever, like I know the frustration as an adult of not getting thorough feedback from your coach about certain things, where it's like I'm trying and I'm doing it wrong. I don't feel successful, not just because but I was winning and didn't feel successful. So there you go. It's like I was doing everything right and I wasn't feeling successful because
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Right. Yes. So it's like, as a kid, like it's simple. Oh, coach wants me to win. And so, Spilo knows I've been reading a lot of John Wooden, and his whole philosophy is like proper preparation is success. Like if you prepare the best you can with what you have and you take care of everything that is within your control, you don't that's it. You go have fun. You play the game. You go have fun. And so I've really been telling the kids that, like, hey, like only you really know. Like when I come into class, like, am I, working on the things I want to do at the tournament? And I'm big about like having a game plan. Like, hey, like again with the on a nade, it's like you're gonna throw the big nade, okay? You're gonna hit this balloon sweep. You're looking for the armbar. Like, what are you looking for? Because then it's easier to have those little successes, like if they go into it. But as I look, like only you can make a game plan. I can't make a game plan for you. I can't tell you like, hey, this is what you have to do to be successful in the match. Not even win, but like to feel good about yourself. Like you have to make that for yourself. So like I was, really focused in on that. And same thing with the adult competitors too, because I have one lady, she's a mom. She's got 4 kids under 8 years old. And she's like, I really want to try competing. And I said, can I be honest with you? I said, I felt like Spilo with the guy that's like, I'm going to make it to Overwatch League. I play 2 hours a week. It's like, and I said, I think you need to look at it like by signing up, I have succeeded because you're a mom of 4 kids under 8 years old. To just go to a tournament and compete is a win. If I were you, that's what I told her. I was like, now you can decide what you want to do with it. I was like, you can be like, I'm going to, train more, this, that. I was like, but if I were you, I would just be like, hey, I want to try competing and see what it's like. I sign up, I go, whatever else happens, whatever. But like, just see what happens. But then it's like I have some other, adults that are like, I really want to, but I know I'm like obsessed with winning. And if I don't win, I will be sad. But I don't want to be obsessed with winning. So I should not force myself, but like I should compete anyways. But I'm obsessed with winning. But I don't want to be. What do I do? And it's like, I don't know. I can't make you do anything. And like I said, it feels so much like Overwatch to me, where you have people that are like, I want to be good. I'm afraid I'm gonna drop to bronze. I'll just play quick play forever. I don't know.
Right.
I'm not sure what you think, Stefano. I had this conversation with my brother about 3 or 4 months ago at my other brother's bachelor's weekend, and he was like, yeah, I'm just trying. I feel like I'm such a bad loser. My family's like uber competitive.
Oh gosh, they're terrible.
Half positive, half
on
negative,
record,
right? They're not okay. They're not that bad, but yeah.
Your brother punched me.
Okay, it wasn't
when we were
actually
playing
a punch.
Secret Hitler.
Okay, it wasn't actually a punch.
It was a
more
nice
like
punch. It was like an arm punch.
It was like an arm punch, but I was like, okay, yeah.
He was
yeah,
like,
totally.
oh, and I was like,
yeah, there's a level of
Hitler.
comfort there. Okay. So, yeah. Basically, he's like, this is another brother. He's like, I just feel like I get too frustrated and I lose. And my advice was that you need to compete more, but you need to compete more in things that you're just not good at. Like, you need to go play games that you're bad at, or sports that you're bad at, or things that you're interested in. And at least that's what worked with me, where I kind of got like, man, I'm just not great at everything in my life. I have not created this like tiny little room where I'm dominant and scared to get out of it. And then I get really butthurt about it if I lose in my little room. But I just kind of like I said, it's like identity of I enjoy competition. And I try to act that identity out by playing Elden Ring with you and being the worst of the group consistently, you know, but I it's fun. Like I enjoy what I'm doing. You know, I enjoy playing different characters. I enjoy trying different sports. I've been doing some Ultimate Frisbee recently. I have aspects of Ultimate Frisbee. I'm always the fastest guy there, but I'm out of wind at like 45 minutes in.
Just kidding.
And I'm like, I'm exhausted and my throwing is, but it's like, I just like competing and I'm forcing myself to have a better attitude about things that I'm not good at. What are your thoughts?
You found it. That's the main thing I would think of is like the cure. You're talking basically the cure for the gifted kid paradox that we were talking about earlier. It's like the cure for that is like well, what's the problem? The problem is that you are the gifted kid. That's your identity. Then so you have to excel at things. And if you won't excel at them, then you don't like trying them and you get frustrated at them and you get mad or you get depressed about different things. And so you avoid them and stuff. And the way to redefine that is then you have to look further in. You have to separate yourself from these unhealthy like core beliefs that you sort of have ascribed to yourself and that other people have ascribed to you, things that you've learned throughout your whole life. It's why it runs in families. Right, and redefine them in ways like you have. So you're talking about the way that you've kind of redefined it is like separating the idea of like I'm the gifted kid that's like that has to win everything. It's good at everything he does. To it's like I'm the guy who likes to do competitive things. I'm the guy who likes to learn, and developing those things as your identity. And those things are much. They're not only are they more true, they came from you. They didn't come from all these other like unconscious sources that were like, you know, that's the thing. That's the cure for it. That's what I mean, and that's kind of what therapy's for most people.
Right.
Is reconstructing the ego essentially. It's like ego psychology, I suppose. Yeah. Well. Yeah, and it works. It's remarkably effective. It's like we talked about this too before, even when it comes to like quitting habits and stuff like that. You don't quit smoking by like, I'm not going to smoke anymore today. You quit smoking because you're not a smoker. That's just the thing.
Atomic Habits. I read something about that, and that was interesting too because, you know, with some of these adults or, you know, people that say they want to hit a certain goal, it's like, well, you want the feeling that goes with it, but you don't actually want it. Like, that was really interesting. It's like, I want to feel, like you're saying, I want to feel like I don't smoke. I want to feel like I don't deal with all that. But
I've
the
worked
truth
with
is,
people. No, I'm sorry.
the truth is like, no, the truth is like, you have to tell yourself, this is the kind of person I am. And I had even just this realization, a couple weeks ago, because I got back from doing this. I did another IBJJF and I came back and I was like, man, I feel like pretty worn out, and like deep in like my soul or whatever, I was like, I am not top level competitor right now. I don't like, if I was like, again, do you want to win? Yep. But like, I don't want to be that person right now because I'm beat up and I'm tired. I want to be the person that like drinks a latte in the morning and like just goes and does jujitsu for funsies right now. Like, I don't want to be the competitor. That's not what I want right now. There's not like, you know, not me saying it, not me like being, I don't want it right now. I need to take a break. And so I think like we were talking about with, you know, the kids or the adults, like that is a question when it comes to it, like making habits. Habits are like the building blocks of who you are as a person. Like all those little things from, you know, they talked about like what shoelaces you tie first, your left foot, your right foot. Like you just do it without thinking. There's all these little things we do. And so when we have the ability, we get older to be like, okay, now I'm going to make these fun things like what job do I want? What rank do I want to get to in Overwatch? Do I want to compete in jiu-jitsu? Do I want to make my kid compete in jiu-jitsu? Like, or whatever. It's like, what are the steps that we have to take, and who do we have to become? Like, who do we have to tell ourselves we're becoming to reach that? Which, like I said, for me, you know, I went through that whole, like, some new neural pathways were made, I guess, where I had to tell myself, like, you're not competing like that. You're a competitor like this. And not just because you're doing it, but because that's the way it's done. Like, this is how we compete now. Not because, oh, I don't have anywhere to train, or, oh, it's not working out, I don't have to make do. It's like, nope, this is how we do it now. And then it's like, you do it. I don't know.
one of the most painful things across human existence and literature and and real human experience throughout history is it's like the human heart in conflict with itself. And in ego psychology, you think of the ego, like people know of ego normally as somebody has like an ego. That means that person's like very confident or whatever. They're like overly cocky, something like that. But in psychology, we understand ego to just be ego is just the thing that is the being that you are. That is your ego. It will protect. It's your identity. It will protect itself. It will attack things. It knows what you excel at. But people will also normally be like, oh, it's my heart, or whatever. And yeah, so the human heart in conflict with itself. That's it's the difference between, so what you're talking about earlier and the thing with the smoking and the thing with the jiu-jitsu and stuff like that, it's like the difference between like making your ego do something that it doesn't compete is not compatible with, or it is not a part of it, versus assimilating a new ego, or like coming up with or like reforming itself. It will always opt for the first thing because it wants to defend itself. Your ego always is in defense mode. It always wants to protect who it is and stay how it is. That's just what it likes to do. So it will fight off any attempts that could assail it. So it's hard to reconstruct the thing, and that's why you end up in the conflict. But yeah, it's like trying to quit smoking. If your ego is that you are a smoker, then you cannot do that. That is the human heart in conflict with itself. And that's why like in things like Atomic Habits, where it's like reconstructing that and it's difficult, but like lowering your ego defenses and then building up a new ego that can incorporate new things is what is like, it's like OP. It's just OP.
Well, and this might be like a workaround, but like this is where I would argue, if we want to talk about suffering, where suffering comes into play, because like for me, when I'm getting ready to compete and I'm a competitor right now. I train every day and I'm eating certain things.
1 second, Amari's on the counter.
She is. Amari, no.
Amari, yes. Consume.
Steal. But it's like I'm training every day. I'm eating this and I'm working out. Like some of that stuff is hard, like to do. But because my identity at that time is I'm a competitor, it is exciting to me. Like, look, I'm doing it. I'm a competitor. So it's like parts of that is hard, but it's still within the realm of like, oh, this is fun because I want to be that person. I'm making myself that person. But you have to have the nuance of knowing like, okay, like just because it's hard does not mean it therefore hard, therefore competitor, versus like I'm a competitor, I have to do hard things. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's like the reasoning is faulty there.
When I was 6, it was hard to tie my shoes.
Yeah. And that's the other thing too, is like everything is relative. Like, I have worked out with a lot of people. Like I did like kickboxing classes and personal training in the old school I taught at before we moved. And, it always like fascinated me where people would be like, oh, but this is so hard. Like, I'm like, it's hard for you. Yes. But for somebody else, like this is what they would do on their rest day. Like, you know what I mean? Because they've gotten used to it. And again, like the maturity to know like, hey, like I'm grinding all this rank to get to GM. Am I grinding all this rank to get to GM because it's useful or because I feel like I have to? Because if I don't, people are going to go, well, why aren't you grinding that much?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think just like that, it's like the way I think of that in like terms of coaching too is like, then it's almost like that the coach's job is to like assist you in reconstructing and helping develop your ego how you want it to be, like, and collaborating with you on constructing that or incorporating that in those ways, and like picking apart the conflicts that you have with yourself. I don't know.
For sure.
I've never worked with a student successful that I've defined who they are. It's always more of I enable the process, and at some point I take the hands off the training wheels. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, they always want you to define who they are. That's like the first thing.
Right, because it's simple, right? It's easy. We were talking about this earlier when I was looking at the apply and awkward coaching thing, and I was like, whether it's like the fundamentals or whatever else, is like you as a player, you will never be successful if you're asking somebody else to define what you are. We can teach you fundamentals or like break points, but ultimately it's up to you to kind of decide how that's interpreted or how that's executed, especially in detail. And anyone that is reliant off of somebody else, like in the vast majority of outlets anyway, you're just gonna fail. Like you need that self motivation, you need that self exploration, and so more than anything else, coaching isn't an enabler. I've never met a coach otherwise. A good coach.
I would argue after talking about this that if you want to be successful, you have to know who you are, and by knowing who you are right now, you can decide who you want to be. Like, do I want to stay this person? And what do I need to stay this person? Or this is who I am right now. I want to be this person. What do I need to do? You know, it's like going back to think about diamond. I want to hit diamond. Well, why? What about being gold right now is not good? For better or worse, or it could be like totally superficial. Like, but what about this is not good? Why do you want to be this? And it's not just about, you know, like, oh, I have to like just barely get into diamond. Cause like, I mean, you know, Spilo knows, like, you're probably not actually diamond if you like squeak in. Like, you have to like kind of stay there a little bit to be like, I'm diamond. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, you could play 3 or 4 games and you just, it's like the flip of the coin thing. So it's like, if you do that, it's like, well, you want to be diamond, but you're not actually like super duper diamond yet, because you just kind of did what you had to do to like get there done. Or, you know, for the people that work out or whatever, it's like, man, I lost all this weight. I saw the number on the scale. Now I'm going to go to McDonald's and eat whatever I want because look, I did it. And it's like, but your mindset, you are not a healthy person. You like hit that goal, but like deep inside, you're not a healthy person. If that makes any sense. Like,
no, you're like a person who you're a person who did something. You're a person who did something healthy. Like, it's
yeah. It's like a healthy person would not be like, let's go to McDonald's to recover from my workout, you know? But like, I think that if I had to sum this whole conversation up, which is cool because I went into this thinking like, okay, I have some ideas, but I didn't really have like the answer. Like, I feel like I could tell people now, like, hey, you want to be successful at something? Okay, you have to figure out who you are now. And if you want to build off of this or you want to go somewhere else. But I think that's really interesting. It's not the goal specifically. Like, it's not just an arbitrary goal. Because I think if you just look around for goals, like, you're just going to do what everybody else is doing. Because, like I said, society, we're like, I went on Instagram and I saw this girl do this thing. I want to do that. It's like, do you really? Or did you just go on Instagram?
It's why coaching works, because if you think about it, what coaching does is you can watch all the guides that you want. You can even watch other people's coaching sessions, but until you do the self-directed, the one-on-one feedback and advice, it's not personal. It's you. This is you. We're talking about you. This is your goals, your things. And that being, even if it's a principle that you've seen a million times in a million other videos, it just hits different for people when they see it for themselves, when they see exactly what they are, and knowing from what standpoint they're coming from. Doesn't mean that you have to have a coach for that, of course, but it does start from what is uniquely individual about you and where do you need to apply yourself and what appeals to you.
Yeah. But I like that summary, Pepper. Yeah. It's like, learn who you are is the first step. And then like all the other stuff comes after that. It comes up to going from there. And like, there are things that teach you who you are better than other things. So, you know, and maybe that's what's so addictive about suffering or something like that, is it lets you get past that step, or maybe it helps people come up with some false, like, or it substitutes. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I think for everything it is, it's just, I think learning who that's why you have like just think of like the stereotypical like Asian master of martial arts from like the movies or something like that. That's the shit that he's gonna tell you to do. It's not a coincidence.
No, and I think that's a good point. Like, you kind of like bury the need to discover. Sounds so like whoa, like, but you bury the need to like discover who you are by just seeing like, oh, I don't need to like actually think about it. I just need to like do a bunch of crap. Like, I just need to get in there and just like, like
watch another VOD review.
Yeah.
You could argue it's the hardest part. The hardest part is figuring out who you are, dude. You'd be doing that shit forever. That's hard as hell.
The laziness of hard work.
Yeah.
The laziness of hard work. Like, I'm just gonna work. That's the lazy way to do it. Like, you have to, like you said, find out, what do you want? It's like the Notebook or whatever.
It's very difficult to it's very difficult to understand yourself. It's very difficult to engage in the process of doing it, like understanding your emotions, the mindfulness, all that stuff is so hard. And then there's so many other things you could be doing with your life than figuring out you. And you can get results from doing other stuff too. I think I would argue ultimately they can never be as good as if when you is than when if you develop them from yourself as a good foundation, or like as a good fundamental. I mean, it's like I don't know. I get distracted halfway through my sentences and I just keep going.
So I was like, where am I? Where is this going?
What I Okay, I don't remember what I was saying, but yeah, figure out. Oh yeah. Okay, I remember. Figuring out figuring out who you are. That's the hardest part. I would argue it is. Like all those other things are less fundamentally like taxing and difficult, and then it's the competition of distraction. There's so much shit that can bother you, so much shit that stands in your way. You're at such a disadvantage of doing it, and if you don't get prompted to do so by your coaches or the people in your life that can help you and support you, you're screwed. Because it's so hard.
And I think having, like you said, a good support system is a good piece of figuring out who you want to be next. And that's why, like, I always enjoy listening. Sorry, maybe this is like confidentiality breaking here, but like, I mean, listen, I can't hear the other person. I just hear Spilo. But like, I hear Spilo ask the same questions for every session. You know, like, what got you interested in coaching? I sometimes mime it from the other corner. He gets so annoyed. He's like, hey, how's it going?
You're just going through your house.
Good. Like, how are you? All right.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get things pulled up on my end. All right. So, what got you interested in coaching? And it's literally I can just it's like the like pre-shows at Disney World or something. But like the questions he's asking are meant to.
Centavos, por favor.
Yeah.
Please
Nice work,
stand
pal.
clear of the door.
But it's like the questions he's asking are to get the student to think about like what I want. I mean, I think what he coached some guy out of playing Overwatch at one point because halfway through the session he realized like, do I really want to do this? I don't know if I do. I don't know if I really want to be that person, which I think is like so cool. Like
I got a really funny story. One of my initial
good because I'm turning the light on. It's getting dark in
that's
here.
That's fine. One of my early students coming back from content, I was coaching this guy every week. I coached him right out of quitting Overwatch within so we did like 6 sessions back to back to back. And I was like, dude, you're not having fun playing anymore. You need to quit. And that was it. I haven't heard from him since. So
I've gotten close there with one guy, man.
I think I can guess. Somebody else.
Yeah. No, you got it.
You got it. You knew.
Yeah, for some people it just is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, that made me think of something.
And it's not due to like a personality flaw. They just don't enjoy Overwatch that much. They tie their value towards being successul with it, and they force themselves. You know.
Someone says, Spilo, Spilo, you should hang that on your wall. I coached someone into quitting.
I coached like 20 people into quitting. That was just the one that was just like multiple sessions. Yeah. So
I remember I was thinking of couples therapy, and one thing that some people will find astonishing or ironic about couples therapy that happens is that sometimes couples therapy, a successful result is that the couple breaks up.
Yeah.
But good. Like you don't want to be stuck doing like life or like going through certain things.
Wait, is that what this is? Oh no.
Spilo, I have to tell you something. Stefano and I have a surprise for you.
Oh, no.
We have a surprise. But like I tell people like, they're like, oh, they'll go watch me compete or whatever, and they're like, yeah, I want to do that. And I was like, do you want to compete, or do you want to put a picture of you on Instagram holding a medal, or whatever?
Yeah.
Because they're two different things. One is
maybe that's true, and if they could admit that, wouldn't that be wonderful? And then you could train that way, and then they would be happy.
Exactly. It's like, I mean, even I've asked myself, like with Overwatch, like this is like the long running joke is like, someday I'm going to hit diamond on Widowmaker. And I was like, why diamond? Why do I feel like I need to do that? Well, because my dad, Spilo, no, I'm just kidding. Like, because I'm around all you guys, and it's like, well, I want to be good at Overwatch like you guys are. Like, I don't want to be in like pickup games. Like,
I had a session today. Where like one of the reasons why they said they wanted to be diamond. So first off, they said they just really like playing the game, which is obviously the most important goal to get better at, because you want to play, you want to get better. But they said that like, oh, I can queue with my friends when I'm in higher rank, and I was like, yeah, that's actually a pretty good goal. Like, actually, I respect that, because it's like, oh, like I want to go have fun. Like, I want to go spend time with my friends, so I'm gonna get to a higher rank. And I was like, like that's going to be a really good goal because once you get there, you just played with your friends and they're going to win or lose with you. So, like you're going to succeed whatever you want. But like, yeah, it's having the goals for the right reason.
Yeah, it keeps them motivated because their friendship's on the line.
Right, exactly. Like now that we can quantify your
rank.
friendship, you're only so good if you can do this. So it's performance-based SR, but for friendship.
My gosh. But it is like I said, like I've just had to have that conversation with myself too, where it's like, okay, like, do I want to? Oh my gosh, look at that feller.
It looks just like Jenny. It's crazy. The resemblance is uncanny.
I had to ask myself, like, you're going through this process of putting your best preparation into competing jiu-jitsu right now. So you're gonna have like a conflict of interest. Like if you have this goal to do this, and then you're also trying to rank up at Overwatch at the same time, like you're setting yourself up for disaster. Like you're not gonna feel like you're accomplishing either of your goals. For my goals, not you can't do both. You can, but who I want to be at that time is not gonna allow me to rank up to Diamond on One Tricking Widow. I mean, it might kill me. I might literally become Widowmaker in the process. I don't want to do that. But and so I just had to like, I played yesterday with like Tech and some of the gang, and I was just like, dude, I'm not gonna go into this and be like, oh, I'm the dead weight. It's like, I'm just gonna go play and have fun.
Yeah, she had a lot of fun. And I was in the middle of a call, and I'm like, bro, you're gonna have to close the door. I cannot hear myself think.
He's like, shut up, please.
I was like, dude, wait, I sound like that. I do the same thing.
You do that to me all the time. This Malga solo ulted me. And like
I know, I heard you.
And then he just goes brrr, with the horn over my dead body, and I was like, why is he blowing a sea horn over my dead body? What's going on?
That's I gotta do that in Pugs next time. Hang on.
Blow the horn.
No.
Yeah, solo.
It's like the guys in Elden Ring.
Yeah.
What are those guys?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't remember.
But yeah, any closing thoughts? Any final words of advice on life, Overwatch, and love? Not necessarily in that order.
Just as a final disclaimer, just remember everything I said. I think of things as a therapist and as a psychologist. I don't think of things as like a sports guy. So it's like it's a different perspective. I'm not saying that this is the best way. This is just the way that I understand it, and it's the way that makes the most sense for me.
Yeah, I respect that. I, on the contrary, give zero disclaimers and say that everything that I say is gospel truth and anybody else is wrong. So I'll balance this discussion out.
Mari! Do you see her?
Yeah, I do.
Mari! She's like, feed me, woman. It's time.
I don't know why I just laughed. I was thinking of you were talking earlier about the person who likes playing Overwatch, and that's a good thing for like wanting to improve at Overwatch because they like playing it. Like imagine a guy comes in, it's like, I hate playing this game. Can you make me better at
it? Maybe. Marvy.
Yeah, no. And Jenny's home.
Oh, perfect timing. Well, thank you, Stefan. There she is. Normally that's me. I'm normally the one doing that.
True, actually, yeah.
Oh, Mari may turn off my computer, so good thing we're wrapping this up. Mari, don't do
Hi.
it. Thank you, Stefano. Thank you, Spilo.
Yes.
Hopefully this helps somebody. Like I said, I wasn't really 100% sure if this was a total waste of time, but my main takeaway was, if I feel like this about a competitive endeavor, surely there are other people out there that feel the same way, that maybe need some advice on how to enjoy their competitive endeavors without feeling like a piece of crap.
And keeping in line with other jiu-jitsu podcasts, next podcast we'll talk about cannabis and Jeffrey Epstein, just to kind of keep...
And ice baths.
Yes, ice baths as well.
Baths.
Just to make sure that we're hitting all the right topics.
If you don't do an ice bath, then you don't... Who are you? You have to ask yourself, do I want to be an ice bath? Yeah. Do I want to be ice bath?
Do I want to be Nordic?
Nordic.
Oh, no. Sarah Lee's in chat. I got
Norwegian?
Yeah, do I want to be Norwegian?
Oh, yeah. Wait, Sarah Lee said something. Shoot. He said,
wow.
Sarah Lee says, thank you for having Stefano and Pepper. No, go ahead.
Become widow and kill your husband, please.
Yes, okay. Love that. Thank you for that.
Sarah Lee.
All right, GG's, y'all. Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you, guys. Thank you, Spilo.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You should come to Norway? No. I will not go to Norway. GG's. Thank you all for coming. Should come to Scotland. Bro, my heart's in Scotland, man. I will definitely come to Scotland. As long as I don't have to spend time in Glasgow. No, thank you. I don't want to do what Shark Gangler asked. Tyrant, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it. All right. No, we will not finish the ranking every single ability. We'll probably have to do it on Tuesday again, and I'm literally going to start from scratch. I'm like this close to starting from scratch and trying it again. Because I also realized I forgot about damage boost from Mercy. But yeah. Okay. Chat, I'm going to call it. Loves and kisses. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. This whole like ability health thing really got me thinking, and I've really enjoyed it. It's just going to take a long time to do, and yeah. So, all right, y'all. Have a good rest of your weekend. Stay fresh. Get some sleep. GG's. Spell up. And oh yeah, hopefully the YouTube stream is relatively well. I saw the bitrate kicked out now and again, but it seemed to be okay for today. I lowered the YouTube bitrate by a little bit, so we'll see.